The floor moved. Not like earth. Not like stone. It moved the way a river moves when it is made not of water, but of muscle and scale and ancient, patient hunger. Thousands of serpents coiled and uncoiled in the darkness beneath him, their bodies sliding over one another with a sound like wet leather being dragged across stone. And Ragnar Lothbrok, son of Sigurd Ring, grandson of the Volsungs, wearer of the hairy breeches, father of conquerors, stood in the center of that moving floor and waited. Above him, the sky was a pale wound. Too far, much too far. The walls of the pit rose like the throat of some great beast that had swallowed him whole, and at the top of that throat, silhouetted against the gray English light, stood the men who had put him here. King Aella of Northumbria was among them. Aella, whose name would be cursed in skaldic verse for 12 centuries. Aella, who believed that he had won, that he had captured the ghost, that he had ended the story. He had not ended anything. The first serpent struck Ragnar's ankle. Its fangs scraped against the leather of his boot, but did not find the skin. Not yet. The venom would come. It always came. But Ragnar did not look down. He looked up. He looked at the circle of faces far above, the faces of men who had never sailed beyond the horizon, who had never stood in a shield wall, who had never felt the particular terror and ecstasy of knowing that your life could end at any moment, and that this knowledge made you more alive than any priest or king who hid behind walls. He thought of the sea. He always thought of the sea when death was near. He thought of the prow of a longship cutting through gray water, the dragon head carved from oak staring forward with empty eyes, the sail bellied out by a wind that had blown across the world before there were men to name it. He thought of the sound of oars in the water, that rhythmic, hypnotic splash that was the heartbeat of the Viking age. He thought of the salt on his lips, the spray in his beard, the feeling of standing at the front of a ship and knowing that somewhere beyond the curve of the earth there was land that had never heard his name, and that he would make it remember him. He thought of his sons. Ivar, the boneless one, the mind that moved armies while his body sat motionless in a litter. Ivar, who had been born without the use of his legs, but with a mind so sharp it could cut through the thickest walls of any English fortress. Ivar, who had looked at his father with eyes that held no pity, only calculation, and who had already begun planning the war that would avenge this moment before this moment had even happened. Bjorn, Ironside, the shield that never broke, the man who had raided farther than any Norseman before him, who had seen the Mediterranean sun glinting off Roman ruins, who had sacked cities that thought themselves untouchable. Bjorn, who fought not for gold, though he took gold, but for the song, for the skald's verse, for the immortality that only battle could buy. Sigurd, snake in the eye, the marked one, the son who carried the serpent in his iris, the Ouroboros, the eternal cycle. Sigurd, who would rule Denmark and whose descendants would sit on thrones long after the Viking age had passed into memory. Ub, Fitzurk, Halfdan, the others, the ones whose names did not ring as loudly in the sagas, but whose swords had been just as sharp, whose ships had been just as numerous, whose hatred would be just as pure. And he thought of their mothers. Lagertha, the shield maiden, the woman who had fought beside him before she had loved him, who had saved his throne when his own men had turned against him, who had looked at him with the eyes of a wolf and the heart of a queen. Thora, the noblewoman, the daughter of the Jarl with the serpent house, the mother of his first sons, the woman who had given him legitimacy and land and the foundation upon which he had built his legend. And a slog, Kraka, the crow, the daughter of Sigurd the dragon slayer and Brynhildr the Valkyrie, hidden in a pigsty, disguised in filth, waiting for him to recognize what the gods had placed before him. He had failed them all, in one way or another. He had loved them and left them. He had taken what he needed and moved toward the horizon. That was his nature. That was the curse of the Volsung blood. To always want more. To never be satisfied. To look at a kingdom and see only the next kingdom beyond it. And now the serpents were gathering. He could feel them pressing against his legs, winding around his ankles, testing him with flickering tongues. The venom was in the air, that sharp, metallic smell that reminded him of forged fires and lightning. King Aella had collected these serpents for weeks. He had sent his men into the hills and marshes of Northumbria with sacks and pikes, gathering every poisonous snake they could find, bringing them to this pit beneath his fortress, preparing a death that was meant to be both execution and sermon. A Christian death for a pagan king. A death that said, "Your gods are serpents. Your gods are devils. And see how your devils consume you." Aella wanted screaming. Aella wanted conversion. Aella wanted the satisfaction of watching the terror of the North beg for mercy, beg for baptism, beg for the Christian God to save him from the pagan serpents. Ragnar smiled. It was not a mad smile. It was not the smile of a man who had lost his mind to fear or pain. It was the smile of a man who had finally understood the joke. The gods, his gods, the old gods, Odin and Thor and the trickster Loki, had not abandoned him. They had given him exactly what he had spent his life seeking. A death so perfect, so mythic, so absolutely aligned with the story he had been building since he was a boy, that no skald would ever forget to sing it. The man who had killed serpents to win his name would die by serpents to seal his immortality. The symmetry was beautiful. The symmetry was divine. The second serpent struck. This one found the gap between his boot and his trousers. The fangs sank into the flesh of his calf, and the venom hit his blood like molten iron poured into water. The pain was extraordinary. It was not like the pain of a sword cut, which was clean and bright and somehow honorable. This was a dirty pain, a burning pain, a pain that traveled up his leg like a living thing, consuming as it went, turning his muscles to stone and his nerves to fire. But Ragnar did not scream. He looked up at Aella. He made sure the king could see his face. He made sure the king would remember, for the rest of his short and terrible life, the expression on the face of the man he had tried to break. How the little piglets would grunt, Ragnar called out, and his voice was steady. Steadier than it had any right to be. Steadier than the voice of a man standing in a pit of serpents should ever be. If they knew how the old boar suffers. The words hung in the air. They did not echo. The pit was too narrow for true echoes, but they traveled. They traveled up the stone walls and into the ears of the guards. They traveled across the courtyard and into the kitchens where servants were preparing the king's dinner. They traveled on the wind that blew from Northumbria across the North Sea to Denmark, to Norway, to the halls where his sons were already gathering their armies. And they traveled through time, through 12 centuries, through every skald who ever sang of heroes, through every child who ever heard the name Ragnar Lothbrok and felt something stir in their chest. The third serpent struck his thigh. The fourth found his hip. The fifth wrapped itself around his waist and sank its fangs into the soft flesh of his belly. The venom was everywhere now. His vision was narrowing. The pale circle of sky was shrinking, becoming a pinprick, becoming a star, becoming nothing. His legs, the legs that had carried him across the decks of 100 ships, that had walked the streets of Paris and London and a dozen cities whose names history had forgotten, were numb. His hands, which had gripped spears and swords and the hair of women he had loved, were cold. But his mind was clear, clearer than it had ever been. In the final moments before the darkness, Ragnar Lothbrok understood everything. He understood that his life had not been about the gold he had taken, or the kingdoms he had terrorized, or even the sons he had fathered. His life had been about the story The story was the only immortality. The story was the only weapon that never rusted. And he had spent 70 years, if the sagas were right, if the chronicles were close, forging a story so sharp, so compelling, so absolutely irresistible, that it would outlast every stone fortress, every Christian church, every king who had ever thought himself permanent. The serpents were on his chest now. He could feel their weight, their cold, their terrible intimacy. One of them, a great black adder with eyes like yellow stones, reared up before his face and opened its mouth, and Ragnar looked into that mouth and saw the fangs and the forked tongue and the endless darkness of the gullet, and he laughed. He laughed until the venom stopped his throat. He laughed until his lungs filled with fluid and his heart fluttered like a bird in a cage. He laughed until the serpent struck his neck, and the great artery there burst, and the blood, his blood, the blood of Sigurd Ring, the blood of the Volsungs, sprayed across the scales of his killers and turned them red. And then he died. But the story did not die. The story had just begun. To understand Ragnar Lothbrok, to truly understand him, not as a television character or a video game avatar or a meme on the internet, but as a human being who lived and breathed and bled in a specific place at a specific time, you must first understand the world that made him. And that world was not the world of maps and dates and neat historical categories. It was a world of ice and hunger. A world where the difference between life and death was often nothing more than the thickness of a wool cloak or the direction of the wind. A world where the gods were not distant abstractions, but immediate, terrifying presences who walked among men, who demanded sacrifice, who played with human lives the way a child plays with wooden soldiers. Scandinavia in the late 8th and early 9th centuries was not a country. It was not even a collection of countries. It was a fracture, a jagged, frozen, beautiful, brutal landscape of fjords and forests and islands and mountains, inhabited by people who spoke similar languages but owed allegiance to no central authority. The concept of Denmark or Norway or Sweden as unified kingdoms would not exist for another 200 years. What existed instead were dozens, perhaps hundreds, of petty kingdoms, each ruled by a jarl or a petty king whose power extended exactly as far as his spearmen could march in a day. The geography dictated everything. In Norway, the coastline was so deeply indented with fjords that a man could sail for weeks without ever losing sight of land, yet never pass the same stretch of shore twice. The mountains rose straight from the water, their peaks lost in clouds, their valleys dark with pine forests that had never known an axe. Farming was possible only in the narrow strips of land between the mountains and the sea, and even there, the soil was thin and the growing season short. A single bad summer, a late frost, an early storm, a plague of insects, could mean starvation, could mean watching your children turn blue and quiet in the long winter dark. In Denmark, the land was flatter, more forgiving, but no less dangerous. The Danish islands, Zealand, Funen, Lolland, Falster, and the countless smaller islets that dotted the Baltic, were connected by shallow seas and treacherous currents. A man could cross from one island to another in a few hours if the wind was right, or he could be drowned in minutes if it turned. The Jutland Peninsula stretched northward like a finger pointing toward Norway, its western coast battered by the North Sea, its eastern shore protected by the sheltering arms of the Danish archipelago. This was the heartland of what would become Denmark, but in Ragnar's time, it was simply the land of the Danes, a people who had been sailing and raiding and trading for centuries before anyone thought to write their name in a chronicle. Sweden was different. Sweden was vast. While Denmark and Norway were maritime cultures oriented toward the sea, Sweden looked east. Its great rivers, the Gata, the Nordstrom, the countless streams that flowed from the interior toward the Baltic, were highways into the heart of the continent. Swedish Vikings, Varangians, as they would later be called, did not sail west to raid England and Francia. They sailed east, up the rivers of Russia, toward the Black Sea and the Caspian, toward Constantinople and Baghdad and the Silk Roads of Asia. They were traders as much as raiders, merchants who brought furs and amber and slaves to the markets of the East and returned with silver dirhams, Byzantine silks, and the stories of empires that made the petty kingdoms of Scandinavia seem like villages. Into this world, around the year 780, though no one wrote it down, though no monk scratched the date into vellum, though the very concept of a year was understood differently by people who measured time by winters and summers rather than by the birth of a Palestinian carpenter, a child was born. The sagas say his father was Sigurdring. The sagas say his mother was Alfhild, daughter of a jarl. The sagas say many things, and we will examine each claim with the skepticism that good history demands and the respect that good storytelling requires. But for now, let us simply say that a boy opened his eyes in a longhouse somewhere in the Danish islands, or the Swedish heartland, or the Norwegian coast, and that the world he saw was one of smoke and shadow and the endless, hypnotic sound of the sea. The longhouse was the center of Norse life. It was not merely a dwelling. It was a universe, built from timber or stone depending on what the land provided. It stretched like a ship turned upside down, long, narrow, with a curved roof that shed snow and rain. At the center burned a fire that was never allowed to die. This fire was sacred. It was the heart of the house, the heart of the family, the heart of the community that gathered around it to eat, to sleep, to tell stories, to settle disputes, to worship the gods. The smoke from this fire rose through a hole in the roof, and in winter, when the hole was covered against the snow, the longhouse filled with a thick, sweet haze that made everything seem dreamlike, that turned the firelight into something golden and otherworldly. The boy who would become Ragnar grew up in this smoke. He learned to walk on packed earth floors covered with rushes and furs. He learned to sleep in a bed that was shared with siblings, cousins, servants, and sometimes livestock. The warmth of bodies being the only warmth available in the deep winter months when the sun rose at 10 and set at 2 and the darkness outside was absolute. He learned to eat what the land provided: barley porridge, dried fish, salted meat, berries preserved in honey, bread that was more stone than flour. He learned that hunger was not an emergency, but a condition, a background noise that you stopped hearing after a while. But he also learned other things. He learned the language of the skalds, the poets who could make a man's name immortal with a single verse. Old Norse was a language built for poetry. It was a language of kennings, those compressed metaphors that turned the familiar into the mythic. The sea was not the sea. It was the whale road. A sword was not a sword. It was the wound serpent. A warrior was not a warrior. He was the feeder of ravens, because ravens fed on the corpses that warriors left behind. This language shaped the way the boy thought. It taught him that the world was not a collection of objects, but a web of relationships, of stories, of meanings that had to be earned through action and sung into existence through words. He learned the gods, not as abstractions, not as moral lessons, but as living forces who intervened in human affairs with a capriciousness that made prayer both essential and absurd. Odin, the All-Father, who had hung himself from the world tree Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, in order to learn the secret of the runes. Odin, who collected warriors the way a rich man collects silver, who welcomed the bravest of the brave to his hall Valhalla, where they would feast and fight until the end of the world. Thor, the Thunderer, the protector of farmers and common men, who smashed the skulls of giants with his hammer Mjolnir, and who would be there at Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the serpent Jormungandr would rise from the sea and the world would burn. And Loki, always Loki, the trickster, the shapeshifter, the blood brother of Odin who would one day betray the gods and lead the forces of chaos against them. Loki was the god who understood that the world was not fair, that the best laid plans could be undone by a single lie, that the hero and the villain were sometimes the same person seen from different angles. The boy who would become Ragnar understood Loki better than he understood Odin. He understood that cunning could defeat strength, that a trick could open doors that force could never breach, that the serpent, Loki's child, the Midgard serpent that encircled the world, was not evil but necessary, a part of the order that only looked like chaos from the inside. He learned the runes, not the runes as magic, though many believed they had power, that carving the right symbol into the right object could heal a wound or curse an enemy, but the runes as communication. The Norse did not write books. They did not keep chronicles. They carved their words into wood, into bone, into stone. The rune stones that still stand in Swedish fields, their messages blunt and eternal, are the closest thing we have to Viking autobiography. He was a good man. He died in the East. He fed the eagles. That is all. No philosophy, no theology, just the facts, carved into granite, meant to outlast the language that spoke them. The boy learned to sail before he learned to write, not that writing mattered for a warrior. The longship was the great invention of his people, the machine that would change the world. Built from overlapping planks of oak, fastened with iron rivets and caulked with wool and tar, the longship was a miracle of engineering. It was light enough to be carried overland by its crew, portaged across the neck of land between two rivers, or dragged across a beach to hide from enemies. It was shallow enough to sail up rivers that would ground a modern vessel. It was flexible enough to ride out the worst storms of the North Sea, its hull bending with the waves rather than breaking against them. And it was fast. With a good wind and a strong crew, a longship could cover 200 miles in a day. The boy learned to handle it, or before he could fully reach it. He learned that the sea was not an enemy to be feared, but a highway to be mastered. He learned the names of the winds, the Nordenvind that came from the frozen north, the Suinvind that brought rain from the south, the Landvind and the Havend, the land wind and the sea wind, each with its own character, its own dangers, its own possibilities. He learned to read the water, the color that meant shallow sand, the ripple that meant hidden rocks, the particular shade of green that meant a current was running strong. He learned that the sea gave and the sea took, and that the only way to survive was to be worthy of its gifts. He learned to fight. This was not optional. In a world where there was no police, no courts, no authority beyond the reach of a strong arm, every man had to be a warrior. The boy trained with wooden swords and shields from the age of 5 or 6. He learned to stand in a shield wall, that terrible, intimate formation where men stood shoulder to shoulder, their shields overlapping, their spears bristling forward like the quills of a porcupine. He learned that battle was not about individual heroics, not about the single warrior charging into the enemy line. It was about cohesion, about trust, about knowing that the man to your left would not step back, that the man to your right would not raise his shield too high and leave your throat exposed. He learned the weapons, the spear, the common weapon, the weapon of the farmer who became a warrior, long enough to reach over a shield wall and punch through mail. The axe, the Viking weapon, the weapon that made Frankish monks write with trembling hands, heavy enough to split a shield or a skull with a single blow. The sword, rare, expensive, a status symbol as much as a tool of war, passed down from father to son, named like a person, believed to have a soul. And the Sikhs, the long knife, the weapon of last resort, the blade that every man carried at his belt, ready to be drawn when the spear was broken and the axe was lost. He learned to hunt, to track deer through forests so dark that midday seemed like twilight, to set snares for rabbits and birds, to fish with nets and lines and spears, to kill a seal on the ice and butcher it before the blood froze. These were not sports. These were survival skills, the difference between a full belly and an empty one, between a family that lived and a family that starved. He learned the law. The Norse had a legal tradition that was sophisticated in its own way, based on assemblies called things. At the thing, free men gathered to settle disputes, to judge crimes, to make decisions that affected the whole community. The law was not written, not yet, but it was remembered by law speakers, old men who had devoted their lives to memorizing the precedents, the compensations, the fines that must be paid for theft or assault or murder. A man who killed another man did not necessarily die for it. He paid wergild, man price, a sum of silver calculated according to the victim's status. If he could not pay, he became an outlaw, outside the protection of the law, fair game for anyone who wanted to kill him. The boy learned all of this. He absorbed it the way a tree absorbs water, slowly, silently, without conscious effort. And as he grew, as his body lengthened and his voice deepened and the first hair appeared on his chin, he began to understand something that many men never learned. He understood that the world was not fixed, that the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were drawn not by the gods, but by men who lacked imagination. He looked at the horizon, that gray line where the sea met the sky, and he did not see an ending. He saw a beginning. Other boys looked at the horizon and saw the edge of the world. They saw the place where the sea monsters lived, where the ships of the dead sailed, where the sun went to die each evening. They saw the limit of what was known, and they turned back to their farms and their fathers' halls and their safe, small lives. Ragnar looked at the horizon and saw opportunity. This was the essential difference. This was the seed from which the legend would grow. It was not courage, though he had courage. It was not strength, though he was strong. It was a particular quality of mind, a refusal to accept that the world as it existed was the world as it had to be. He looked at the longships that came and went from his father's harbor, ships that traded with the Frisians, with the Saxons, with the distant Baltic tribes, and he asked, why not farther? Why not beyond the horizon? Why not to the places that exist only in stories? And the stories were tantalizing. There were stories of lands to the west, green lands, warm lands, lands where the soil was black and the grass grew higher than a man's head. There were stories of islands where monks lived in stone houses filled with gold and silver, where the churches had roofs of lead and the books had covers of jewels. There were stories of a great river that flowed through the heart of a vast empire, an empire called Francia, where a king ruled from a city called Paris, and where the wealth of centuries had accumulated behind walls that had never been tested. These stories were told by traders who had ventured farther than most, by warriors who had raided and returned, by the occasional slave or refugee who had washed up on Scandinavian shores with tales of wonders and horrors. The boy listened to all of them. He committed every detail to memory, and he began to plan. But first, he had to become a man. And in his world, becoming a man meant blood. The transition from boy to man in Viking Age Scandinavia was not marked by a birthday. It was marked by an act. A boy became a man when he proved himself capable of violence. Not senseless violence. Not the violence of a berserker who foamed at the mouth and bit his shield, but controlled, purposeful violence. The violence of a warrior who could kill when necessary and refrain when wise. For most boys, this act came during the first raid. A young man would join his father's crew, or his uncle's, or the crew of a jarl who had taken an interest in him. He would sail to a nearby coast, the Baltic shore, the Frisian Islands, the Saxon coast, and he would participate in his first attack. He would see the fear in the eyes of farmers who had never held a sword. He would take his first silver. He would kill, or he would watch others kill, and something would change in him. The boy would die. The man would be born. Ragnar's first blood came earlier than most. The sagas do not agree on the details. The sagas never agree on details, but they converge on the essential fact. He killed a man before he was fully grown, and that killing set the pattern for everything that followed. The story, as the tale of Ragnar's sons tells it, involves a dispute over honor. A neighboring jarl, or a rival within his own father's territory, had insulted Sigurd Ring. The insult was public, delivered at a thing, and it could not be ignored. In Norse society, honor was not a private possession. It was a public currency, traded in words and deeds, and an insult left unanswered was not merely a personal slight. It was a diminishment of the entire kin group. It was an invitation to further aggression. It was, in effect, a declaration that the insulted man was weak enough to be preyed upon. Sigurd Ring was not weak, but he was old, or older than he had been, and the rival knew it. The rival calculated that Sigurd would not risk open war, that he would swallow the insult and accept the loss of face, that he would choose peace over pride. This was a reasonable calculation. Many older men made that choice. Many older men lived to see their grandchildren because of it. But Sigurd had a son, and that son was not reasonable. Ragnar, the boy, the youth, the not yet man, heard the insult secondhand from a retainer who had been present at the thing. He was perhaps 15, perhaps 16, old enough to handle a sword, old enough to sail a ship, old enough to understand that his father's honor was his honor, that the stain on Sigurd's name was a stain on his own, and that if he did not answer it, no one would. He did not consult his father. This was crucial. In Norse law, a son who acted independently of his father in matters of vengeance could be seen as either admirably bold or dangerously rash, depending on the outcome. Ragnar chose boldness. He gathered a small crew, boys his own age, younger sons of retainers, the kind of youths who were hungry for action and loyal to anyone who promised it. He took a small boat, not a longship, not yet, but a fishing vessel that could carry a dozen men, and he sailed to the rival's hull under cover of darkness. The attack was not sophisticated. It did not need to be. The rival had not posted guards. Why would he? He had just publicly humiliated an old man who was known for caution. He was celebrating his victory, drinking with his men, confident that the season of conflict had passed and the winter of peace had begun. Ragnar and his crew came over the wall of the palisade like wolves over a sheepfold. They were not silent. Silence was not their weapon. Speed was. They struck the main hall before anyone had time to arm themselves. The rival, the jarl who had insulted Sigurd Ring, was sitting in the high seat, a drinking horn in his hand, when Ragnar kicked open the door. What happened next was over in minutes. The jarl's retainers, drunk and surprised, fought poorly or not at all. The jarl himself reached for a sword that was not within arm's reach. Ragnar crossed the hall in 3 strides, his seeks in his hand, and he drove the blade into the jarl's chest before the man could stand. The silence that followed was absolute, not the silence of peace, the silence of transformation. Ragnar stood over the body of the man he had killed, his hand still on the hilt of his knife, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his tunic soaked with blood that was not his own. He looked around the hall at the faces of the jarl's men, faces that had been laughing moments before and were now frozen in shock and terror. And he understood, in that moment, the true nature of power. Power was not given. It was not inherited. It was not granted by the gods, or the law, or the approval of the thing. Power was taken. Power was the ability to make other people do what you wanted, and the ultimate expression of that ability was the capacity to end their lives. The Jarl had had power, political power, the power of tradition and precedent, and the loyalty of his men. But in the moment that Ragnar's blade entered his chest, all of that power had evaporated. It had transferred, instantly and completely, to the boy standing over his corpse. This was the lesson that Ragnar would carry with him for the rest of his life. Power was not stable. It was not safe. It was a flame that passed from hand to hand, and the only way to keep it was to never let anyone take it from you. He did not kill the others. This was important. A massacre would have made him a criminal, an outlaw, a man outside the protection of the law. By sparing the Jarl's retainers, by allowing them to live and bear witness, he ensured that the story would spread. He ensured that his name would be spoken not as a murderer's, but as an avenger's. He had killed not for gain, but for honor. He had killed not in stealth, but in the open. He had killed a man who had wronged his kin, and he had done it with his own hand, looking the man in the eye as he died. This was the Norse ideal of vengeance. It was not assassination. It was not poisoning or ambush or the coward's blow from behind. It was face to face. It was personal. It was a transaction of blood that restored the balance of honor and demonstrated to the world that the Avenger was not a man to be trifled with. Ragnar returned to his father's hall with the Jarl's sword as proof of his deed. Sigurd Ring, according to the sagas, was furious and proud. The two emotions warred in his chest like rival armies. He had not authorized the raid. He had not wanted war with his neighbor. But his son, his boy, had acted with a decisiveness and a courage that reminded Sigurd of his own youth, of the days when he had been the one kicking open doors and taking what he wanted. The thing was called. The assembly gathered. The law speaker heard the evidence, the public insult, the unprovoked attack, the killing in the hall, and the judgment was favorable. Ragnar was found to have acted within his rights as a son defending his father's honor. The Jarl's death was ruled a lawful killing. His lands were forfeit to Sigurd Ring. And Ragnar, the boy who had become a man with a single stroke of his seeks, was now a warrior, a proven killer, a man with a reputation. Reputation was everything. In a society without writing, without archives, without the bureaucratic machinery of the state, a man's name was his only currency. A good name opened doors. A bad name closed them. A feared name made enemies hesitate. A respected name made allies gather. And Ragnar, at 16 or 17, had begun to build a name that would one day be sung in halls from Greenland to Constantinople. But a name needed more than a single killing. A name needed repetition. It needed consistency. It needed the accumulation of deeds until the deeds became legend and the legend became fact. Ragnar understood this instinctively. He was not content to rest on his first victory. He was not content to be Sigurd Ring's son, the boy who had avenged his father's honor. He wanted to be his own man. He wanted deeds that were his alone, stories that could not be attributed to his father's blood or his grandfather's name. He began to raid. Not the small coastal raids of his first expedition. Not the attacks on neighboring jarls that were essentially family disputes. Real raids. Long-distance raids. Raids that required planning, logistics, the coordination of multiple ships and crews. Raids that targeted not the familiar shores of the Baltic, but the distant, wealthy, tempting lands to the west and south. The first of these raids, the first that history might recognize, if history were paying attention, was against the Frisians. The Frisians were a Germanic people who lived along the North Sea coast, in what is now the Netherlands and northern Germany. They were traders, farmers, fishermen. They were not warriors. They had no standing army, no fortifications worthy of the name, no king who could call up a levy to defend them. And they were rich. Their position on the trade routes between Francia and Scandinavia had made them prosperous. Their monasteries. Yes, they had monasteries, small ones, poor by the standards of Francia, but overflowing with silver compared to a Danish farm, were tempting targets. Ragnar led 3 ships, 3 long ships, each carrying 40 to 60 men, a force of perhaps 150 warriors, which in the context of the time was not an army, but was certainly more than a raiding party. They sailed south along the coast, keeping the land in sight, navigating by the familiar landmarks, the shape of a headland, the color of a cliff, the position of the sun at midday. They landed at dawn, beached their ships on a stretch of sand that was not guarded, and struck inland before the Frisians had finished their breakfast. The raid was a success. Not a great success. There was no great battle, no heroic stand, no story that would be sung for generations. It was a simple matter of arriving where you were not expected, taking what was not defended, and leaving before resistance could organize. The monastery was burned. The silver was loaded onto the ships. A few Frisians who tried to fight were killed. A few who did not fight were taken as slaves. And by noon, the ships were gone, vanished over the horizon, leaving behind smoke and corpses and the first seeds of a reputation that would grow into a legend. But Ragnar learned something from this raid, something that would shape his entire career. He learned that the easiest targets were not the ones with the least wealth. They were the ones with the most wealth and the least expectation of attack. The Frisians had been easy because they had not believed that Vikings would come so far south, so early in the season, in such force. Their wealth had made them complacent. Their peace had made them soft. And their softness had made them prey. This was the formula. Find the rich. Find the unprepared. Strike before they know you exist. Vanish before they can respond. It was not honorable warfare. Not by the standards of the old sagas, where heroes met on battlefields and fought until one side was dead. But it was effective. It was profitable, and it was the method that would make the Viking Age possible. Ragnar returned to his father's hall with silver in his chests and slaves in his hold. He distributed the loot according to the customs of the time, a share to each warrior based on his rank and his role in the raid, a larger share to the ship's captains, the largest share to himself as the leader. He gave gifts to his father, to his mother, to the retainers who had supported him. He gave gold to the skalds who would sing of his deeds, ensuring that the story of the Frisian raid would be told and retold until it became larger than the reality. And he began to plan the next raid, and the next, and the next. There is a woman in the story of Ragnar Lothbrok who appears before the wives, before the sons, before the serpents and the gold and the great armies. Her name is Lagertha, and whether she was a real person or a poetic invention, whether she stood on a battlefield with a sword in her hand or existed only in the imagination of a skald who wanted to add romance to his tale, she represents something essential about the world that made Ragnar. She represents the fact that in Norse society, women were not merely ornaments or breeders or property to be traded between men. They were forces. They were powers. They were, in some cases, warriors. The sagas say that Ragnar met Lagertha in Norway. The story, as Saxo Grammaticus tells it in his Gesta Danorum, written around 1200, 3 centuries after these events, but drawing on oral traditions that may stretch back to the 9th century, goes like this. A jarl named Seward ruled in Norway. He was a good man, a just ruler, a faithful servant of the old gods. But he had enemies. One of those enemies, another Jarl, greedy for Seward's lands and his gold, attacked him without warning, killed him in his hall, and seized his territory. Seward's wife was also killed. His daughters fled, but his daughter Lagra did not flee to hide. She fled to fight. She gathered the loyal men of her father's household, those who had not been killed in the initial attack, those who still owed allegiance to the dead Jarl's blood. She led them to a fortified position, a hill, a crag, a place that could be defended by a small force against a larger one. And she held it. For weeks, for months, long enough that the usurper began to despair of ever dislodging her. Long enough that word of her resistance spread beyond Norway, carried by traders and travelers, until it reached the ears of a young Danish warrior who was looking for a reason to prove himself. Ragnar came to Norway not because he had known Seward, not because he owed the dead Jarl any allegiance. He came because he had heard of a woman who fought like a man, who held a fortress against impossible odds, who wore armor that fit her like skin and wielded a sword that had tasted the blood of her father's killers. He came because the story intrigued him, because the challenge excited him, because he was young and hungry, and the idea of a woman who could fight beside him, who could match him, was more intoxicating than any mead. But there was a complication. Lagertha's position was not easy to reach. The usurper had surrounded her fortress, cutting off supplies, waiting for starvation to do what force could not. And the fortress itself was guarded not only by men, but by beasts. A bear, a great hound, animals that had been trained or simply allowed to roam, and that attacked anyone who approached without the proper signal. Ragnar did not hesitate. The sagas say he killed the bear with a spear, driving the point through its heart before it could strike. They say he killed the hound with his sword, cutting it down as it leaped for his throat. And then he climbed the wall of the fortress and found himself face to face with the woman he had come to save. What did he see? Saxo says he saw a woman whose beauty was terrifying, not the soft beauty of a noble woman who had never known hardship. The hard beauty of a warrior, muscles toned by training, skin weathered by wind and sun, eyes that had seen death and were not afraid to see it again. Her hair, which she wore braided for battle, was the color of ripe wheat. Her hands, which gripped a sword hilt, were scarred and calloused. And when she looked at Ragnar, this stranger who had killed her guardians and climbed her walls, she did not see a rescuer. She saw a rival. She saw a man who might be useful, or might be dangerous, or might be both. The sagas are frustratingly vague about what happened next. Did they fight? Did they talk? Did they stand in the torchlight of her hall and measure each other with glances that were half hostile, half hungry? Saxo says Ragnar was astonished by her courage and that he sought her hand in marriage. But this is the language of a 12th century cleric writing for a courtly audience. It is not the language of the Viking Age. What probably happened was simpler and more brutal. Ragnar offered to help Lagra defeat the usurper. In exchange, he wanted her alliance, her warriors, her fortress, her body. This was how politics worked in their world. Marriage was not primarily about love. It was about alliance, about the merging of bloodlines and military resources, about the creation of bonds that were stronger than oaths because they were written in flesh. Lagra accepted, or she accepted enough to use him. Together, the Danish raider and the Norwegian shield maiden, they attacked the usurper's forces. The battle, as Saxo describes it, was ferocious. Lagra fought in the front rank, wearing a man's armor, her hair unbound and flying in the wind, her sword dealing death to anyone who came within reach. Ragnar fought beside her, and together they broke the enemy line, routed the usurper's army, and restored Lagertha's family to its stolen lands. And then, the sagas say, they became lovers. That night, In the hall that had belonged to her father, Lagertha welcomed Ragnar to her bed. But she did not disarm. Saxo notes, with the disapproval of a Christian monk writing centuries later, that she kept a sword within arm's reach even as she lay with him. This was not paranoia. This was wisdom. In a world where a woman's vulnerability could be exploited by any man strong enough to take advantage, Lagertha never allowed herself to be fully vulnerable. Not even to the man she loved. Not even in the dark. Their relationship, if we can call it that, if we can apply modern words to an arrangement that was probably more pragmatic than romantic, produced at least one child. Saxo names him Fridleif. There may have been daughters. The sagas mention daughters, but do not name them, which is typical of a literature that valued male heirs above all else. But the existence of children meant that Ragnar and Lagertha were bound together by more than passion. They were bound by blood, by the shared project of raising offspring who would carry both their names into the future. But Ragnar did not stay. This is the pattern of his life, the wound that repeats in every relationship he ever had. He came, he saw, he conquered, and he moved on. The sagas say he left Lagertha to marry Thora, the daughter of the Jarl with the Serpent House. The reason given is political. Thora offered land, legitimacy, a connection to a powerful family that Lagertha, for all her courage, could not provide. Lagertha was a warrior. Thora was a noblewoman. And Ragnar, who was beginning to think in terms of kingdoms rather than raids, needed a noblewoman. Did Lagertha weep? The sagas do not say. The sagas rarely show women weeping over men who leave them. But they do say that she remained in Norway, that she ruled her own territory, that she answered to no man. And they say that when Ragnar later faced a rebellion in Denmark, when his own subjects rose against him, perhaps tired of a king who spent more time raiding than ruling, it was Lagertha who sailed south with a fleet of ships and saved him. She arrived in the middle of the battle, her hair braided for war, her shield painted with the device of her house. She turned the tide. She crushed the rebels. And then she returned to Norway without asking for thanks, without demanding that Ragnar take her back, without any gesture that suggested she needed him more than he needed her. This is the Lagertha that the sagas give us. A woman who loved a man enough to save his throne, but was wise enough to know she could never hold his heart. A woman who fought like a man, but ruled like a queen. A woman who was, in every way that mattered, Ragnar's equal, and who knew that equality was not enough to keep him. What does this tell us about Ragnar? It tells us that he was drawn to strength, to power, to the kind of person who could challenge him rather than submit to him. It tells us that he respected Lagertha in a way that he did not respect the women who came after her. Thora, who needed to be rescued, a slog, who needed to be discovered. Lagertha needed nothing from him. And that, paradoxically, was what made her irresistible. But it also tells us about his limitations. Ragnar could inspire devotion. He could inspire loyalty so fierce that women would sail across the sea to save him. But he could not return it. He could not stay. He could not build a life with one person because his ambition, his terrible, consuming, horizon-eating ambition, would not allow him to be still. Every time he looked at Lagertha, he saw a reflection of himself, and he could not bear to look at himself for too long. So he left her, and he went to find Thora, and the story moved on. But Lagertha remained. In the sagas, in the songs, in the imagination of every person who has ever heard her name and felt something stir, a recognition that strength is not gendered, that courage is not male, that the Viking Age was not merely a story of men with axes, but of women with wills of iron. She remained, and in some ways, she outlasted him. Because while Ragnar became a myth, Lagertha became an ideal. The shield maiden, the woman who needed no rescue, the warrior who chose her own fate. The story of Thora Borgerjord, Thora of the Town Heart, Thora of the Serpent House, is one of the most famous in Norse legend. It is the story that gave Ragnar his name. It is the story that transformed him from a successful raider into a figure of myth. And it is the story that reveals, more clearly than any other, the particular quality of mind that made him different from every other Viking warlord of his age. Thora was the daughter of a jarl, a wealthy jarl, a powerful jarl, a jarl who loved his daughter so much that he kept her in a house guarded by two serpents. Not ordinary serpents. These were creatures of legend, beasts that had been bred or collected or perhaps simply attracted by the magic of the place. They were huge, as thick as a man's thigh, as long as a ship's oar. Their scales were the color of rust and dried blood. Their eyes were yellow and unblinking, and their venom was instant death. The Jarl had issued a challenge. Whoever could kill the serpents could have his daughter. This was not merely a test of courage. It was a test of worthiness. The Jarl believed, or wanted to believe, that only a hero of the old type, a descendant of the gods, a man touched by destiny, could accomplish what no other man had accomplished. Dozens had tried. Dozens had died. The serpents grew fat on failure, and Thora remained unmarried, waiting in her house for the man who would never come. Until Ragnar heard the story. He was not the first to hear it. The tale of the serpent house had spread across Scandinavia, carried by the same network of traders and travelers that carried all news. But most men who heard it did not consider trying. They were not cowards, or not all of them were cowards. They were realists. They looked at the odds, two massive serpents, a fortified house, the certainty of death, and they calculated that the prize was not worth the risk. Thora was beautiful, yes. Thora was noble, yes. But there were other women, other marriages, other alliances that did not require fighting monsters. Ragnar looked at the same odds and saw something different. He saw opportunity. He saw a story waiting to be born. He understood something that the other suitors did not understand, that the serpents were not the point. The serpents were the stage. The real prize was not Thora's hand. The real prize was the name that would be earned by the man who defeated them. So he prepared, not with force, not with an army, not with the kind of frontal assault that a lesser man might have attempted. Ragnar prepared with cunning, with the particular, Loki-like intelligence that would define his entire career. He went to a swamp. He collected animal hides, rough, hairy, untreated hides from cattle or sheep or perhaps even bears. He sewed them into trousers. Not ordinary trousers. These were baggy, shapeless, covered in coarse bristles that stuck out at odd angles. Then he boiled the hides in pitch, that black, tarry substance used to seal ships, and in wax, until the hair was stiff and the leather beneath it was hard as wood. He created armor that looked ridiculous, armor that smelled terrible, armor that would make any sensible person laugh. But this armor had a purpose. The hair on the hides was not merely decorative. It was functional. When a serpent struck, its fangs would encounter not smooth skin but a forest of bristles. The bristles would deflect the fangs. The pitch and wax would prevent the venom from soaking through, and the thick leather beneath would stop anything that penetrated the outer layer. Ragnar also prepared his mind. He studied what little was known about serpents, their habits, their weaknesses, their behavior. He learned that serpents struck at heat and movement, that they were less active in cold, that they could be distracted by multiple targets. He planned his approach with the meticulousness of a general planning a campaign, even though the campaign was a single house and the army was himself. He arrived at the serpent house at dawn. The Jarl was there, watching from a safe distance. His retainers were there, armed and ready to collect the body of the next fool. And Thora was at the window, looking out with eyes that had watched men die before. Ragnar walked toward the door. He wore nothing but the hairy breeches. He carried a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. He looked absurd. He looked like a madman. The Jarl's men laughed, until the first serpent emerged. It came through the door like a river of muscle, its body undulating, its tongue flickering, its eyes fixed on the source of heat and movement before it. It struck. Its fangs hit Ragnar's leg and glanced off. The bristles bent but did not break. The venom smeared across the pitch but did not penetrate. Ragnar felt the impact, felt the pressure, but he did not feel the fire of venom in his blood. He struck back. His spear found the serpent's neck, just behind the head, where the scales were smallest and the flesh was soft. He drove the point deep and twisted, severing the spine. The serpent convulsed, its body whipping against the walls of the house, its tail breaking furniture and pottery. But it died. The second serpent was smarter, or angrier. It did not strike at the leg. It reared up, rising to the height of a man, and lunged for Ragnar's face. He raised his shield. The serpent's head struck the wood with a sound like a hammer blow. Its fangs scraped across the surface, leaving trails of venom that smoked in the cold air. Ragnar dropped the shield and grabbed the serpent's neck with both hands. A suicidal move. A move that brought him into direct contact with the beast's fangs. But the hairy breeches protected his arms as well, wrapped around them like improvised gauntlets. He squeezed. He squeezed with all the strength in his shoulders, all the power that years of rowing and fighting had built. The serpent thrashed. Its tail wrapped around his waist, constricting, trying to crush the breath from his lungs. But Ragnar did not let go. He squeezed until he felt the vertebrae shift, until he heard the crack of bone, until the serpent's body went limp and its head lolled to the side, dead. Silence. Absolute silence. The Jarl's men stood with their mouths open. The Jarl himself stepped forward, his face a mask of disbelief and awe. And Thora came down from her window and walked through the door of the house that had been her prison, stepping over the body of the serpent that had guarded her. And she looked at Ragnar with eyes that held something like love and something like terror. He had won her. He had won the Jarl's inheritance. He had won the gold and the land and the loyalty of the household. But more than all of that, he had won a name. Lothbrok, Lothbrok, hairy breeches. In any other age, in any other culture, such a name might have been an insult. It might have been a joke, a nickname that followed a man to his grave, marking him as the fool who had worn animal skins to fight a monster. But in the Viking age, names were earned. Names were stories. To be called Hairy Breeches was to be recognized as a man who had outthought death, a man who had chosen cunning over courage, preparation over bravado, intelligence over strength. And the skalds, the poets who were already watching, already composing, took that name and made it into something greater. They sang of the Serpent House. They sang of the Hairy Breeches. They sang of the man who had killed 2 monsters with nothing but swamp hides and wit. And the name spread, from hall to hall, from ship to ship, from Denmark to Norway to Sweden and beyond. Ragnar Lothbrok, the man who wore the serpent's skin to kill the serpent, the man who turned a joke into a legend. He married Thora. The wedding was a great event, attended by jarls and warriors and skalds from across the region. The jarl, Thora's father, now Ragnar's father-in-law, gave him gold and weapons and ships. The alliance was sealed. The blood was mingled, and Thora, who had waited in her house for a hero, found herself married to a man who was more than she had expected and less than she had hoped. Because Ragnar was not a husband in the modern sense. He was not a partner. He was a force of nature that had swept through her life, changed everything, and would soon move on. The sagas say that Thora bore him sons, Radbard, Dunvad, Sigurd Snake in the Eye, Bjorn Ironside, Agnar, and Ivar the Boneless. 6 sons from one woman, if the legends are to be believed. A prodigious fertility that was itself a sign of divine favor, of the gods' blessing on this union. But the sagas also say that Thora died young, not in battle. She was not Lagertha, she did not fight, not in childbirth, though that was the fate of most women in that age. The sagas say she died of illness, quietly, in the hall that had once echoed with the death throes of serpents. And Ragnar, this man who had won her by killing monsters, was left alone with children who would one day eclipse him, and a grief that he could not sing away. The death of Thora was a turning point. It was the moment when Ragnar stopped being merely a successful warrior and became something else. A man haunted, a man who looked at his sons and saw not just heirs but reminders of what he had lost. A man who began to understand that every victory carried a cost, and that the cost was often paid by the people who loved him. He threw himself into raiding, into conquest, into the endless, restless movement that was his only answer to pain. He sailed farther. He struck harder. He built a reputation that was no longer about a single heroic deed, but about a pattern of relentless, unstoppable aggression. And everywhere he went, he carried the name that Thora had given him. Lothbrok, the man who had faced death and chosen to outthink it. But the serpents were not done with him. The sagas say that one of the sons Thora bore him was marked by the serpent. Sigurd's snake in the eye, they called him. When he was born, the midwives gasped. In the child's right eye, encircling the iris, was a mark that looked exactly like a serpent biting its own tail. The Ouroboros, the eternal cycle, the symbol of the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, who encircled the world and would one day rise to fight Thor at Ragnarok. Some saw this as a blessing. The gods had marked the child, had touched him with their favor. Others saw it as a curse. The serpent that Ragnar had killed had returned, had entered his bloodline, would one day demand payment for the death of its kind. Ragnar himself, if the sagas can be trusted to report his thoughts, looked at his son's marked eye and felt something cold in his chest. A premonition, a warning, a sense that the story he was writing was not finished, that the serpents he had defeated were merely waiting, that the final chapter had not yet been written. He was right. The final chapter was decades away, but it was coming. It was always coming. Between the death of Thora and the meeting with the Slog, between the mourning and the next marriage, between the grief and the renewal, Ragnar Lothbrok did what he did best. He raided. He conquered. He moved across the map of northern Europe like a storm, leaving behind burned halls and empty treasuries and stories that grew with every retelling. This period of his life, roughly the 820s and 830s, if we follow the chronology suggested by the sagas, is the most obscure. The sagas mention raids without specifying dates. The chronicles mention Viking attacks without naming leaders. Archaeology can tell us that a monastery was burned, a grave was filled with weapons, a hoard of silver was buried in the ground. But it cannot tell us who held the torch, who swung the sword, who buried the treasure. What we can reconstruct, what we must reconstruct, if we are to understand the man, is the pattern of his movement, the logic of his campaigns, the method that turned a single warlord with a few ships into a name that would be remembered for 1,000 years. The first principle of Ragnar's raiding was intelligence. He did not attack blindly. He did not sail to a coast and hope to find something worth taking. He gathered information the way a spider gathers flies, patiently, systematically, from every source available. Traders who had visited the target regions were questioned. Slaves who had escaped or been captured were interrogated. Monks who traveled between monasteries were waylaid not for their silver, but for their knowledge. What roads existed, what fortifications guarded them, what kings ruled, and how strong their armies were. This intelligence network was informal but effective. It was based on the reality that information traveled faster than armies. A trader who had visited Paris could tell Ragnar more about the city's defenses than a year of scouting could discover. A slave who had worked in a monastery could describe the layout of the buildings, the location of the treasury, the habits of the monks. And a captured sailor could provide the sailing directions, the currents, the hidden rocks that guarded the approaches to a harbor. The second principle was timing. Ragnar understood that the best time to attack was when the enemy was not expecting it. This sounds obvious, but it was not obvious to many Viking raiders who operated on a seasonal rhythm, sailing in spring, raiding in summer, returning in autumn, that their enemies had learned to anticipate. Ragnar broke this rhythm. He raided in winter, when the monks were celebrating Christmas and the kings were feasting in their halls, and no one expected a fleet of longships to emerge from the frozen mist. He raided at dawn, when the guards were changing shifts and the watch was sleepy. He raided on holy days, when the churches were full of pilgrims and the treasuries were open for offerings. The third principle was speed. The longship was not merely a vessel. It was a weapon. Its speed allowed Ragnar to strike targets that were far inland, up rivers, across lakes, through marshes, and then withdraw before a response could be organized. A raid on a monastery might last 2 hours. The monks would be dead, the silver loaded, the buildings burning, and the ships gone before the local lord even knew there was a problem. By the time an army could be assembled, the Vikings were 50 miles away, or 100, or vanished over the horizon. The fourth principle was terror. Ragnar understood the psychology of fear. He understood that a reputation for cruelty could prevent resistance. That if the defenders believed they would be killed regardless of whether they fought or surrendered, they would surrender, and surrender quickly, without damaging the loot or wasting the raiders' time. The sagas describe him as a merciful leader who spared those who submitted, but they also describe him as a ruthless destroyer of those who resisted. This was not contradiction. This was strategy. The fifth principle, and the most important, was the story. Every raid was not merely an economic transaction. Silver taken, slaves captured, goods stolen. Every raid was a verse in an epic. Every battle was a stanza, and Ragnar, more than any other Viking leader of his generation, understood that the story was the point. The gold would be spent. The slaves would die or escape. The ships would rot. But the story would live forever. So he chose his targets for their narrative value as much as their wealth. He attacked monasteries not merely because they were rich, but because they were symbols of a religion that his people rejected, because killing monks and burning churches was a way of asserting the superiority of the old gods over the new. He attacked royal estates not merely because they contained treasure, but because defeating a king, even a minor one, elevated his status from raider to conqueror. He attacked famous places that were known, because attacking the known made him known. The Frisian raids continued. The Saxon coast was struck repeatedly. The Baltic trade routes, the amber roads, the fur roads, the slave roads, were plagued by his ships. And slowly, inexorably, the name Ragnar Lothbrok began to appear in the sources. Not in Scandinavian sources. The Norse did not write chronicles, but in Frankish sources, in Anglo-Saxon sources, in the letters of bishops who wrote to kings begging for protection against the northern wolves, in the annals of monasteries that recorded each attack with trembling hands, in the archaeological record of hordes buried in haste and never retrieved, their owners dead or fled. The Frankish annals are particularly important here. The Frankish Empire, or what remained of it after the death of Charlemagne in 814, was the richest, most powerful state in Western Europe. It was also the most tempting target. Its monasteries overflowed with gold and silver. Its churches had not been built for defense. Its nobles were more concerned with fighting each other than with guarding their coasts. And its emperor, first Louis the Pious, then his sons who fought the civil wars that would fracture the empire, had no navy to speak of. The annals mention a Viking leader named Reginhirus who attacked Paris in 845. This Reginhirus, a Latinized form of a Norse name, possibly Ragnar or Reginar, sailed up the Seine with a fleet of 120 ships. He plundered the countryside. He laid siege to Paris on Easter Sunday, and he forced the Frankish king, Charles the Bald, to pay a tribute of 7,000 livres of silver, roughly 2.5 tons of precious metal, to make the Vikings leave. Was this Ragnar Lothbrok? The evidence is suggestive, but not conclusive. The name Reginhirus is close to Ragnar. The timing, the mid-840s, fits the legendary chronology if Ragnar was born around 780. The scale of the raid, 120 ships, a massive force, suggests a leader of extraordinary charisma and organizational skill. And the fact that this man was Danish, operating in the service of King Horik of Denmark, aligns with the Saga tradition that Ragnar was a Danish king or jarl. But there are problems. The sagas do not attribute the sack of Paris to Ragnar. They attribute it to his sons, particularly Bjorn Ironside. The Frankish sources say Reginhirus died of disease after the raid, whereas the sagas say Ragnar died in England, in Aella's snake pit, years later. And the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, our most reliable English source, does not mention Ragnar at all in connection with the 845 raid. So we are left with a choice. Either Reginhirus was Ragnar, and the sagas shifted his greatest exploit to his sons to make them more impressive, or Reginhirus was a different man entirely, and Ragnar is a composite, a legend woven from the deeds of Reginhirus, of Ragnall son of Gofraid, of other Viking warlords whose names began with Rag, and whose ships darkened the coasts of Europe. Here is what I believe. I believe Ragnar Lothbrok was real the way a storm is real. You cannot point to a single drop of water and say that is the storm, but you can feel the wind. You can see the ships driven onto the rocks. You can measure the silver missing from the treasury. And when the storm passes, the world is changed. Ragnar was the name the 9th century gave to its own fear. He was the face of the Viking explosion, the moment when Scandinavia, after centuries of isolation, discovered that it could reach out and touch the wealth of the world. He was not the only raider. He was not even the most successful, if success is measured in land held. But he was the one who understood that the raid was not the point. The point was the story. Every raid was a verse. Every battle was a stanza. And Ragnar Lothbrok was writing an epic that would outlast the language it was sung in. At some point in his middle years, perhaps in the 830s, perhaps in the 840s, perhaps in the confused decades when the Frankish Empire was tearing itself apart and the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were sliding toward the chaos that would make them vulnerable, Ragnar Lothbrok became a king, or something very close to it. The sagas are clear on this point. They say that after the death of his father, Sigurd Ring, Ragnar inherited the Danish throne. They say he ruled wisely, or at least effectively, for many years. They say he defeated rivals, expanded his territory, and established himself as the dominant power in the Danish islands and perhaps beyond. The historical record is less clear. There is no contemporary document that names Ragnar as king of Denmark. The Frankish annals mention a King Horik who ruled Denmark in the 840s and 850s. They mention a King Ragnfred who died in 814. They do not mention Ragnar Lothbrok as a reigning monarch. And the archaeological evidence, the coins, the rune stones, the burial mounds, does not provide a clear connection between the legendary figure and any specific Danish royal site. But kingship in Viking Age Scandinavia was not what it would become in later centuries. It was not a matter of coronations and crowns and divine right. It was a matter of power. A man was a king if other men followed him, if warriors sailed with him, if jarls submitted to his authority, if the thing, the assembly of free men, recognized his right to judge disputes and lead the army. There were no hereditary monarchies in the modern sense. A king's son might inherit his father's power, but only if he could hold it. Only if he was strong enough, clever enough, feared enough. Ragnar, by the time he reached his 40s, was all of these things. He had the wealth. Decades of raiding had filled his chests with silver and gold. He had the warriors, hundreds of men who had sailed with him, who had grown rich on his raids and loyal to his leadership. He had the ships, a fleet that was the envy of every jarl from the Skagerrak to the Baltic. And he had the name, a name that was already being sung in halls, that was already causing monks to bury their gold and kings to fortify their coasts. But kingship brought responsibilities that raiding did not. A raider could strike and vanish, leaving the aftermath to others. A king had to rule. He had to judge disputes. He had to maintain alliances. He had to ensure that his subjects, the farmers, the fishermen, the craftsmen who built his ships and forged his weapons, had enough to eat, enough to survive the winter, enough reason to remain loyal when a rival offered them better terms. The sagas say that Ragnar ruled from a hall in Denmark, perhaps on the island of Zealand, perhaps on the Jutland Peninsula, perhaps on one of the smaller islands whose names have changed a dozen times since the 9th century. The hall was not a palace in the modern sense. It was a longhouse, larger than most, but still a longhouse. Timber walls, a central fire that burned day and night, benches along the walls where warriors slept with their weapons within arm's reach, and a high seat, the konungstol, the king's seat, where Ragnar sat to hear cases, to distribute gifts, to receive ambassadors, to plan the next raid. The high seat was more than furniture. It was a symbol. In Norse culture, the seat of authority was not a throne of gold and velvet. It was a wooden chair, often carved with the images of gods and heroes, positioned so that the man who sat in it faced the door, the direction from which enemies would come. To sit in the high seat was to accept responsibility for every life in the hall, to accept that if enemies came, you would be the first to face them, to accept that if food ran short, you would be the last to eat. The high seat was not a privilege. It was a burden dressed in wood and fur. Ragnar sat in that seat for years. The sagas pass over this period quickly. They are more interested in battles and marriages and deaths than in administration, but the administration was real. The decisions were real. Every day, men came to him with problems. A dispute over a boundary between two farms. A killing that required wargild or vengeance. A complaint about a warrior who had taken more than his share of loot. A request for permission to raid a particular coast, which Ragnar might grant or deny depending on his own plans and alliances. He also had to manage the complex web of relationships that held his power together. The jarls who ruled under him were not bureaucrats. They were warlords in their own right, with their own ships, their own warriors, their own ambitions. They submitted to Ragnar because he was stronger, richer, more feared. But if he showed weakness, if a raid failed, if a tribute was not paid, if a rival offered them better terms, they would turn on him. They had turned on him. The saga of Lager the saving him from rebellion was not the only time his authority was challenged. It was merely the most dramatic. The rebellions came from within and without. From within, the jarls who resented his centralization of power, who remembered the days when every man was his own master and no king could command him. From without, The neighboring kings, the Swedes to the east, the Norwegians to the north, the Saxons and Franks to the south, who saw a strong Denmark as a threat to their own security. Ragnar fought these challenges with the same cunning he applied to his raids. He divided his enemies. He bought off some with gold and threatened others with war. He married his children into powerful families, or planned to, when they were old enough. He played the Game of Thrones with a skill that would have impressed the most sophisticated Byzantine courtier. But the game tired him. Or rather, it did not tire him. Ragnar was not a man who tired easily, but it did not satisfy him. Administration was not adventure. Judging disputes was not raiding coasts. Sitting in the high seat while skalds sang of his past deeds was not the same as creating new deeds for them to sing. He was in his 40s, perhaps his 50s, and the horizon was still calling. The sea was still whispering, and there were still lands that had not felt his shadow. It was during this period, the years of kingship, the years of restlessness, that he began to think about England. England was not a new target. Viking raids on England had been happening for decades. The monastery of Lindisfarne, that holy island off the coast of Northumbria, had been sacked in 793, an event so shocking that it was recorded in chronicles across Europe as the beginning of the Viking Age. The monastery of Jarrow had been attacked in 794. The monastery of Iona in 795. The Irish coasts had been plundered. The Scottish islands had been raided. England was familiar territory. But Ragnar wanted more than a raid. He wanted a conquest. He looked at England, at the 4 Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that divided the island, at their weak kings and their unfortified monasteries and their armies that had never faced a Viking force of real size. And he saw opportunity. He saw a land that was ripe for the taking. A land where a man with enough ships, enough warriors, enough will could carve out a kingdom that would outlast his lifetime. This ambition, this dream of conquest rather than mere plunder, set Ragnar apart from most of his contemporaries. Most Viking raiders were opportunists. They took what they could carry and sailed home. They did not settle. They did not build. They did not attempt to rule the lands they terrorized. But Ragnar was thinking bigger. He was thinking like a king, not like a pirate. He was thinking about legacy, about permanence, about the kind of empire that could only be built with stone as well as steel. He began to gather intelligence about England with the same thoroughness he had applied to his earlier raids. He interrogated traders who had visited English ports. He questioned slaves who had been born in England and captured in Ireland or Francia. He studied the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, not directly, for he could not read Latin or Old English, but through interpreters and prisoners who could tell him what the chronicles said about English defenses, English politics, English weaknesses. He learned that England was divided into 4 kingdoms: Northumbria in the north, Mercia in the Midlands, East Anglia in the east, and Wessex in the south. He learned that these kingdoms were often at war with each other, that their kings were more concerned with fighting their Anglo-Saxon neighbors than with guarding against Viking invasions. He learned that the English monasteries, Lindisfarne, Jarrow, Wearmouth, and dozens of others, were not merely religious centers, but economic powerhouses, controlling vast estates, accumulating centuries of wealth, and defended by nothing more than faith and a few unarmed monks. He learned that the English armies were based on the FYRD, the militia system that called up free farmers to fight for their king in times of emergency. The FYRD was effective against other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, where warfare was seasonal and predictable, but it was slow to mobilize, poorly trained, and psychologically unprepared for the speed and ferocity of Viking attacks. An English farmer who had spent his life plowing fields and raising sheep was no match for a Viking warrior who had spent his life raiding and killing. He learned that the English coasts were long, and largely undefended. That rivers like the Humber, the Trent, the Thames, and the Severn penetrated deep into the interior, allowing longships to strike far inland. That the English had no navy to speak of, a few coastal patrols, a few fortified harbors, but nothing that could stop a determined fleet. And he learned about the kings. Northumbria was ruled by Aella, a man who had seized the throne by force and who was not universally loved. Mercia was ruled by Burgred, who was more concerned with fighting the Welsh than with guarding his eastern coast. East Anglia was ruled by Edmund, a young king whose piety was greater than his military skill. And Wessex was ruled by Ethelwulf, a man of some ability, but whose kingdom was the farthest from the Viking bases and thus the least threatened. Ragnar filed all of this information away. He did not act immediately. He was a patient man, patient in the way that only a man who has spent decades building power can be patient. He waited. He watched. He planned. And while he waited, he dealt with matters closer to home. There is a story about how Ragnar met his third wife, or his second, if we do not count Lagerthe as a wife in the formal sense, if we consider her a lover, a shield maiden, a chapter rather than a book. This story is one of the most famous in Norse literature. It is the story of a slog, of Kraka, of the crow in the pigsty who was actually a swan. And like all stories about Ragnar, it operates on two levels: the literal, which may or may not be true, and the symbolic, which is absolutely true. The sagas say that after the death of Thora, Ragnar was restless. He sailed to Norway, perhaps to visit old allies, perhaps to escape the burdens of kingship, perhaps simply because the sea called and he could not refuse its voice. His ship, or ships, for a king did not travel alone, hugged the Norwegian coast, moving through fjords that were like cuts in the land, deep and dark and full of echoes. They stopped at a remote farm. This was not unusual. Viking ships needed fresh water, fresh food, places to rest and repair. A remote farm on a Norwegian fjord was as good a place as any. The farmer was poor, or appeared poor. His hall was small. His fields were thin. His livestock was scrawny. But he had a daughter. The sagas call her Kraka, the crow, a name given to her by the farmer, who claimed she was a peasant's child, good for nothing but mucking stalls and tending pigs. And indeed, when Ragnar's men first saw her, she was in the pigsty. Her hair was covered in filth. Her clothes were rags. Her face was smeared with mud and ash. She looked like exactly what the farmer claimed she was, a nobody, a nothing, a girl who would grow up to marry a farmer and bear farmers' children and die in childbirth before she was 30. But Ragnar's men were not fools. Or rather, they were fools in many ways. Warriors often are, but they were not blind. They noticed things. They noticed that despite the filth, the girl's hands were not the hands of a laborer. They were too fine, too uncalloused. They noticed that her bearing, the way she stood, the way she moved, was not the bearing of a peasant. Peasants hunched. Peasants scurried. Peasants avoided the eyes of warriors. This girl stood straight. She looked them in the eye. And there was something in that gaze, something ancient and knowing and utterly out of place in a pigsty, that made them uneasy. They reported back to Ragnar. He was intrigued, not because he was looking for a wife. He had not come to Norway to find a queen. He was intrigued because he recognized something, a mystery, a puzzle, a secret waiting to be uncovered. And if there was one thing that Ragnar Lothbrok could not resist, it was a secret. He went to see her himself. The sagas describe this meeting with the kind of detail that suggests either eyewitness testimony or poetic invention. And given that the sagas were written centuries later, poetic invention is the safer bet. But the emotional truth of the scene rings clear across the ages. Ragnar stood at the edge of the pigsty. The girl, Kraka, was kneeling in the mud, tending to a sow that was about to farrow. She did not look up. Not immediately. She finished what she was doing, her hands moving with a competence that was itself suspicious. A peasant girl might know pigs, but she would not handle them with the gentleness of someone who had once handled finer things. Only then did she raise her eyes to his. What passed between them in that moment? The sagas say that Ragnar felt something he had not felt since Thora, or since Lagertha, or perhaps ever. A recognition. Not love exactly. Not lust exactly. Something deeper. Something that made the hairs on his neck stand up and his breath catch in his throat. He spoke to her. He asked her name. She gave it. Kraka, the crow. He asked about her parents. She said they were dead. He asked about her life. She said it was what he saw. And he knew. He absolutely knew that she was lying. But he did not press. Not then. Instead, he devised a test. He sent his men to her with a fish and a dog, or perhaps a hen. The sagas vary on the details, and told her to prepare a meal for him without using any tools. No knife, no fire, no pot, just the raw ingredients and her ingenuity. This was not a test of cooking skill. It was a test of character. A peasant girl, a true peasant girl, would have been baffled. She would have tried to cook the fish over an open flame, or would have served it raw, or would have given up entirely. But Kraka was not a peasant girl. She roasted the fish in the hot ashes of the farmhouse fire, using no tools, as instructed, but using her knowledge of fire and heat. And she fed the dog the scraps, explaining that a wise person does not waste good meat on an animal that will eat anything. Ragnar was impressed, but he was not yet convinced. He asked her riddles, questions designed to trap her, to reveal her true origins. She answered them all, not with the simplicity of an uneducated girl, but with the wit of someone who had been trained, who had been raised in a hall where riddles were entertainment, where wordplay was currency, where intelligence was valued as highly as strength. And then, the sagas give us this moment with a flourish that is almost theatrical. Ragnar demanded that she come to his ship, that she wash herself, that she put on clean clothes, that she show him who she really was. She refused. This was the moment that sealed everything. A peasant girl would not have refused a king. A peasant girl would have obeyed instantly, terrified, grateful for the attention. But Kraka refused. She said that she could not come to him as anything other than what she was. That if he wanted her, he had to want her in the pigsty, covered in filth, with the smell of swine in her hair. This was not modesty. This was strategy. This was a test of her own, a test to see if Ragnar was the man she had heard he was, or merely another powerful man who wanted to possess something beautiful. She was testing his character, and he passed. He did not force her. He did not command his men to drag her to his ship. He accepted her refusal. He respected it, and in doing so, he proved that he was capable of something beyond conquest. He was capable of patience, of respect, of recognizing that some things, some people, could not be taken. They had to be given. But the mystery gnawed at him. He could not leave Norway without knowing who she was. He sent his men to investigate. They talked to neighbors. They questioned travelers. They pieced together fragments of a story that was almost too fantastic to believe. Kraka was not a peasant's daughter. She was a slog. She was the daughter of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, the greatest hero in Norse mythology, the man who had killed the dragon Fafnir and claimed its gold and its curse. And her mother was Brynhildr the Valkyrie, the shield maiden of the gods, the woman who had loved Sigurd and betrayed him and died with him in a pyre of fire and vengeance. A slog had been hidden away by her foster father, a man named Hymir, who had raised her in poverty to protect her from the curse that had destroyed her parents. He had built a harp large enough to hide a child, and he had carried her inside it as he traveled from place to place, playing for his supper, keeping her existence secret from the world. When Hymir was killed by peasants who did not know what they were destroying, a slog had been taken in by the farmer, the same farmer who called her Kraka and put her to work in the pigsty. This was the story that Ragnar's men brought back to him. And when he heard it, when he understood that the girl in the pigsty was the last living heir of the Volsung line, the granddaughter of the gods themselves, he knew that he had to have her. Not because she was beautiful, though she was. Not because she was noble, though she was. But because she was a story. And Ragnar Lothbrok collected stories the way other men collected silver. He returned to the farm. He confronted her. He named her a slog, daughter of Sigurd, child of Brynhildr. And she knew that the game was over. She could hide from farmers and travelers. She could not hide from a man who understood stories, who recognized myth when he saw it, who had built his own legend on the foundation of serpents and hairy breeches. She admitted who she was. She told him everything. The harp, the foster father, the curse, the years of hiding. And she told him something else. She told him that she had been waiting, not for him specifically, but for someone. Someone who would see through the filth and the disguise. Someone who would recognize the dragon's daughter in the crow's feathers. They married, or they joined. The distinction between marriage and cohabitation was less formal in Norse society than it would become under Christianity. What mattered was the public acknowledgement, the exchange of gifts, the witnessing by the community. Ragnar gave her gold and rings and a place at his side. She gave him something more valuable. She gave him legitimacy. The blood of the Volsungs flowed in her veins, and by joining with her, Ragnar claimed descent from that ancient line. He was no longer merely the son of Sigurd Ring. He was the husband of a slog, the heir of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, the inheritor of a heroic lineage that stretched back to Odin himself. This was myth-making of the highest order. Whether a slog was truly the daughter of Sigurd and Brynhildr, whether those figures were historical at all, or merely the characters of an older story that had been pressed into the service of a newer one, matters less than the political and cultural significance of the union. By marrying a slog, Ragnar was not merely taking a wife. He was absorbing the past. He was claiming the authority of myth. He was telling the world that his story was not a new story, but the continuation of the oldest story in the North. And a slog, Kraka, the crow, the hidden princess, brought more than blood to the marriage. She brought prophecy. She brought the sight. The sagas say that she could see things that others could not see, that she knew things that had not yet happened, that she spoke in riddles that would only make sense in retrospect. This was not unusual in Norse culture. Prophecy was respected. The Norse believed in fate, in Wyrd, the web of destiny that was woven by the Norns at the foot of Yggdrasil. They believed that some people, women especially, but not exclusively, had the gift of seeing the threads of the web, of tracing their patterns, of predicting where they would lead. These people were called Volvas, seeresses, and they were consulted by kings and commoners alike before important decisions. A slog was not a Volva in the professional sense. She did not travel from hall to hall, dispensing prophecies for silver. But she had the gift, and she used it. She used it on Ragnar. She warned him. She told him things that he did not want to hear. She told him about his sons. She told him that she would bear him children who would be greater than any he had fathered before. She told him that these sons would conquer kingdoms, that their names would be remembered when the names of kings were forgotten, that they would reshape the world. And she told him, this was the warning that would haunt him for the rest of his life, that if he ever betrayed her, if he ever took another wife or dismissed her as he had dismissed Lagerth, the curse of the Volsungs would fall upon him. Ragnar listened. He did not always obey. He was not a man who obeyed anyone, even the gods. but he listened, and he respected her. More than he had respected Thora, perhaps. More than he had respected Lagertha, in a different way. Lagertha had been his equal on the battlefield. A slog was his equal in the hall, in the bedchamber, in the private conversations where kings make the decisions that shape empires. She bore him sons. The sagas name them: Ivar the Boneless, Björn Ironside, Fitzurk, Ub, Sigurd Snake in the Eye. These names, these terrible, wonderful, mythic names, would become the terror of Europe. They would lead armies that numbered in the thousands. They would sack cities that had stood for centuries. They would kill kings and found dynasties and change the map of the world. But first, they were babies. They were children. They were boys growing up in a hall that smelled of smoke and iron, listening to their father's skald sing of his deeds, learning to handle wooden swords before they could read runes, being shaped by a mother who spoke of destiny and a father who spoke of conquest. And Ragnar, watching them grow, watching them become the men who would outshine him, felt something that he had never felt before. Something that was not ambition, not hunger, not the restless need to move toward the horizon. He felt pride, and he felt fear. The pride was simple. These were his sons, his blood, his immortality. Every raid he had ever led, every ship he had ever sailed, every enemy he had ever killed, all of it was preparation for this. For the moment when he would look at a boy who had his eyes and his mother's cunning and know that the story would continue. The fear was more complex. It was the fear of every father who has built something and knows that he will not live to see its completion. It was the fear of irrelevance, of becoming the past while the future rushed past him, of being remembered not as the storm, but as the wind that blew before the storm. He looked at Ivar, the eldest, or one of the eldest, the boy who could not walk, but whose mind was already sharper than any sword in the hall, and he saw his own cunning reflected back at him. Ivar did not need legs. Ivar needed only a plan, and the plan would move armies. Ragnar recognized this. He had built his own legend on cunning, on the hairy breeches that outthought the serpent, and he saw in Ivar the ultimate expression of that principle, a mind so powerful that it did not need a body to serve it. He looked at Bjorn, the strong one, the fighter, the boy who broke wooden swords and challenged warriors twice his age, and he saw his own courage. But a courage that was purer than his own, untempered by the calculations that had made Ragnar a king as well as a warrior. Bjorn would fight where Ragnar would negotiate. Bjorn would charge where Ragnar would feint. Bjorn was the blade. Ragnar was the hand that wielded it. And the blade, in time, would demand its own target. He looked at Sigurd, the marked one, the boy with the serpent in his eye, and he felt the chill of prophecy. A slog had warned him. She had told him that Sigurd would carry the sign of the dragon, that he would be touched by the old gods in a way that the others were not. And when Sigurd was born, and the midwives gasped at the mark in his eye, Ragnar had felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. This was not merely a son. This was a sign, a message from the gods. And the message was not entirely comforting. Ub and Hvitserk were shadows in the early years, mentioned less frequently in the sagas, their personalities less defined, their fates less dramatic. But they were there. They were learning. They were watching their father and their older brothers and absorbing the lessons that would one day make them leaders of the great heathen army. And Ragnar, watching all of this, made a decision. He would not merely raise these boys to be warriors. He would raise them to be conquerors. He would teach them everything he knew about ships, about raids, about politics, about the stories that make men immortal. He would give them the tools to build an empire. And in doing so, he would ensure that his own name would never be forgotten. But there was a price. There is always a price. The price was that he would have to share the stage. He would have to accept that his sons would one day surpass him. And Ragnar Lothbrok, the man who had killed serpents to win his name, who had sailed farther than any Dane before him, who had built a kingdom from nothing but ships and will, was not sure that he could pay that price. To understand Ragnar Lothbrok, we must understand his sons, not as an afterthought, not as the inheritors of his legacy, but as the central project of his life. Everything Ragnar did, every raid, every marriage, every decision, was in some way preparation for the men who would outlive him. His sons were his immortality. His sons were his answer to death. And his sons were, each in their own way, extensions of his own divided nature. Let us consider them individually, not as the historical figures they may or may not have been, for the historical record is fragmentary, and the sagas are as much poetry as prose, but as Ragnar saw them, as he shaped them, as he loved them and feared them and used them to build the future he would not live to see. Ivar the Boneless was the firstborn, or one of the firstborn, of Aslog's children. His name has puzzled historians for centuries. Boneless, Bainlazi in Old Norse. What did it mean? The sagas suggest a physical condition. They say that Ivar was born without bones in his body, that he was carried everywhere on a shield, that he could not walk or stand or even sit upright without support. Some modern scholars have proposed medical explanations. Osteogenesis imperfecta, a genetic disorder that makes bones brittle and prone to fracture, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder that causes hypermobility, or perhaps a severe form of rickets caused by vitamin deficiency that left his legs unable to bear his weight. Others suggest that boneless was not a physical description at all. It may have referred to his flexibility, his ability to bend strategy the way other men bent steel. It may have been a euphemism for impotence, a cruel joke by the Skalds about a man who could not father children. Or it may have referred to his method of fighting, the way a snake moves without bones, striking from unexpected angles, coiling around its prey. Whatever the origin of the name, the reality of Ivar was clear to everyone who met him. He was a mind without a body, a strategist of genius, a man who could not walk but could move armies across seas and kingdoms with the precision of a chess master playing against opponents who did not know the rules. Ragnar recognized Ivar's gift early. He did not treat his son with pity. Pity would have been an insult, and Ivar would have resented it. He treated him with respect. He included him in war councils. He asked his opinion. He listened when Ivar spoke, and he learned that his son's mind could see patterns that he himself could not see, connections between events that seemed unrelated, weaknesses in enemy defenses that were invisible to warriors who thought only in terms of force. Ivar's method was not direct. He did not lead charges. He did not stand in the shield wall. He sat, on his shield, on a litter, on a chair carried by slaves, and he watched. He gathered information. He interrogated prisoners. He studied maps and listened to traders and pieced together the political landscape of his enemies with a thoroughness that would have impressed the Roman generals of antiquity. And then he struck, not with his own hand, but with the hands of others. He orchestrated alliances. He sowed discord among enemies. He bribed one English king to attack another. He convinced a Frankish noble that his best interest lay in allowing Viking ships to pass unchallenged. He used rumor as a weapon, spreading stories of Viking atrocities, some true, some exaggerated, to terrify populations into surrender before a single arrow was fired. Ragnar loved Ivar, but he also feared him. He feared him because Ivar was proof that strength was not the only path to power. That a man who could not lift a sword could be more dangerous than a man who could lift 100. And Ragnar, who had built his own legend on the strength of his arm and the cunning of his mind, was not sure how to feel about a world where the arm mattered less and the mind mattered more. Bjorn Ironside was the opposite. If Ivar was the mind, Bjorn was the fist. He was the son who inherited Ragnar's physical courage, his appetite for adventure, his refusal to accept limits. The sagas say that Bjorn earned his name in a battle where his body was so battered that his enemies believed he wore iron beneath his skin. They struck him with swords and axes, and he did not fall. They pierced his mail, and he did not bleed. They surrounded him, and he cut his way through them. When the battle was over, his shield was splintered, his armor was ruined, and his body was covered in wounds. But he was alive, and his enemies, the ones who survived, began to call him Ironside, the man whose side was made of iron. This was the story the skald sang. Whether it happened exactly as described, whether any single battle produced exactly this result, is less important than what the story reveals about Bjorn's character. He was relentless. He was fearless. He was the kind of warrior who inspired other warriors, who made men stand their ground when every instinct told them to run, who turned defeat into victory simply by refusing to accept defeat. Ragnar trained Bjorn personally. He taught him to use the sword, the axe, the spear. He taught him to sail, to navigate, to read the sea. He taught him the shield wall, not merely the mechanics of standing shoulder to shoulder, but the psychology of it. The trust, the knowledge that the man to your left would not step back, that the man to your right would raise his shield to protect your throat, that the unit was more important than the individual. But Bjorn learned other lessons too, lessons that Ragnar did not intend to teach. He learned that glory was addictive, that the taste of battle, the adrenaline, the terror, the exultation of surviving when others died, was a drug that could not be replaced by kingship or administration or the quiet life of a landed noble. He learned that the horizon was always calling, that there was always another raid, another coast, another city that had not yet felt the Viking sword. This restlessness would define Bjorn's life. While Ivar was planning the conquest of England, Bjorn was sailing the Mediterranean. While Sigurd was ruling Denmark, Bjorn was raiding the coast of Francia. While his brothers were building empires, Bjorn was seeking the next battle, the next adventure, the next story that would be sung in the halls of the North. Ragnar understood this restlessness because he shared it. He looked at Bjorn and saw himself at 20, at 30, at 40, before the weight of kingship had settled on his shoulders. And he envied his son. He envied the freedom that he himself had sacrificed for power. He envied the body that still responded to every challenge, that had not been slowed by age and old wounds. He envied the future that stretched before Bjorn like an open sea, while his own future was narrowing to a single point. Sigurd's snake in the eye was the marked sun, the son of prophecy, the son who carried the serpent in his iris and the weight of destiny on his shoulders. The mark in his eye, the Ouroboros, the serpent biting its own tail, was not merely a physical curiosity. It was a sign. In Norse culture, physical marks were often interpreted as messages from the gods. A birthmark might indicate divine favor or divine curse. A scar might be a reminder of a past life or a warning of a future fate. And a mark in the eye, the window of the soul, was the most significant of all. Aslog had known what the mark meant. She had told Ragnar before Sigurd was born that he would carry the sign of the dragon, that he would be touched by the old gods, that he would be the one who continued the line, who founded the dynasty, who ensured that the blood of the Volsungs would flow into the future. Ragnar had believed her, or he had wanted to believe her. He had looked at his newborn son's eye and seen the serpent coiled there, and he had felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold of the hall. This was his son, his blood, and the gods had marked him as theirs. Sigurd grew up to be a capable warrior. not as reckless as Bjorn, not as brilliant as Ivar, but solid, reliable, the kind of man who could hold a kingdom together while his brothers were off conquering new ones. The sagas say that he became king of Denmark, or part of Denmark, and that his descendants ruled for generations. Whether this is historically accurate is debated. The Danish royal genealogy is tangled, and the connection between Sigurd's snake in the eye and the historical kings of Denmark is tenuous at best. But the symbolic truth is clear. Sigurd was the continuity, the bridge between the Viking age and the medieval kingdoms that followed. The proof that Ragnar's blood did not end with the raids, but flowed into the future. Ub and Hvitserk are shadows in the sagas. They are mentioned, they are present, but they are not defined with the same clarity as their brothers. This does not mean they were unimportant. It means only that the skalds, who shaped the stories according to their own artistic needs, found less dramatic material in their lives. Or perhaps their deeds were attributed to others. Or perhaps they were simply less colorful than Ivar and Bjorn and Sigurd. But history knows them. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle lists Ub and Hvitserk among the leaders of the great heathen army. It says they fought beside Ivar and Halfdan. It says they were the sons of Lothbrok. And in that name, Lothbrok, we hear Ragnar's true immortality, not in his own conquests, in his seed. Halfdan Ragnarsson is the son who complicates the picture. The sagas sometimes forget him, or merge him with other figures, or attribute his deeds to different brothers. But the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle remembers him clearly. It calls him a king. It says he led the great heathen army alongside Ivar. It says he held Northumbria, that he minted coins, that he ruled as a Viking king in an English land. Halfdan was the hammer to Ivar's scalpel. Where Ivar planned, Halfdan struck. Where Ivar negotiated, Halfdan killed. He was the brute force that made Ivar's strategies possible. The man who held the ground that Ivar had won, who crushed the resistance that Ivar had identified, who ensured that the Viking conquests were not merely raids but occupations. Ragnar's relationship with Halfdan is less documented than his relationships with the other sons. But we can imagine it. We can imagine a father who recognized in Halfdan the quality that he himself had possessed in his youth, the willingness to do what was necessary, to kill who needed killing, to burn what needed burning, without the hesitation that comes from too much thought. Halfdan was not stupid, but he was direct. And in a world of schemers and plotters, directness was a weapon. These 6 men, Ivar, Bjorn, Sigurd, Ub, Hvitserk, Halfdan, were Ragnar's masterpiece. They were the answer to his fear of oblivion, and they were also the instruments of his destruction. Because as they grew, as they became warriors and leaders and legends in their own right, Ragnar began to feel something he had never felt before. He felt old. Not physically old, though he was that too, his joints aching in the damp, his eyes less sharp than they had been, his reflexes slowed by decades of hard living. He felt obsolete. He felt that the world was moving on without him, that the stories being sung in the halls were no longer about his deeds, but about his sons, that the men who gathered around the fire spoke of Ivar's cunning and Bjorn's raids with more excitement than they spoke of the Serpent House or the sack of Paris. This was the tragedy of Ragnar Lothbrok. He had spent his entire life building sons who would outshine him, and when they finally did, he could not bear it. There is a particular kind of madness that afflicts men who have achieved everything they set out to achieve. It is not the madness of failure, which is bitter but comprehensible. It is the madness of success. The realization that the mountain you spent your life climbing was not the point, that the climbing was the point, and now that you stand on the summit, there is nowhere left to go. Ragnar Lothbrok stood on that summit in his 50s or 60s. He was a king. He was a legend. He had raided coasts from the Baltic to the Seine. He had killed serpents and kings and monsters. He had married a shield maiden, a noble woman, and a prophetess. He had fathered sons who would conquer kingdoms. He had done everything that a man of his age and culture was supposed to do. And he was bored. The sagas do not use the word bored. They use other words. They say he was restless. They say he was driven by the need to prove himself. They say he could not sit still in his hall while his sons were winning glory without him. But beneath these words, we can hear the truth. Ragnar was a man who had defined himself by struggle, and when the struggle ended, he did not know who he was. He tried to fill the emptiness with the usual things. He raided, but the raids felt routine, mechanical, devoid of the thrill they had once held. He hunted, but the deer and the boar were no substitute for human enemies. He drank, but mead dulled the mind without quieting it. He listened to the skalds sing of his deeds, but he had heard these songs before, and each repetition made them feel less like triumph and more like elegy. And he watched his sons. Ivar was planning something. Ragnar could see it in his eyes, those cold, calculating eyes that missed nothing. Ivar was gathering intelligence about England, about the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, about the weaknesses that could be exploited. He was building alliances, testing loyalties, preparing the ground for an invasion that would dwarf anything Ragnar had ever attempted. Bjorn had already sailed. He was in the Mediterranean, or on his way there, following the trade routes that led to Constantinople and beyond. The sagas say that Bjorn raided Luna, a city in Italy, by pretending to be a dead Christian chieftain seeking baptism. When the gates opened for the funeral procession, Bjorn rose from his coffin and took the city from within. The story is almost certainly legend, but it reveals the reputation that Bjorn carried, a man who could turn death itself into a weapon. Sigurd was ruling. Ub and Hvitserk were fighting. Halfdan was consolidating. The sons were active, successful, celebrated. And Ragnar was sitting in his hall, listening to the rain on the roof, feeling the weight of his years. This was unbearable. For a man who had spent his life in motion, stillness was a kind of death. And Ragnar, who had always preferred action to contemplation, violence to diplomacy, the open sea to the enclosed hall, decided that he would not die in bed. He would not fade away, surrounded by grandchildren, listening to skalds sing of deeds that were no longer his. He would make one last move, one last raid, one last conquest that would remind the world, and himself, that Ragnar Lothbrok was not a memory. He was a force. He chose England. England was the logical target. It was rich. It was divided. It was vulnerable. And it was the one place where his sons had not yet achieved their greatest victories. Ivar was planning to invade England. Yes, but he was planning. He had not yet done it. Bjorn was in the Mediterranean. Sigurd was in Denmark. If Ragnar could conquer England before his sons did, he would prove that the father was still greater than the children, that the old boar still had tusks sharp enough to draw blood. He announced his intention to Aslog, and Aslog, his prophetess, his seeress, the woman who had warned him of curses and destinies, wept. She did not weep because she feared for his life. She wept because she had seen his death. She had known, from the moment she married him, that this day would come, that the man who could not sit still would one day stand up and walk into the trap that had been set for him at the beginning of time. She told him what she saw. She told him that if he sailed to England with only 2 ships, not with an army, not with the fleet that Ivar was assembling, but with a small force that could not possibly conquer a kingdom, he would be captured. She told him that King Aella of Northumbria would throw him into a pit of serpents. She told him that he would die there, laughing, cursing, calling out to his sons. And she told him, this was the worst part, that his death would trigger a war that would drown England in blood. Ragnar listened. He heard every word, and he made his decision. He would go anyway. This was not courage. Courage is facing danger because the danger is necessary. This was something else. This was a man who had spent his life proving himself, who had built his identity on the next challenge, the next horizon, the next impossible deed, and who could not accept that the time for proving was over. He was not sailing to England to conquer it. He was sailing to England to die, because dying in battle, dying in a serpent pit, dying with his name on his lips and his son's names in his curse, that was better than dying in bed. That was better than becoming a footnote in his own son's story. Aslog begged him. She used every argument she could muster. She reminded him of his sons, who needed their father alive. She reminded him of his kingdom, which needed its king. She reminded him of her prophecy, which had never been wrong. And when argument failed, she used guilt. She told him that he was abandoning her, that he was choosing glory over love, that he was proving himself to be the same man who had abandoned Lagertha, the same man who had loved Thora and moved on, the same man who could never stay, never rest, never be content with what he had. Ragnar heard her. He understood her, and he left. He took 2 ships, 2 longships, each carrying perhaps 40 men, a force of less than 100 warriors. It was not an army. It was not even a respectable raiding party. It was a gesture, a statement, a suicide mission dressed in sails and shields. His men followed him. Of course they did. They were his men. They had sailed with him for decades. They had raided with him, killed with him, gotten rich with him. They did not ask why they were sailing to England with a force too small to conquer a village. They did not question his judgment. They simply loaded the ships, raised the sails, and followed their king into the gray. The North Sea in the 9th century was not a highway. It was an enemy, a gray, cold, unpredictable expanse of water that could turn from calm to storm in the time it took to blink. The crossing from Denmark to England took days, 3 days, 4 days, sometimes more if the wind turned against you. And during those days, a ship was alone, completely alone. No coast in sight, no landmarks, just water and sky and the constant, gnawing fear that the next wave would be the one that swamped you, that the next gust would tear your sail, that the next hour would be your last. Ragnar had crossed this sea dozens of times. He had faced storms that snapped masts and waves that washed men overboard. He had navigated by the stars, by the color of the water, by the flight of birds that indicated land somewhere beyond the horizon. He was not afraid of the sea, but he respected it. And as his 2 ships sailed westward, he felt something that he had not felt in years. He felt alive. The restlessness that had plagued him in his hull vanished the moment the land disappeared behind him. The boredom, the envy, the fear of irrelevance, all of it was burned away by the wind and the spray and the rhythmic, hypnotic movement of the ship. He was doing what he was made for. He was moving toward the horizon. He was Ragnar Lothbrok again, not the king, not the father, not the legend. Just the man on the ship, facing the sea, gambling his life against the elements. His men felt it too. They watched their king stand at the prow, his gray hair whipped by the wind, his eyes fixed on the west, and they remembered why they followed him. Not because he was rich, not because he was powerful, but because he was the kind of man who made you feel that anything was possible, that death was just another adventure, that the world was larger and stranger and more wonderful than the safe, small lives that most men accepted. They talked as they sailed. They told stories, old stories, stories they had heard 100 times but never tired of. Stories of gods and giants and heroes. Stories of Ragnar's own deeds, which they told with the pride of men who had witnessed history. stories of their homes, their families, the women they had left behind. They knew, they all knew, though no one said it aloud, that this voyage was different from the others, that the odds were too long, that the force was too small, that something was driving their king that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with pride. But they did not mutter. They did not plot. They did not consider turning the ships around and sailing home, because they were Vikings, and Vikings did not fear death. They feared only a death without story. And whatever happened in England, whatever awaited them on those foreign shores, they knew that the story would be worth the telling. On the third day, they saw land. The coast of Northumbria rose from the sea like a warning. White cliffs, black rocks, the kind of shoreline that broke ships and swallowed crews before they ever touched sand. But Ragnar had spent his life reading coastlines. He found a landing, a small cove, hidden from the main shipping lanes, with a beach of shingle that would not damage the hulls. They beached the ships. They dragged them above the tide line. They hid them as best they could, covering them with branches and seaweed. And then they struck inland. There were perhaps 80 men, 80 Vikings against a kingdom. It was absurd. It was suicidal. It was exactly the kind of gesture that Ragnar had spent his life making. The impossible odds, the desperate gamble, the belief that will and cunning could overcome any number of enemies. They moved fast. They did not burn villages or kill farmers. They did not want to alert the local authorities. They moved like wolves through the heather, silent and swift, heading for the heart of Northumbria, heading for York, heading for King Aella. Why York? Because York was the capital of Northumbria, because Aella was there, because killing a king, or capturing him, or forcing him to submit, was the kind of deed that would make the skalds sing for centuries. Because Ragnar was not interested in raiding monasteries or stealing silver. He was interested in glory, and glory, in his mind, meant facing the most powerful man in the kingdom and defeating him. But Aella was not a fool. He had seized the throne of Northumbria by force, deposing a previous king named Osbert in a civil war that had weakened the kingdom and made it vulnerable to Viking attacks. He knew that Vikings were a threat. He had spies along the coast. He had men watching the sea. And he knew that Ragnar was coming. Not because he had supernatural intelligence, but because Ragnar's 2 ships had not been as stealthy as he believed. A fisherman had seen them. A shepherd had noticed the strangers moving inland. The news traveled faster than the Vikings, carried by runners, by signal fires, by the network of local lords who owed allegiance to Aella and who knew that their king would reward them for warning him of danger. Aella assembled his army. The FYRD was called up, the militia of free farmers who formed the backbone of Anglo-Saxon military power. They were not professional soldiers. They were men who worked the land 9 months of the year and fought when their king demanded it. But they were numerous, and they were fighting for their homes. And they outnumbered Ragnar's force by 10 to 1, perhaps 20 to 1. The battle, if it can be called a battle, was brief and brutal. Ragnar's men fought with the ferocity of wolves, but they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Spears from every direction, arrows falling like rain, the shield wall breaking under the weight of men who had nothing to lose and everything to gain from killing the famous Viking king. Ragnar fought in the front rank. He was not a commander who watched from the rear. He was a warrior who led from the front, who believed that his presence in the thick of the fighting was worth more than any tactical plan. He killed dozens. His axe rose and fell, and each time it fell, an Englishman died. But the English kept coming, and his men kept falling. And the circle of Vikings grew smaller and smaller, until there was nowhere left to stand, nowhere left to fight, nowhere left to die but on their feet. They captured him alive. Or rather, he allowed himself to be captured. The sagas say that he could have died fighting, that he had the opportunity to take a sword to his own throat or charge into the enemy line and be cut down. But he chose to surrender. He chose to be taken, because a death in battle, while glorious, was not the death he wanted. He wanted the death that a slog had predicted. He wanted the serpent pit. He wanted the final scene that would make his story immortal. This is the crucial point. Ragnar did not fail in England. He succeeded. He achieved exactly what he came for. A death so dramatic, so mythic, so perfectly aligned with the narrative he had been constructing since he was a boy, that no one would ever forget it. The capture was not a mistake. It was the plan. Ailla's men bound him. They stripped him of his weapons, his armor, his rings. They treated him with a mixture of awe and hatred. Awe because he was Ragnar Lothbrok, the most famous Viking in the world, and hatred because he was Ragnar Lothbrok, the man who had terrorized their coasts and killed their kin. They marched him to York, to Ailla's hall, to the judgment of the king. King Aella of Northumbria was not a cruel man by the standards of his age. He was a usurper, yes. He had taken the throne from Osbert in a civil war that had weakened his kingdom. He was a Christian, yes. He ruled a land that had been converted to Christianity centuries before, where monasteries dotted the landscape and bishops advised the king. But he was not a monster. He did not torture for pleasure. He did not kill without reason, until Ragnar Lothbrok was brought before him. The meeting between these two men, the Viking king and the Anglo-Saxon king, is one of the great confrontations of the Viking Age. It is the meeting of two worlds, two civilizations, two ways of understanding power, glory, and death, and it ended in a way that would change the history of England forever. Aella looked at the prisoner before him. Ragnar was bound, disarmed, covered in the blood of his own men and the blood of Aella's. He was old, older than Aella had expected. His hair was gray, his face was lined, but his eyes were the eyes of a man who had never been defeated, who did not believe in defeat, who looked at his captor not with fear or pleading, but with something that might have been pity. So Aella said, "The great Ragnar Lothbrok, the terror of the north, the man who has killed monks and burned churches and stolen the wealth of Christendom. You stand before me in chains." Ragnar did not answer, or rather, he answered with his silence. He stood straight as his bonds allowed, and he looked at Aella with the calm of a man who had already won. Aella wanted something from him. The sagas do not record the exact words of their conversation, but we can reconstruct it from what we know of both men. Aella wanted submission. He wanted Ragnar to kneel, to beg, to convert to Christianity, and accept baptism in exchange for his life. This was the Christian way, the way of mercy, of redemption, of turning enemies into brothers through the sacrament of faith. But Aella also wanted revenge. Ragnar had killed Englishmen. He had raided English coasts. He had threatened the kingdom that Aella had fought so hard to possess. And Aella was not a man to forgive easily. "Kneel," Aella commanded. "Kneel and accept Christ, and I will spare your life." Ragnar laughed. It was not a loud laugh. It was not the laugh of a madman. It was the quiet, terrible laugh of a man who knows something that his enemy does not know. "I have kneeled to no man," Ragnar said, "and I will not kneel to your God. Your God hangs on a tree. My God hung himself on a tree to learn wisdom. There is a difference." Aella's face darkened. He had offered mercy, and this pagan had thrown it back in his face. He had offered salvation, and this heathen had mocked it. There would be no conversion, no baptism, no mercy. But Aella was not satisfied with a simple execution. Hanging would be too quick. Beheading would be too dignified. A Viking king, a pagan pirate who had terrorized Christendom, deserved a death that would demonstrate the power of the true God. a death that would show the world that the old gods were dead and the new god was supreme. He thought of the serpent, the devil, the dragon of Revelation. And he thought of Ragnar's own legend, the man who had killed serpents to win his name. The symmetry was perfect. The irony was divine. Take him to the pit, Aella commanded. The pit had been prepared for weeks. Aella's men had scoured the hills and marshes of Northumbria, collecting serpents, adders, vipers, the poisonous snakes that hid in the heather and the hollows. They had brought them to York in sacks and barrels, handling them with pikes and tongs, and they had lowered them into a stone-lined hole beneath the king's fortress. The pit was deep. The walls were sheer. There was no ladder, no rope, no way to climb out. A man thrown into that pit would have no escape. He would have only the serpents, and the dark, and the slow, terrible certainty of death. They lowered Ragnar into it at dusk. The sky was the color of old blood. The torches cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. And Ragnar, bound, disarmed, dressed in nothing but the rags that remained of his clothing, descended into the dark. The floor moved beneath his feet. He felt the first serpent slide across his ankle, cold and dry and infinitely alien. Another coiled around his calf. A third reared up in the darkness, its tongue flickering, tasting the air, finding the heat and scent of the man who had invaded its domain. Ragnar stood still. He had faced serpents before. He had killed serpents to win his name. But these serpents were different. They were not the beasts of legend, the monsters of a jarl's house. They were real. They were numerous. And they were hungry. The first bite came on his ankle. The fangs found the gap between his boot and his skin. The venom hit his blood like molten iron. The pain was extraordinary, a burning, consuming fire that traveled up his leg with terrifying speed. His muscles spasmed, his vision blurred, but he did not fall. The second bite came on his wrist. A serpent had climbed his arm, coiling around it like a living bracelet, and struck at the exposed flesh. The venom entered his veins. His hand went numb. His fingers lost their strength. But he did not cry out. More bites followed. On his thigh, on his hip, on his neck. The serpents were swarming now, drawn by his heat, his movement, his scent. They wrapped around his waist, his chest, his shoulders. They struck again and again, pumping venom into his body with mechanical efficiency. And Ragnar, the man who had become the North, who had built a legend on the killing of serpents, was being consumed by the very creatures he had once defeated. But his mind was clear, clearer than it had any right to be. In the midst of the pain, in the center of the fire, he found a strange peace. He thought of the sea. He thought of his ships. He thought of the horizon that had called him since he was a boy. And he thought of his sons. Ivar, Bjorn, Sigurd, Ub, Fitzurk, Halfdan, his boys, his weapons, his immortality. They would hear of this. They would know how their father died. And they would come, not for revenge. Revenge was too small a word. They would come for justice, for destiny, for the fulfillment of the prophecy that a slog had spoken and that Ragnar had chosen to make true. He looked up. The circle of sky was shrinking. The faces at the top of the pit were blurring. But he could still see Aella, the king who thought he had won, who believed that this execution was an ending rather than a beginning. And Ragnar smiled. How the little piglets would grunt, he called out, and his voice was steady. Steadier than it should have been. Steadier than any voice emerging from a pit of serpents had any right to be. If they knew how the old boar suffers. The words hung in the air. They traveled up the stone walls. They entered the ears of the guards, the servants, the nobles who had gathered to watch the execution of the great Viking king. And they traveled farther. They crossed the North Sea on the lips of traitors. They slipped into the dreams of sleeping kings. They landed in the halls of his sons like a hammer striking iron. Within months, the largest Viking army ever assembled would sail for England. Within years, Aella would die by the blood eagle, his ribs pulled from his spine and his lungs spread like wings. And within decades, the map of Britain would be redrawn in Norse runes. But Ragnar did not live to see any of it. The venom stopped his heart. The serpents covered his body. And the man who had been the storm became the silence after the storm. The news reached Denmark, or Norway, or wherever his sons were holding court, like a wave before a storm. Ivar heard it first, or so the legend says. Ivar, who could not walk, who had to be carried from ship to ship, who had built a reputation on being the mind behind the muscle. Ivar heard that his father had died in a pit of serpents, killed by a Christian king who thought God had given him victory. And Ivar did not weep. The sagas say he went silent. They say he sat in his hall for 3 days without speaking, without eating, without acknowledging anyone. His brothers, Bjorn, Hvitserk, Ub, Sigurd, Halfdan, gathered around him. They expected rage. They expected the kind of berserker fury that Norse warriors were famous for, the kind that made men bite their shields and charge naked into spear walls. But Ivar did not rage. He planned. On the 3rd day, he spoke. The sagas record his words differently depending on which skald is singing, but the meaning is always the same. We will not raid England. We will conquer it. Not with 2 ships. Not with 100. With an army so large that the earth will shake beneath their feet. With a fleet so vast that the sea will disappear beneath our hulls. And we will not stop until Aella is dead by the blood eagle. Until Northumbria is a Viking kingdom. Until the name Lothbrok is carved into English stone so deeply that no Christian chisel can ever remove it. The great heathen army assembled in 865. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records its landing in East Anglia with a force unprecedented in Viking history. The Chronicle names the leaders: Ivar, Halfdan, Ub. It calls them the sons of Lothbrok. It does not name Ragnar. It does not need to. The father lives in the sons. They took Northumbria first. They captured York, the same city where Aella had ruled, where Ragnar had died. They defeated Aella's army and took the king himself. And then, according to the sagas, according to the legend that has persisted for 12 centuries, they performed the blood eagle on him. The blood eagle, a ritual of execution so horrific that scholars still debate whether it was real or a literary invention. The victim, Aella, was laid face down. His ribs were cut from his spine. His lungs were pulled out through the wounds and spread across his back like wings. Salt was rubbed into the wounds to prolong the agony. And he died, slowly, terribly, fully aware of the symmetry between his own death and the death he had inflicted on Ragnar. Whether this actually happened is debated. The blood eagle may be a mistranslation of skaldic poetry, a metaphor for a standard execution, a horror story invented by monks to demonize the pagans. But the symbolism is perfect. Aella had tried to make Ragnar's death a Christian triumph. The sons made his death a Norse sacrament. And then they kept going. East Anglia fell. King Edmund was captured and martyred, shot with arrows, according to legend, because he refused to submit to pagan overlords. Mercia was ravaged. The great kingdom of the Midlands, which had once dominated England, was reduced to a client state, its king forced to pay tribute and accept Viking overlordship. Wessex was next, the kingdom of Alfred, the last Anglo-Saxon kingdom that still held its independence. Alfred was young, younger than Ivar, younger than Halfdan. He was pious, scholarly, physically weak according to some accounts. But he was cunning. He was patient. And he understood something that the other English kings did not understand. that the Vikings could not be defeated in open battle, but they could be outlasted. The great heathen army invaded Wessex in 871. They won battle after battle. They forced Alfred to pay tribute, to buy peace, to accept terms that no English king had ever accepted before. Alfred spent Christmas of 878 hiding in the marshes of Athelney, his kingdom reduced to a few square miles of swamp, his army scattered, his throne all but lost. But Alfred did not surrender. He used the time in the marshes to regroup, to plan, to send messengers to the parts of Wessex that still held out. And in the spring of 878, he emerged from the marshes and won the Battle of Edington. The Viking army was defeated. The Viking leader, Guthrum, who had taken over from Ivar and Halfdan, was forced to accept baptism and withdraw to the lands already conquered. This was not the end of the Viking presence in England. The Danelaw, the Viking-ruled portion of England, remained. Danish settlers poured into the conquered lands. Norse place names replaced Anglo-Saxon ones. Norse law replaced English law. For 2 centuries, the eastern half of England was effectively a Scandinavian colony. But it was the end of the great heathen army as a unified force. Ivar died, or disappeared, around 873. The sagas do not record his death. The Irish annals mention the death of Amar, the Irish form of Ivar, in 873, calling him king of the Norsemen of all Ireland and Britain. If Amar was Ivar, and most scholars believe he was, then the greatest mind of the Viking age died not in battle but of illness, as his supposed father Reginharus had died before him. Halfdan was killed in Ireland in 877, ambushed by Irish forces while trying to extend Viking power into that troubled island. Bjorn died, or retired, after his Mediterranean adventures, his legend secure. Sigurd ruled in Denmark, or part of Denmark, and his line continued. Ub and Hvitserk faded from history, their fates uncertain, their deeds absorbed into the larger story of the Viking conquest. Ragnar Lothbrok did not live to see any of this, but he caused it. Every ship that landed, every monastery that burned, every English child born speaking Norse instead of Saxon, all of it traces back to a man who chose to die in a pit rather than be forgotten. We must pause here. We must step back from the legend and look at the evidence, because this documentary promises knowledge as well as story. And the knowledge is this: we do not know if Ragnar Lothbrok existed. The historian's case against him is strong. There are no contemporary sources that name him. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written during and immediately after the Viking invasions, mentions his sons repeatedly, but never mentions Ragnar himself as a living participant in the events of the 9th century. The Frankish annals that describe the 845 sack of Paris name a Reginharus, not a Ragnar Lothbrok, and they say that man died of disease, not by serpent. The Irish annals mention a Ragnar son of Gofraid, a powerful Viking leader of the Scottish Isles, whose descendants include Ivar of Dublin. But this Ragnar is a different figure, operating in a different region with a different timeline. The case for him is more subtle, but no less compelling. The name Lothbrok appears too widely to be pure invention. The Chroniken Roskildens, written in 1138, names Lodbrok as the father of Ivar and Ubba and Bjorn. The annals of St. Neots refer to the daughters of Lothbrok as the makers of the raven banner carried by the great heathen army. The Icelandic sagas, written in the 13th century, based on oral traditions that may stretch back to the 9th, preserve a coherent narrative of his life, his marriages, his sons, and his death. Oral tradition is not reliable in the way written documents are, but it is not nothing. The sagas remember things that chronicles forget. They remember the texture of life, the feel of a shield wall, the sound of a skald's voice in a smoke-filled hall. And then there is the simplest argument: the suns were real. Ivar the Boneless is attested in Irish, Anglo-Saxon, and Frankish sources. Bjorn Ironside appears in the Chronicles of Francia and the Sagas of Iceland. Halfdan Ragnarsson is named in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a king and a conqueror. Ubba is remembered as a martyr slayer and a warlord. Sigurd's snake in the eye founded a dynasty. These men claimed descent from Ragnar. They called themselves his sons. And while men lie about their fathers, they do not usually lie in unison across 3 countries and 2 centuries. So who was he? He was probably a composite. He was probably one man who became many, or many men who became one. He was the Reginharus who sacked Paris. He was the Ragnall who ruled the Scottish Isles. He was a Danish jarl whose name began with Rag, and whose ships terrified the coast of England. He was all of these men, pressed together by the weight of oral tradition, until the legend became more durable than any single life. But here's what matters. Whether Ragnar Lothbrok was 1 man or 10, the world he represents was real. The Viking explosion was real. The longships were real. The silver from Paris, the bones of Lindisfarne, the Danelaw, the Russ, the Varangian Guard, all of it was real. And Ragnar, the name, the legend, the myth, became the vessel that carried that reality forward. He became the face of an age. And faces, even false ones, have power. They shape how we remember. They shape what we value. They shape the stories we tell about ourselves. Ragnar Lothbrok, whether he stood in a serpent pit or died of dysentery in a Danish longhouse, became the symbol of the Viking spirit, the courage to sail beyond the horizon, the cunning to defeat stronger enemies, the will to build something that outlasts death. Ragnar Lothbrok died in the 860s, if he died at all. But the world he created, or the world that created him, lasted for 2 more centuries. The Danelaw, the Viking-ruled portion of England established by his sons and their successors, fundamentally altered the English language. Place names ending in by Thorpe, Thwaite, Derby, Scunthorpe, Lowestoft are Norse. The very structure of English law, with its concept of the jury and the hundred, has been traced by some scholars to Danish influence. The English monarchy, which would one day rule an empire on which the sun never set, was saved by Alfred the Great in 878 and then rebuilt by his descendants. But it was rebuilt in dialogue with the Norse presence that Ragnar's sons had established. In Francia, the Viking raids forced the Frankish kings to decentralize power, granting land and authority to local lords who could defend their own territories. This process, the fragmentation of central authority, laid the groundwork for feudalism, the dominant political system of medieval Europe. The Vikings did not invent feudalism, but they accelerated it. And Ragnar, or Reginharus, or whatever name we give to the Danish chieftain who took 7,000 livres of silver from Charles the Bald, was one of the first hammers striking the cracks. In Scandinavia, the legend of Ragnar became a foundation myth for Danish and Norwegian identity. Saxo Grammaticus used him to legitimize Danish kingship. The Icelandic sagas used him to connect the Viking present to the heroic past. In modern Scandinavia, from the nationalism of the 19th century to the pop culture of the 21st, has returned to Ragnar again and again as a symbol of independence, courage, and the wild freedom of the North. But there is a darker legacy. The romanticization of the Vikings, the bearded warriors, the shield maidens, the noble savages, often obscures the reality of what they did. They were slave traders. They were rapists. They were destroyers of centuries-old communities, burners of libraries, killers of monks who could not defend themselves. They tore the gold from church altars and left the buildings in ashes. They took women and children as thralls, slaves, and sold them in the markets of Dublin and Byzantium. They were not noble savages. They were not romantic heroes. They were men of an age where violence was the primary language of power, and they spoke that language with a fluency that still echoes in the nightmares of their victims. Ragnar Lothbrok, whether he was real or not, represents an age of violence that left scars across Europe. To tell his story without acknowledging the cost is to lie. To watch a monastery burn and see only the glory of the flames, without hearing the screams of the monks inside, is to betray the truth. The Viking Age was not a renaissance. It was not an enlightenment. It was an explosion of violence born from desperation and greed, and Ragnar, the storm, the legend, the name, was at the center of it. And yet, there is something in his story that transcends the violence. There is the ambition of a man who looked at the horizon and refused to accept it as a limit. There is the cunning of a man who wore hairy breeches to fight a serpent rather than charge it with a sword. There is the tragedy of a father who built sons so strong they broke his heart. There is the defiance of a man who laughed in a pit of snakes and turned his own death into a weapon. That is the Ragnar who survives. Not the raider, not the killer. The man who understood that stories outlast steel. The man who knew that a sword rusts, that gold is spent, that kingdoms crumble, but that a name sung by skalds, whispered by children, carved into the bedrock of culture, can live forever. To understand why Ragnar Lothbrok did what he did, why he sailed when others stayed, why he fought when others fled, why he chose a death of serpents over a death of old age, we must enter his mind. This is not an easy task. The mind of a man who lived 12 centuries ago is not accessible through psychology textbooks or clinical diagnoses. We cannot put Ragnar on a couch and ask him about his childhood. We cannot administer the Rorschach test to a ghost. But we can reconstruct. We can infer. We can look at the patterns of his behavior, as recorded in the sagas, as implied by the historical record, as suggested by the anthropology of Viking Age Scandinavia, and we can build a portrait of a psyche. Not a modern psyche. Not a psyche that would fit comfortably in a 21st century city, but a psyche that made sense in the world of smoke and iron, of sea and sword, of skalds and serpents. Ragnar Lothbrok was driven by a fear more powerful than death, the fear of oblivion, the fear of being forgotten. This may seem strange to us. We live in an age where everyone leaves a digital trace, where photographs preserve our faces, where social media ensures that even the most mundane thoughts are archived for posterity. But Ragnar lived in an age where most people left no trace at all, where a man could live and die, and within a generation, there would be no evidence that he had ever existed. No gravestone, no portrait, no written record, just the memories of those who had known him, and when they died, silence. For a Norseman, the only immortality was the memory of his name, not the Christian immortality of the soul. The Norse did not believe in a soul that survived death in the way Christians did. They believed in the hammer, the shape or double that could travel outside the body. They believed in the hugr, the mind or thought. They believed in the fylgja, the guardian spirit that accompanied a person through life. But these were not eternal. They faded. They dissolved. They returned to the great pool of being from which they had come. What lasted was the name sung by skalds in the halls of the living, the name carved into rune stones that stood in fields for centuries, the name passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter, from skald to skald, until it became part of the language itself. Ragnar understood this with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Every raid was not merely an economic venture. It was a bid for memory. Every battle was not merely a struggle for victory. It was a struggle for narrative. He was not just trying to win. He was trying to be remembered. And the only way to be remembered was to do things that were so extraordinary, so unprecedented, so absolutely unforgettable, that the skalds would have no choice but to sing of them. This explains the Serpent House. A rational man, a modern general, a medieval strategist, would have looked at the odds and walked away. Two massive serpents, a fortified house, dozens of failed suitors dead. The risk was not worth the reward. But Ragnar did not calculate risk and reward in economic terms. He calculated them in narrative terms. The man who killed the serpents of the Serpent House would be sung about forever. The man who walked away would be forgotten by winter. This explains the hairy breeches. It was not merely cunning. It was theatricality. It was the understanding that a story needs a visual image, a hook, something that the listener can picture in his mind. Ragnar killed the serpents is a good story. Ragnar wore hairy breeches and killed the serpents is a great story. The image is absurd, memorable, and utterly unique. No other hero in any other saga wore hairy breeches. Ragnar made sure that his name would be attached to an image that could not be confused with anyone else's. This explains the final voyage to England. By every rational measure, it was suicide. Two ships against a kingdom. An old man against an army. But Ragnar was not thinking rationally. He was thinking mythically. He was thinking about the ending of his story. And he understood, with the instinct of a man who had spent his life crafting narrative, that the ending was the most important part. A death in battle is good. A death in bed is bad. The worst possible ending for a Viking. A confession of weakness, a surrender to time. But a death in a pit of serpents? A death that mirrored the trial by which he had won his name? A death that provoked a war of vengeance led by his sons? That was the perfect ending. That was the ending that would ensure his name would never die. Ragnar Lothbrok was, in modern terms, a narcissist. But he was not the petty, fragile narcissist of the clinical definition, the man who needs constant validation because he lacks an inner core. Ragnar had an inner core. It was made of iron and story. His narcissism was not a deficiency. It was a strategy. It was the engine that drove him to achieve the impossible. He was also a man of profound contradictions. He loved women, Lager the Thora, a slog, but he could not stay with any of them. He loved his sons, but he envied them. He sought power, but he was bored by its exercise. He was a king who preferred raiding to ruling, a husband who preferred conquest to companionship, a father who built his children into weapons and then resented their sharpness. These contradictions are what make him human. They are what make him interesting. A man without contradictions is a man without depth. Ragnar's depth came from the tension between his ambitions, to be remembered, to be great, to be the father of conquerors, and his limitations, his restlessness, his inability to love without leaving, his terror of becoming obsolete. He was also a product of his culture in ways that he probably did not fully understand. The Norse concept of honor, air, was not merely a moral code. It was a social currency. A man's honor was his credit rating, his reputation, his ability to form alliances and command loyalty. Without honor, a man was nothing. With honor, he could move mountains. Ragnar's entire life was a project of accumulating honor, not through virtue, but through deed, through action, through the kind of violent, spectacular action that forced the world to acknowledge his existence. But honor in Norse society was not individual. It was collective. A man's honor was tied to the honor of his family, his kin, his ancestors. This is why Ragnar was so obsessed with his sons. They were not merely his children. They were his honor made flesh. If they succeeded, his honor increased. If they failed, his honor diminished. If they surpassed him, as they did, his honor was preserved, but his pride was wounded. And Ragnar, for all his wisdom, could not fully separate honor from ego. This is the tragedy of the man. He built his sons to be greater than him, because that was the ultimate expression of his honor. But when they became greater than him, he could not bear it. He had to prove, one last time, with 2 ships and a suicidal voyage, that he was still the father, still the king, still the storm. The psychology of Ragnar Lothbrok is the psychology of a man who could never rest, who could never be content, who looked at a horizon and saw not a boundary but a challenge, who built a monument to himself out of the lives of others, his wives, his sons, his enemies, and who died knowing that the monument would outlast him, but not knowing whether that was salvation or damnation. The center of Ragnar's world, the axis around which his power rotated, was his hall. Not a palace, not a castle, a hall, a longhouse larger than most, but fundamentally the same structure that every free man in Scandinavia called home. This was deliberate. In a world where kings were beginning to separate themselves from their subjects with walls and towers and guards, Ragnar maintained the fiction, and perhaps the reality, that he was still one of his people, that his hall was their hall, that his fire warmed them as much as it warmed him. The hall was built of oak, massive oak timbers, cut from the forest that still covered much of Denmark in the 9th century, dragged by oxen to the building site, shaped by axes and adzes into posts and beams and rafters. The walls were wattle and daub, woven branches plastered with clay and straw, or vertical planks if timber was plentiful. The roof was thatch, thick and heavy, shedding rain and snow, but vulnerable to fire. Every hall burned eventually. The trick was to rebuild before the next winter. The dimensions were impressive. Perhaps 60 feet long, perhaps 20 feet wide, perhaps 15 feet to the peak of the roof. A single vast room, undivided except by the posts that held up the roof. At the center, running the length of the hall, was the hearth. Not a fireplace in the modern sense. No chimney, no flue. Just a long trench in the earthen floor, filled with stones and sand, where a fire burned day and night. The smoke rose through a hole in the roof, or through gaps in the thatch, filling the upper reaches of the hall with a blue haze that made the rafters seem to float in a sky of their own making. The fire was sacred. It was never allowed to die. If it died, it was a sign of ill fortune, of the gods' displeasure, of the end of the household. Tending the fire was the responsibility of the women of the hall, the queen, the servants, the thralls. But the king had the ultimate duty of ensuring that the sacred flame continued. Ragnar, when he was home, would sit near the fire, not too near. The heat was intense, and sparks flew constantly, but near enough to feel its warmth, to watch its dance, to know that the heart of his house still beat. Along the walls ran benches. These were not furniture in the modern sense. They were platforms of packed earth or stone, covered with wooden planks, on which people sat during the day and slept at night. The benches were divided by the posts, creating alcoves where families or retinues could gather with some semblance of privacy. But privacy was not a Norse value. The hall was communal. Everything happened in the hall: eating, sleeping, fighting, loving, dying. A man did not retreat to a private chamber to brood. He brooded in public, surrounded by his people, his thoughts visible on his face for all to read. At the far end of the hall, opposite the entrance, was the high seat, the konungstol, the king's seat. It was raised on a platform, perhaps a foot above the floor, just enough to give the occupant a view of the entire hall. It was made of wood, heavily carved, the back and arms decorated with images of gods and heroes and beasts. Odin on his throne, Thor with his hammer, The world serpent Jormungandr coiled around the base. Ravens, Odin's messengers, perched on the top rail. And perhaps, if the carver was subtle, a serpent woven into the pattern, a reminder of how Ragnar had won his name. To sit in the high seat was to accept responsibility. For the hall, for the fire, for every life within the walls, for every decision made in the name of the household. Ragnar sat there for hours at a time, listening to petitions, judging disputes, distributing gifts, planning raids. But he also sat there in silence, staring into the fire, his mind elsewhere, on the sea, on the horizon, on the next great deed that would ensure his name would not be forgotten. The floor of the hall was packed earth, covered with rushes and straw. In winter, fresh rushes were laid over the old, building up layers that insulated against the cold, but also harbored fleas, lice, and the general filth of a building that housed dozens of people and animals. Dogs wandered freely. Cats hunted mice in the rafters. Occasionally, livestock, a goat, a sheep, would be brought inside during the worst weather. The smell was intense, with smoke, sweat, animal musk, roasting meat, spilled ale, the sharp tang of urine from the corners where men relieved themselves when they were too drunk or too lazy to go outside. This was not squalor. This was life. The Norse did not separate themselves from nature the way modern people do. They lived with it. They accepted the dirt, the smell, the cold, the inconvenience, as the price of community. A clean hall was a cold hall. A hall without animals was a hall without warmth. A hall without smoke was a hall without fire. And a hall without fire was dead. The daily routine began at dawn. In summer, dawn came early, for in the morning, the sky already light, the birds screaming in the trees. In winter, dawn came late, 8 or 9, the darkness lingering like a guest who refuses to leave. The first task was rebuilding the fire from the embers of the night before. Then food, porridge made from barley or oats, perhaps with some dried fish or salted meat. Ale to drink. Water was unsafe, and ale was the staple beverage, drunk by adults and children alike. The ale was weak by modern standards, perhaps 2 or 3% alcohol, but it was calories, it was hydration, and it was safe. After breakfast, the men of the hall dispersed to their tasks. Some worked the land. Ragnar's household owned farms, and even a king's warriors were expected to contribute to agricultural labor, especially in planting and harvest seasons. Some hunted deer, boar, waterfowl, seal. Some fished. Some maintained weapons, sharpening swords, repairing mail, replacing broken spear shafts. Some worked on the ships, the endless task of caulking, painting, replacing worn planks, sewing new sails from wool. The women had their own tasks. They cooked, cleaned, tended the fire, cared for children, spun wool, wove cloth, preserved food for winter. They managed the dairy, milking cows and goats, making butter and cheese. They gathered herbs and berries. They brewed the ale. In Norse society, women had more authority than in many contemporary cultures. They could own property. They could divorce their husbands. They could command in their husband's absence. A queen like Aslaug was not merely a consort. She was a co-ruler, a strategist, a prophetess whose advice was sought and often followed. The afternoon was for training. Young men practiced with wooden swords and shields, learning the movements that would one day keep them alive in battle. Older men sparred with blunted weapons, maintaining their skills, testing each other, establishing the pecking order that determined who would stand in the front rank of the shield wall and who would hold the rear. Ragnar sometimes joined them, though by his 50s he was more observer than participant. He would watch his sons, Ivar directing from his litter, Bjorn dominating every opponent, Sigurd methodical and precise, and he would feel the mixture of pride and envy that had become his constant companion. Evening was for the feast, the main meal of the day, eaten after the day's work was done, as the light faded and the fire became the only illumination. Meat, pork, beef, mutton, game, roasted on spits over the fire. Bread, coarse and heavy. Vegetables, cabbage, onions, turnips, peas. More ale. And mead, the honey wine reserved for special occasions, for honored guests, for the toasts that marked important events. The feast was not merely eating. It was ritual. The king distributed food and drink according to rank, and this distribution was a political act. To receive the best cut of meat, the fullest horn of mead, was to be honored. To receive less was to be reminded of your place. Ragnar used this ritual to maintain loyalty, to reward service, to punish slights. A warrior who had distinguished himself in a raid might find himself seated close to the king, receiving gifts of rings and weapons. A warrior who had shown cowardice might find himself at the far end of the hall, eating scraps, drinking thin ale, his shame visible to all. After the eating came the drinking, and after the drinking came the stories. The skalds, professional poets, retainers of the king, valued as highly as warriors, would take their harps and begin to sing. They sang of ancient heroes, Sigurd the dragon slayer, Beowulf, the gods themselves. They sang of recent events, raids, battles, the deeds of the king and his retainers. And they sang of Ragnar. They sang of the serpent house. They sang of the hairy breeches. They sang of the raids on Francia and the wealth taken from monasteries. They sang of his sons, his wives, his ships. Ragnar listened to these songs with an intensity that others mistook for modesty. It was not modesty. It was calculation. He was listening for errors, for omissions, for opportunities. If a skald forgot to mention a particular raid, Ragnar would remind him, subtly, generously, but firmly. If a skald sang of another warrior's deed without connecting it to Ragnar's leadership, Ragnar would correct him. He was not merely enjoying entertainment. He was managing his brand. He was ensuring that the narrative being constructed in the hall matched the narrative he wanted to project to the world. And when the skalds were done, when the ale had made the warriors maudlin and the fire had burned low, Ragnar would sometimes speak. Not often. A king who talks too much loses his mystery. But sometimes, in the hush that follows a great song, he would stand from his high seat and walk to the fire, and he would look at the faces of his men, the faces of boys who had become warriors under his command, of old men who had sailed with him for decades, of strangers who had come to his hall seeking fortune, and he would speak of the sea. He spoke of the horizon, of the lands beyond it, of the wealth that waited for those brave enough to take it, of the names that would be remembered, not by priests in stone churches, but by skalds in wooden halls. He spoke of the difference between a man who died in his bed and a man who died with a sword in his hand, and he made the second option sound not like a tragedy, but like a triumph. His men listened. They always listened, because Ragnar Lothbrok had a voice that made the impossible sound inevitable. He had a way of describing a raid, the planning, the voyage, the attack, the return, that made every man in the hall feel that he was already there, that the gold was already in his hands, that the skald was already singing his name. This was his true power, not the strength of his arm, though that was considerable, not the cunning of his mind, though that was formidable. His true power was narrative. He could make men see themselves as heroes. He could make them believe that following him was not merely profitable, but meaningful. He could make them accept the likelihood of death, the certainty, in many cases, because he made death sound like a promotion to immortality. And then the fire would burn low, and the men would sleep on their benches, and Ragnar would return to his high seat. He would sit in the dark, watching the embers glow, listening to the breathing of his household, and he would think of the next raid, the next horizon, the next story. He slept little. The sagas do not mention this, but we can infer it from the pattern of his life. A man who launches as many expeditions as Ragnar did, who plans as constantly, who worries as obsessively about his legacy, does not sleep deeply. He dozes. He starts awake at every sound. He lies in the dark, his mind racing, until the first gray light of dawn forces him to rise and begin again. This was the life of a Viking king, not the life of a medieval monarch surrounded by courtiers and ceremony, not the life of a modern executive delegating tasks and attending meetings, the life of a warlord who had to prove himself every day, who had to earn the loyalty of his men with every distribution of gold and every promise of glory, who knew that the moment he showed weakness, the moment he hesitated, the moment he failed, the knives would come out. Ragnar knew this. He had seen it happen to other kings. He had participated in the overthrow of at least one, or so the sagas suggest, in the tangled genealogy of Danish royalty. He knew that the high seat was not a throne. It was a target, and he spent his life ensuring that no one could knock him off it. If the hall was the heart of Ragnar's world, the longship was its hand, the instrument by which he reached out and touched the wealth of the world, the machine that made everything else possible. To understand Ragnar Lothbrok, we must understand his ships, not as romantic images, dragon prows cutting through mist, sails bellied by the wind, but as engineering marvels, as economic investments, as weapons of war, as homes for the men who sailed them. The Norse shipbuilders of the 9th century were among the finest craftsmen in Europe. They did not have the theoretical knowledge of the Romans, who had written treatises on engineering and architecture. They worked by tradition, by eye, by the accumulated wisdom of generations. A master shipbuilder, a man who could construct a longship that would survive the North Sea, was as valuable as a warrior and often more rare. The process began with the selection of timber. Oak was preferred, strong, durable, resistant to rot. But oak was heavy. For the planks of the hull, builders might use pine or larch, lighter woods that could be bent into the complex curves of the ship's shape. The trees were felled in winter when the sap was down and the wood was at its hardest. They were split, not sawn, along the grain, producing planks that were stronger than sawn wood because they followed the natural fibers of the tree. The keel was the foundation, a single mass of timber, shaped with adzes and axes into a gentle curve that would allow the ship to ride over waves rather than crash through them. At the bow and stern, the keel rose into posts that would support the prow and stern pieces, the vertical timbers that defined the ship's profile. The prow was often carved into a dragon's head, or a serpent's head, or the head of some other beast. These carvings were not merely decorative. They were apotropaic, intended to ward off evil spirits, to frighten enemies, to invoke the protection of the gods. They were also removable. When approaching a friendly coast, the dragon head would be taken down, so as not to offend the land spirits or the gods of the place. The hull was built using the clinker method, overlapping planks, each one riveted to the one below it with iron nails. The planks were thin, perhaps an inch thick, flexible enough to bend with the movement of the sea. Between the planks, caulking was applied, wool or animal hair mixed with tar, pressed into the gaps to make the hull watertight. This caulking had to be renewed regularly, a task that consumed countless hours of maintenance. The ribs, the internal framework that gave the hull its shape and strength, were inserted after the planks were in place. This was the reverse of modern shipbuilding, where the frame is built first and the planks are attached to it. The Norse method produced a lighter, more flexible hull, one that could bend and twist with the waves without breaking. A longship in a storm did not fight the sea. It danced with it. The ship was steered by a side rudder, along or attached to the starboard side near the stern. The word starboard itself comes from the Old Norse styri, meaning steering oar. The rudder was controlled by a single man, the helmsman, who stood on a small platform and used his weight and strength to guide the ship through the water. In rough seas, this was a position of enormous responsibility and danger. A wrong move could broach the ship, turning it sideways to the waves and rolling it over. The longship was propelled by two means, oars and sail. The oars were long, perhaps 15 to 20 feet, made of pine or spruce, with blades carved from a single piece of wood. They were arranged in pairs along the sides, each or manned by a single rower. In a typical longship of the mid-9th century, there might be 20 to 30 oars on each side, requiring a crew of 40 to 60 men. But larger ships existed. The great longships of the later Viking Age could have 60 or more oars on a side, crews of over 100. Rowing was exhausting. The men sat on sea chests, wooden boxes that held their personal belongings and also served as seats. They rowed in rhythm, guided by the stroke of a drum or the chant of a helmsman. In calm weather, a longship could make perhaps 5 to 7 knots under oars. But oars were for maneuvering, entering harbors, navigating rivers, closing with the enemy in battle. For long-distance travel, the sail was used. The sail was the soul of the ship, made of wool, woven in strips and sewn together, treated with animal fat and red ochre to make it more resistant to water and wind. A large sail might be 100 feet across, requiring a complex system of ropes and spars to control it. The mast was a single tall timber, stepped in a socket in the keel, supported by shrouds and stays. When not in use, the mast could be lowered and laid along the deck, allowing the ship to pass under bridges or reducing wind resistance when rowing. The sail made the longship fast. With a good wind, a longship could cover 200 miles in a day. This speed was revolutionary. It meant that a fleet could leave Denmark on Monday and appear off the coast of England on Wednesday, before any warning system could alert the defenders. It meant that Vikings could strike at targets hundreds of miles from their bases and return before a response could be organized. But the sail also made the longship dependent on the wind. A contrary wind could stall a fleet for days or weeks. A storm could tear the sail to shreds. And the North Sea was notorious for its sudden, violent weather. Ragnar and his men learned to read the signs, the color of the sky, the behavior of birds, the smell of the air, that predicted changes in the wind. They knew that a greenish tint to the clouds meant a storm was coming. They knew that seabirds flying inland meant bad weather. They knew that a sudden calm often preceded a gale. The shallow draft of the longship, perhaps 3 feet when fully loaded, was its greatest tactical advantage. It meant that the ship could sail up rivers that would ground a modern vessel. It could beach on any stretch of sand, allowing the crew to disembark without harbors or docks. It could be portaged, carried overland, between river systems, opening up invasion routes that defenders thought impossible. Ragnar's fleet, at its height, when he was king and raider and legend, probably numbered between 10 and 20 ships. Not all of these would have been the largest longships. A fleet needed a mix. The great ships for carrying warriors and supplies, smaller vessels for scouting and coastal work, perhaps some cargo nars for transporting loot and slaves. But even 20 ships represented an enormous investment. Each ship required the labor of dozens of craftsmen, the timber of several forests, the iron for hundreds of rivets, the wool for thousands of square feet of sailcloth. A fleet was a kingdom's worth of wealth, floating on the water, and the fleet had to be maintained. Ships rotted. Worms attacked the hulls in warm waters. Caulking dried out and leaked. Sails tore. Masts cracked. Ropes frayed. A Viking fleet was not a navy in the modern sense, a permanent institution with docks and arsenals. It was a collection of privately owned vessels, maintained by their crews, stored on beaches or in boathouses during the winter, launched each spring with ceremonies and sacrifices to the gods. Ragnar understood ships the way a modern general understands tanks or aircraft. He knew their capabilities and their limitations. He knew which ships were fast and which were sturdy. He knew which captains could handle their vessels in rough seas and which should be kept in reserve. He planned his raids around the ships, not the other way around. The target was chosen based on what the ships could reach. The force was determined by how many ships were available. The timing was dictated by the sailing season, the winds, the tides. The relationship between a Viking captain and his ship was personal. Ships were named. They were given personalities. They were addressed as living beings. A ship that performed well was praised. A ship that leaked or wallowed was cursed. When a ship was too old to repair, it was given a funeral, burned or buried, sometimes with its captain, sometimes alone, its planks and rivets returning to the earth from which they had come. Ragnar's own ship, or ships, for he probably commanded several over his lifetime, would have been the finest in his fleet. Perhaps 60 feet long, with a dragon's head carved from oak at the prow, painted in bright colors, red, black, gold. The shields of the crew would hang along the gunwales, each one painted with the owner's device, creating a wall of color that was both defensive and decorative. The sail would bear stripes or symbols, perhaps the raven, Odin's bird, or the serpent, Ragnar's own mark. To stand at the prow of such a ship, as Ragnar must have stood countless times, was to feel the power of the machine and the power of the myth combined. The wind in your face, the spray on your lips, the rhythmic creak of the hull as it rode the waves, the knowledge that behind you were dozens of men who had pledged their lives to your command, who would follow you to the ends of the earth if you asked. And before you, the horizon. Always the horizon. The gray line where the sea met the sky, promising land and wealth and adventure beyond. This was Ragnar Lothbrok's true element. Not the hull, not the high seat, the ship, the moving platform that carried him toward his destiny, the wooden beast that obeyed his hand and answered to his will. The ship did not question him. The ship did not envy him. The ship did not grow old and challenge his authority. The ship simply went where he pointed it, as fast as the wind would allow, until the land appeared and the real work began. Viking warfare was not the individual combat of Hollywood films. It was not a collection of lone warriors swinging axes and shouting boasts. It was collective. It was disciplined. It was terrifying in its simplicity, and at its heart was the shield wall. The shield wall, Skjaldborg in Old Norse, was a formation in which warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, their shields overlapping, creating a barrier of wood and iron that faced the enemy. The front rank held their shields at chest height, protecting themselves and the man to their left. The second rank held their shields above their heads, creating a roof that protected against arrows and thrown spears. The rear ranks held their shields ready to step forward when the front rank fell. To stand in a shield wall was to surrender individuality. You could not swing your sword freely. There was no room. You could not dodge or weave. You were pressed between the man to your left and the man to your right. You could not run. The ranks behind you blocked retreat, and the social penalty for breaking formation was worse than death. You stood. You pushed. You stabbed with your spear between the shields. You waited for the enemy to break, or for your own wall to shatter. and you accepted that your life depended entirely on the man next to you. This was the psychology of Viking warfare. It was not about heroics. It was about cohesion, about trust, about the knowledge that the man to your left would not step back, that the man to your right would raise his shield to protect your throat, that the unit was more important than the individual. A shield wall that held was invincible. A shield wall that broke was massacre. Ragnar understood this better than most. He had stood in shield walls since he was a boy. He had felt the pressure of bodies, the sweat, the terror, the strange calm that descended when you accepted that your life was no longer your own. He had seen walls hold against impossible odds. He had seen walls break and men die screaming as the enemy poured through the gap. Training for the shield wall began early. Boys practiced with wooden swords and shields, learning to stand in line, to move as a unit, to thrust rather than slash, to keep their shield up even when their arms ached and their lungs burned. They learned to step forward when the man in front fell, to close the gap before the enemy could exploit it. They learned to use their shoulders, their weight, their collective mass to push the enemy back, to break his formation, to create the opening that would lead to victory. The weapons of the shield wall were simple but effective. The spear was the primary weapon, long, 8 to 10 feet, tipped with iron. It was used for thrusting over the shield wall, aiming at the face, throat, or legs of the enemy. A spear thrust in the face was terrifying. It came suddenly, with no warning, from behind a wall of shields that seemed impenetrable. Even a glancing blow could blind a man. Even a shallow cut could bleed profusely, obscuring vision and sapping courage. The sword was secondary in the shield wall, too short to reach over the enemy's shields. It was used when the walls met and the fighting became close. So close that you could smell your enemy's breath, see the fear in his eyes, feel his spittle on your face. Then the sword came into play, thrusting between shields, slashing at exposed limbs, a weapon of desperation and intimacy. The axe was the Viking signature, not the great two-handed battle axe of later medieval warfare, but a one-handed weapon with a broad, curved blade. In the shield wall, the axe was used to hook an enemy's shield and pull it down, creating an opening for the spear, or to strike over the shield wall at an exposed head, or, in the chaos of a broken formation, to deliver the devastating overhead blow that could split a helmet and the skull beneath it. Ragnar was proficient with all these weapons, but his true weapon was his presence. He stood in the front rank, not because he had to. A king could command from the rear, but because he knew that his men would fight harder if they could see him, if they knew that he shared their danger, that he was not sending them to die while he watched from safety. This was the Norse ideal of leadership. A leader led from the front. He took the same risks as his men. He ate the same food, slept on the same ground, faced the same enemies. The bond between a Viking captain and his crew was not contractual. It was personal. It was based on mutual respect, mutual dependence, and the shared experience of violence. Ragnar cultivated this bond deliberately. He remembered names. He knew the families of his men. He knew who had a new son, who had lost a brother, who was courting a woman in a distant village. He used this knowledge to make each man feel seen, valued, irreplaceable, and he used his own courage to inspire them. When the shield wall formed and the enemy approached, Ragnar would be the first to step forward, the first to strike, the first to draw blood. But he was also cunning. He did not rely on the shield wall alone. He used it as one tool among many. He understood that a shield wall was effective against another shield wall or against infantry who lacked the discipline to break it. But it was vulnerable to cavalry. Horses could crash through the line, trampling men and breaking formation. It was vulnerable to missiles, arrows, javelins, stones thrown from slings, that could kill men without ever engaging them hand to hand. And it was vulnerable to terrain, a shield wall on muddy ground, or on a slope, or in a narrow pass, could be outmaneuvered and destroyed. So Ragnar adapted. He used the shield wall as the anvil, but he also used the hammer. He used flanking maneuvers, detachments of warriors who would circle around the enemy while the shield wall held them in place. He used ambushes, hiding men in woods or behind hills, waiting for the enemy to pass, then striking from the rear. He used feigned retreats, pulling his wall back in apparent panic, luring the enemy into a disordered pursuit, then turning and cutting them down when they were strung out and vulnerable. These tactics required coordination. They required signals, horns, flags, prearranged maneuvers that could be executed in the chaos of battle. They required discipline, because a feigned retreat could easily become a real one if the men panicked. And they required trust, because the men in the ambush had to know that the shield wall would hold, that they would not be abandoned, that the plan would work. Ragnar's battles, the ones we know of, and the ones we can infer from the pattern of his raids, were not random violence. They were operations. They had objectives, timelines, contingency plans. He scouted his targets. He gathered intelligence. He chose the ground. He timed his attacks for maximum surprise and minimum resistance. And when resistance was encountered, he used the shield wall not as a blunt instrument, but as a precision tool. The psychological dimension of the shield wall was as important as the physical. To face a Viking shield wall was to face a wall of wood and iron that seemed to have no end. The shields were painted with terrifying images: dragons, serpents, wolves, the faces of demons. The warriors behind them shouted, beat their weapons against their shields, roared the names of their gods. The noise was overwhelming, a wall of sound that preceded the wall of shields, designed to terrify the enemy before the first blow was struck. And if the enemy broke, if their courage failed, if their line wavered, if a few men turned and ran and the panic spread, then the shield wall opened. The Vikings poured through the gap like water through a breached dam. And what followed was not battle but slaughter. Men running, men pleading, men dying with spears in their backs. The Vikings were merciless in pursuit. A fleeing enemy was easier to kill than a standing one, and every dead man was one less to fight next time. Ragnar was famous for his pursuit. He did not allow his enemies to regroup. He did not accept surrender until the enemy was completely broken. He chased them across fields, through forests, into rivers where they drowned trying to escape. This ruthlessness was strategic. It ensured that the survivors of one battle would not return to fight in the next. It spread terror that made future enemies more likely to surrender without fighting. And it provided the Skalds with material. The image of Ragnar chasing a defeated king across a field, cutting him down from behind, was the kind of vivid detail that made a song memorable. But the shield wall was also a place of fear. Ragnar felt that fear. Every warrior who ever stood in a shield wall felt it. The fear of the first spear thrust. The fear of the arrow that finds the gap between shields. The fear of the man next to you falling, creating a gap that the enemy will exploit. The fear of your own death, not the noble death of Saga and song, but the messy, painful, undignified death of a man who trips over a corpse and gets trampled by his own comrades. Ragnar managed this fear the way all great warriors manage it, by transforming it into anger, by focusing on the enemy, by chanting the names of his gods, his ancestors, his sons, by narrowing his consciousness to the immediate task: hold the shield, thrust the spear, step forward, push, kill, survive. And when the battle was over, when the enemy was dead or fled, when the field was covered in corpses, when the survivors were gasping for breath and thanking the gods for their deliverance, Ragnar would walk among the dead. He would look at the faces of the men he had killed and the faces of the men he had lost, and he would feel nothing. Not because he was a monster, but because he had learned to turn off his feelings in battle, and it took time to turn them back on. This was the cost of the shield wall. It made you a machine, a weapon, a part of a collective organism that killed efficiently and without mercy. And when the machine stopped, when the battle ended and the warrior had to become a man again, the transition was painful. Many warriors never made it. They remained machines, killing in peacetime, destroying themselves with drink or violence, or the simple inability to live in a world that did not require them to kill. Ragnar made the transition better than most. He had his hall. He had his wives. He had his sons. He had the endless administrative tasks of kingship that forced him to think in terms of crops and taxes and alliances rather than spears and shields. But the machine was always there, beneath the surface, waiting for the next battle, waiting for the next time the shield wall formed and the world narrowed to the width of a wooden plank and the length of an iron spear. Ragnar Lothbrok did not believe in God, not the Christian God, with his commandments and his mercy and his promise of heaven. He believed in gods, plural, capricious, powerful, present, the gods of his fathers and their fathers before them, stretching back to the beginning of the world, when the giant Ymir was slain by Odin and his brothers, and his body was used to create the earth. The Norse religious worldview, the worldview that shaped Ragnar's thoughts, his values, his understanding of fate and death and honor, was not a religion of temples and priests in the way that Christianity was. There were no Viking churches, no Viking Bible, no Viking Pope. Religious practice was decentralized, personal, integrated into daily life. Every household had its own relationship with the gods. Every individual made offerings, said prayers, observed rituals according to their own needs and the traditions of their family. But there were common beliefs, common stories, common gods that every Norseman knew and honored. And Ragnar's relationship with these gods was complex, pragmatic, and deeply personal. Odin was the highest of the gods, the All-Father, the god of war, of poetry, of wisdom, of death. Odin was the god who had sacrificed himself to himself, hanging on the world tree Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, in order to learn the secret of the runes. He was the god who had given up one eye to drink from the well of Mimir, gaining knowledge at the price of sight. He was the god who collected the bravest of the dead, welcoming them to his hall Valhalla, where they would feast and fight until the end of the world. For a warrior like Ragnar, Odin was the most important god. Every battle was, in some sense, an offering to Odin. The dead, both your own and the enemy's, were gifts to the All-Father, who fed the ravens Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, that sat on his shoulders and told him the news of the world. To die in battle was to be chosen by Odin, to be taken to Valhalla by the Valkyries, those fierce maidens who rode across the sky on winged horses, selecting the slain. But Odin was not merely a god of warriors. He was also a god of deception, of trickery, of the kind of cunning that Ragnar himself prized. Odin was known as the shapeshifter, the wanderer, the god who traveled the world in disguise, testing mortals, stirring up trouble, pursuing his own inscrutable goals. Ragnar, who had built his legend on cunning as much as courage, felt a special kinship with this aspect of Odin. He was not merely a warrior. He was a trickster, a man who wore hairy breeches to defeat a serpent, a man who used deception as a weapon. In this, he was Odin's man. Thor was different. Thor was the thunderer, the protector, the god of the common man. Where Odin was subtle and dangerous, Thor was straightforward and reliable. He smashed the skulls of giants with his hammer Mjolnir. He defended the world of men against the forces of chaos. He was the god you prayed to when you wanted rain for your crops, or protection for your home, or justice against a stronger enemy. Ragnar respected Thor. He made offerings to him, but he did not identify with him. Thor was too simple, too honest, too direct. Ragnar was none of these things. He was complex, devious, indirect. He was an Odin man through and through. And then there was Loki, the trickster, the shapeshifter, the blood brother of Odin who would one day betray the gods and lead the forces of chaos against them at Ragnarok. Loki was not evil in the Christian sense. He was necessary. He was the chaos that made order possible, the lie that made truth meaningful, the destruction that made creation necessary. Without Loki, the world would be static, dead, perfect in a way that was indistinguishable from lifelessness. Ragnar understood Loki better than he understood any other god. He understood that the world was not fair, that the best laid plans could be undone by a single lie, that the hero and the villain were sometimes the same person seen from different angles. He understood that cunning was not a betrayal of honor, but a different kind of honor. That the serpent, Loki's child, the Midgard serpent that encircled the world, was not evil but necessary, a part of the order that only looked like chaos from the inside. The concept of fate, WYRD, was central to Ragnar's worldview. The Norse believed that fate was woven by the Norns, three female beings who lived at the foot of Yggdrasil. The past. Verandi, the present. Skuld, the future. They wove the threads of every person's life into a great tapestry, and no one, not even the gods, could escape what was woven. This belief in fate gave the Norse a peculiar relationship with death. If your death was already determined, if the Norns had already cut your thread, then there was no point in fearing it. You could not avoid it. You could only meet it well. The goal was not to live long, but to die memorably. Not to avoid death, but to choose the manner of your death, to face it with courage and defiance, to make your final moment worthy of song. Ragnar's death in the serpent pit was the perfect expression of this belief. He did not choose to die there because he wanted to die. He chose to die there because the Norns had woven it, because a slog had seen it, because it was his WYRD. And by embracing his fate rather than fleeing it, he demonstrated the highest virtue in the Norse moral universe, the courage to accept what cannot be changed and to meet it with your eyes open. The rituals of Norse religion were integrated into every aspect of life. Before a voyage, offerings were made to Njrr and Freyr, the gods of the sea and fertility. Before a battle, offerings were made to Odin and Thor. After a victory, a portion of the loot was dedicated to the gods, buried in the ground, thrown into a bog, burned on an altar. Blot, the ritual sacrifice, was the central act of Norse worship. Animals, pigs, horses, cattle, were killed, their blood collected in bowls and sprinkled on the participants, their flesh cooked and eaten in a communal meal that bound the worshippers together with each other and with the gods. Human sacrifice was also practiced, though how commonly is debated. The sagas describe the sacrifice of slaves or prisoners to accompany a dead king into the afterlife. The archaeological record, the bog bodies, the mass graves, supports the idea that ritual killing was part of Norse religious practice, at least on special occasions. Ragnar, as a king and a warrior, would have participated in these rituals. He would have stood in the sacred grove, watching the blood flow, feeling the presence of the gods in the smoke and the chanting. The concept of the afterlife in Norse religion was not singular. There was Valhalla, Odin's hall, for the bravest warriors. There was Folkvanger, the field of the goddess Freya, where half the slain went. There was Hell, the realm of the dead, not a place of punishment, but simply the place where most people went when they died. And there was Ran, the sea goddess, who collected the drowned in her nets and kept them in her hall beneath the waves. Ragnar, who died by serpent rather than by sword, presents an interesting case. By strict interpretation, he did not die in battle, and therefore might not have been chosen for Valhalla. But the Skalds solved this problem by making his death into a battle. The serpents were his enemies. The pit was his battlefield. And his defiance, his laughter, his curse, his refusal to submit, was the courage that Odin valued. In the mythic imagination of the Norse, Ragnar's death was as honorable as any death by sword, and the gates of Valhalla would have opened for him. This religious framework, the gods, the fate, the afterlife, the rituals, was not merely background to Ragnar's life. It was the air he breathed. It shaped his decisions, his values, his understanding of what was possible and what was necessary. He did not raid monasteries merely for gold. He raided them because they represented a rival religion, a false god, a civilization that had forgotten the old ways. He did not kill monks merely because they were easy targets. He killed them because their deaths were offerings to Odin, demonstrations of the superiority of the Norse gods over the Christian one. And he did not sail toward his death in England merely because he was proud. He sailed because the Norns had woven it, because a slog had seen it, because a man who tries to escape his fate only makes it worse. Better to meet it head on, laughing, cursing, making the kind of end that the gods themselves would pause to watch. We must return to Lagertha. Not the brief mention she received in the early chapters, not the summary of her legend, but the full measure of the woman who was, in many ways, Ragnar's equal and his mirror. To understand Ragnar's relationships with women, to understand how he loved and why he left, we must understand Lagertha, because she was the template, the first, the one who established the pattern that all subsequent relationships would follow. Saxo Grammaticus, writing in the 12th century, gives us the most detailed account of Lagertha. He calls her a skjaldmur, a shield maiden, a woman who fought among men, a woman who wore armor and carried a sword and killed with the same efficiency as any male warrior. Saxo is our only substantial source for her life, and Saxo wrote 300 years after the events he describes, blending history with the myths that had accumulated in the intervening centuries. We cannot take his account as literal truth, but we can mine it for emotional truth, for the shape of a woman who was extraordinary even by the standards of a culture that allowed women more freedom than most. Lagertha's father was Seward, a jarl in Norway. The sagas do not specify where in Norway. Norway in the 9th century was a patchwork of petty kingdoms, each fjord potentially the domain of a different chieftain. But Seward was wealthy enough to have a hall, retainers, a position of authority. He was also unlucky enough to have enemies. One of those enemies, another jarl, greedy for Seward's lands and his gold, attacked him without warning. The attack was swift and brutal. Seward was killed in his own hall, along with most of his men. His wife, Lagertha's mother, was also killed, or perhaps taken as a prize. The sagas are unclear. His daughters fled, but Lagertha did not flee to hide in a distant village or throw herself on the mercy of a relative. She fled to fight. She gathered the survivors, the men of her father's household who had not been killed in the initial attack, the servants who were still loyal, the farmers who owed allegiance to Seward's blood, and she led them to a fortified position, a hill, a crag, a promontory that could be defended by a small force against a larger one. This was not a castle in the medieval sense. It was probably an earthen rampart, perhaps with a wooden palisade, perhaps with stone walls if stone was available. It was a refuge, a place where a determined group could hold out against a superior force. And Lagra held it. For weeks. For months. Long enough that the usurper began to despair of ever dislodging her. Long enough that word of her resistance spread beyond Norway, carried by traders and travelers, until it reached the ears of a young Danish warrior who was looking for a reason to prove himself. Ragnar came to Norway not because he had known Seward, not because he owed the dead Jarl any allegiance. He came because he had heard of a woman who fought like a man, who held a fortress against impossible odds, who wore armor that fit her like skin and wielded a sword that had tasted the blood of her father's killers. He came because the story intrigued him, because the challenge excited him, because he was young and hungry, and the idea of a woman who could fight beside him, who could match him, was more intoxicating than any mead. But there was a complication. Ljurtha's position was not easy to reach. The usurper had surrounded her fortress, cutting off supplies, waiting for starvation to do what force could not. And the fortress itself was guarded not only by men, but by beasts. A bear, a great hound, animals that had been trained or simply allowed to roam, and that attacked anyone who approached without the proper signal. Ragnar did not hesitate. The sagas say he killed the bear with a spear, driving the point through its heart before it could strike. They say he killed the hound with his sword, cutting it down as it leaped for his throat. And then he climbed the wall of the fortress and found himself face to face with the woman he had come to save. What did he see? Saxo says he saw a woman whose beauty was terrifying. Not the soft beauty of a noble woman who had never known hardship. The hard beauty of a warrior, muscles toned by training, skin weathered by wind and sun, eyes that had seen death and were not afraid to see it again. Her hair, which she wore braided for battle, was the color of ripe wheat. Her hands, which gripped a sword hilt, were scarred and calloused. And when she looked at Ragnar, this stranger who had killed her guardians and climbed her walls, she did not see a rescuer. She saw a rival. She saw a man who might be useful, or might be dangerous, or might be both. The sagas are frustratingly vague about what happened next. Did they fight? Did they talk? Did they stand in the torchlight of her hall and measure each other with glances that were half hostile, half hungry? Saxo says Ragnar was astonished by her courage and that he sought her hand in marriage. But this is the language of a 12th century cleric writing for a courtly audience. It is not the language of the Viking Age. What probably happened was simpler and more brutal. Ragnar offered to help Lagra defeat the usurper. In exchange, he wanted her alliance, her warriors, her fortress, her body. This was how politics worked in their world. Marriage was not primarily about love. It was about alliance, about the merging of bloodlines and military resources, about the creation of bonds that were stronger than oaths because they were written in flesh. Lagra accepted, or she accepted enough to use him. Together, the Danish raider and the Norwegian shield maiden, they attacked the usurper's forces. The battle, as Saxo describes it, was ferocious. Lagra fought in the front rank, wearing a man's armor, her hair unbound and flying in the wind, her sword dealing death to anyone who came within reach. Ragnar fought beside her, and together they broke the enemy line, routed the usurper's army, and restored Ljurtha's family to its stolen lands. And then, the sagas say, they became lovers. That night, in the hall that had belonged to her father, Lagra welcomed Ragnar to her bed. But she did not disarm. Saxo notes, with the disapproval of a Christian monk writing centuries later, that she kept a sword within arm's reach even as she lay with him. This was not paranoia. This was wisdom. In a world where a woman's vulnerability could be exploited by any man strong enough to take advantage, Lagertha never allowed herself to be fully vulnerable, not even to the man she loved, not even in the dark. Their relationship, if we can call it that, if we can apply modern words to an arrangement that was probably more pragmatic than romantic, produced at least one child. Saxo names him Fridleif. There may have been daughters. The sagas mention daughters, but do not name them, which is typical of a literature that valued male heirs above all else. But the existence of children meant that Ragnar and Lagertha were bound together by more than passion. They were bound by blood, by the shared project of raising offspring who would carry both their names into the future. But Ragnar did not stay. This is the pattern of his life, the wound that repeats in every relationship he ever had. He came, he saw, he conquered, and he moved on. The sagas say he left Lagertha to marry Thora, the daughter of the Jarl with the Serpent House. The reason given is political. Thora offered land, legitimacy, a connection to a powerful family that Lagertha, for all her courage, could not provide. Lagertha was a warrior. Thora was a noblewoman. And Ragnar, who was beginning to think in terms of kingdoms rather than raids, needed a noble woman. Did Lagertha weep? The sagas do not say. The sagas rarely show women weeping over men who leave them. But they do say that she remained in Norway, that she ruled her own territory, that she answered to no man. And they say that when Ragnar later faced a rebellion in Denmark, when his own subjects rose against him, perhaps tired of a king who spent more time raiding than ruling, it was Lagertha who sailed south with a fleet of ships and saved him. She arrived in the middle of the battle, her hair braided for war, her shield painted with the device of her house. She turned the tide. She crushed the rebels. And then she returned to Norway without asking for thanks, without demanding that Ragnar take her back, without any gesture that suggested she needed him more than he needed her. This is the Lagertha that the sagas give us. A woman who loved a man enough to save his throne, but was wise enough to know she could never hold his heart. A woman who fought like a man, but ruled like a queen. A woman who was, in every way that mattered, Ragnar's equal, and who knew that equality was not enough to keep him. What does this tell us about Ragnar? It tells us that he was drawn to strength, to power, to the kind of person who could challenge him rather than submit to him. It tells us that he respected Lagertha in a way that he did not respect the women who came after her. Thora, who needed to be rescued, a slog, who needed to be discovered. Lagertha needed nothing from him, and that, paradoxically, was what made her irresistible. But it also tells us about his limitations. Ragnar could inspire devotion. He could inspire loyalty so fierce that women would sail across the sea to save him. But he could not return it. He could not stay. He could not build a life with one person because his ambition, his terrible, consuming, horizon-eating ambition, would not allow him to be still. Every time he looked at Lagertha, he saw a reflection of himself, and he could not bear to look at himself for too long. So he left her, and he went to find Thora, and the story moved on. But Lagertha remained. In the sagas, in the songs, in the imagination of every person who has ever heard her name and felt something stir, a recognition that strength is not gendered, that courage is not male, that the Viking Age was not merely a story of men with axes, but of women with wills of iron. She remained, and in some ways, she outlasted him. Because while Ragnar became a myth, Lagertha became an ideal. The shield maiden, the woman who needed no rescue, the warrior who chose her own fate. In modern times, archaeologists have found evidence that supports the existence of women warriors in the Viking Age. The most famous example is the Birka burial, a grave in Sweden containing a skeleton with weapons, previously assumed to be male, that DNA analysis revealed to be female. This woman had been buried with a sword, an axe, a spear, a knife, and 2 shields. She had battle wounds. She was a warrior, and she was not alone. Other graves across Scandinavia have yielded similar evidence. Women buried with weapons, women with battle injuries, women who lived and died as fighters. Lagertha may have been one of these women, or she may have been a composite, a legend woven from the deeds of many shield maidens into a single figure who could carry the weight of the story. It does not matter. What matters is that she represents a truth about the Viking age that is often overlooked, that women were not passive victims of male violence. They were participants. They were agents. They were, in some cases, leaders. Ragnar's relationship with Lagertha was the high watermark of his capacity for partnership. With Thora, he was a rescuer. With Aslog, he was a discoverer. But with Lagertha, he was an equal. And equality, true equality, was something he could not sustain, because equality meant sharing the spotlight, and Ragnar Lothbrok did not share. If Lagertha was fire, Thora was foundation. She was the woman who gave Ragnar legitimacy, stability, and the sons who would begin his dynasty. And yet, of all the women in his life, she is the most silent. The sagas tell us her name, Thora Borgerjord, Thora of the Town Heart. They tell us her father's name, the Jarl with the Serpent House. They tell us that she was beautiful, that she was noble, that she bore Ragnar's 6 sons. And they tell us that she died. That is all. We do not know her thoughts. We do not know her feelings about the man who killed serpents to win her hand. We do not know whether she loved him, feared him, admired him, or resented him. She is a figure in the background of Ragnar's story, present but not vocal, important but not active. This silence is itself significant. It tells us something about the kind of woman Thora was, or at least the kind of woman the sagas needed her to be. She was not a shield maiden like Lagertha, who could fight beside her husband and save his kingdom. She was not a prophetess like Aslog, who could see the future and warn her husband against his fate. She was a noblewoman, a Jarl's daughter, a woman whose value lay in her bloodline, her fertility, and her ability to manage a household while her husband was away raiding. The marriage between Ragnar and Thora was a political alliance. Her father, the Jarl, needed a son-in-law who was strong enough to protect his lands and his legacy. Ragnar needed a wife whose lineage would elevate him from successful raider to legitimate noble. The Serpent House was the mechanism by which this alliance was sealed, a test that ensured the groom was worthy, a story that would be told at their wedding feast, a myth that would bind their families together in the collective memory of their people. But what was it like for Thora? To live in a house guarded by serpents, knowing that every man who tried to reach you died? To watch your father set a trap that killed dozens of suitors, and to know that you were the bait? To wait, month after month, year after year, for a man who might never come, or who might come and fail like all the others. The sagas do not ask these questions. They treat Thora as a prize, not a person. But we can imagine. We can imagine a young woman, perhaps 16, perhaps 18, who had grown up in the shadow of the Serpent House, who had watched her father's retainers die, who had heard the screams of men being poisoned in the courtyard below her window, who had learned to sleep through the sounds of death because there was no alternative. We can imagine her mixed feelings when Ragnar succeeded. Relief, certainly. The serpents were dead. The trap was sprung. She could leave the house, walk in the sunlight, live a normal life. But also fear. Who was this man who had killed monsters? What kind of husband would he be? Would he be gentle, or would he be as brutal as the beasts he had slain? And we can imagine her adjustment to marriage, to life in Ragnar's hall, which was not her father's hall, to a husband who was absent for months at a time, sailing to distant coasts, returning with gold and stories and the smell of other places on his skin. To the other women in the hall, the servants, the thralls, the warriors' wives, who looked at her with a mixture of respect and envy, to the constant, grinding work of managing a household, the food, the fire, the children, the endless spinning and weaving and preserving that made survival possible. Thora bore Ragnar's 6 sons, 6 pregnancies, 6 births in an age when childbirth was the leading cause of death for women. Each pregnancy was a risk. Each birth was a gamble with death. And after each birth, there was no rest. Only the immediate return to work, to nursing, to managing the household while her body recovered from the trauma of delivery. The sagas say she died of illness. Not in battle, not in childbirth, just illness, the vague, omnipresent threat of fever, infection, plague that hung over every person in the Viking Age. She died quietly, in the hall that had once echoed with the death throes of serpents, surrounded by her children and perhaps her husband, if he was not away raiding. The sagas do not describe her final moments. They do not give her last words, her final thoughts, her farewell to the children she would not see grow. They simply record that she died, and that Ragnar mourned her, and that he moved on. This is the cruelty of the sources. They treat women as instruments of male destiny, their deaths as plot points, their lives as footnotes. But we will not accept that silence. We will fill it with the weight of what we know about the world she inhabited, about the cost of being a woman in the house of a man like Ragnar Lothbrok. Thora died in winter. This we can infer from the patterns of mortality in the Viking Age. Winter was the killing season, not the bright, violent death of battle, but the slow, gray death of cold and hunger and disease. The fire in the hall would have burned low, the smoke hole choked with snow, the air thick with the exhalations of too many bodies breathing too little oxygen. She would have developed a fever first, perhaps from a wound that festered, perhaps from the milk fever that followed childbirth, perhaps from one of the countless infections that prowled the dark interiors of longhouses like invisible wolves. Her skin would have grown hot, then cold. Her breath would have quickened, then slowed. The women of the hall, the servants, the thralls, perhaps a slog if she was already present, though the chronology is unclear, would have tended her with the limited medicine of the age. Herbs, cool cloths, prayers to air, the goddess of healing. But air did not come, or she came and found Thora already claimed by hell. Ragnar was raiding when she fell ill, or he was planning a raid, or he was sitting in his high seat, listening to petitions, while his wife burned with fever in the sleeping alcove behind him. The sagas do not say, but we can imagine the moment when the news reached him. If he was away, a runner gasping at the door of some foreign hall. If he was home, a child's cry, a servant's whisper, the sudden hush that falls over a household when death enters. We can imagine him standing from his seat, crossing the hall, pushing through the curtain of hides that separated the sickbed from the public space. We can imagine him looking down at her face, the face that had once been the most beautiful in the land, the face that had launched the legend of the Serpent House, now pale and sunken, the cheekbones sharp as blades beneath the skin. Did he weep? The sagas do not say. Viking culture had a complicated relationship with tears. A man who wept for his enemies was weak. A man who wept for his friends was human. A man who wept for his wife. That was permitted, even expected, provided the weeping was done in private and did not interfere with the business of war. Ragnar may have stood beside her body and felt his throat tighten. He may have touched her hand. Cold already, the spirit fled, and remembered the first time he had seen her, looking down from the window of the Serpent House, her face a pale oval in the torchlight. He may have felt something that modern psychologists would call grief, but that he would have called simply loss. The loss of a possession, a partner, a mother for his sons. The loss of a chapter in his life that could not be rewritten. And then, because he was Ragnar Lothbrok, because the fire still burned and the ships still waited and the horizon still called, he arranged the funeral. A noble funeral, worthy of a jarl's daughter and a king's wife. She was laid in a ship, or in a ship-shaped grave, with her finest clothes and her jewelry and the weapons she had owned as a noble woman. For even women who did not fight were sometimes buried with the symbols of their house's power. She was given grave goods, the keys that symbolized her authority over the household, the spindle that represented her work, perhaps the ring that Ragnar had given her at their wedding. She was buried with dignity, with ritual, with the sacrifices that would ensure her safe passage to the realm of the dead. And then Ragnar stood at her grave, or sat in his hall, or sailed on his next raid, and he felt the emptiness. The particular emptiness that comes when a man who has defined himself through action is forced to stop and recognize that something has been taken from him that action cannot restore. He had killed serpents for this woman. He had built a legend around her. And now she was gone, and the legend remained. But the woman who had inspired it was already fading into the gray mist of memory. This emptiness, this void where Thora had been, would shape everything that followed. It would make him vulnerable to a slog in ways that he had never been vulnerable before. It would make him desperate to fill the space with new sons, new stories, new conquests. And it would make him, for the first time in his life, aware of his own mortality. If Thora could die, beautiful, young, strong Thora, then anyone could die, including him, including the man who had never believed that death could touch him. A slog did not appear immediately. The saga's compressed time, leaping from Thora's death to Ragnar's journey to Norway, from his grief to his curiosity, from the empty hall to the remote farm where a girl in rags tended pigs. But in reality, in the lived experience of a man who had lost his wife and gained a kingdom, there would have been years between. Years of raiding, of ruling, of sitting in the high seat while his sons by Thora grew from children into boys, from boys into young men who would soon need to prove themselves. Ragnar threw himself into work. This is what men like him do when they cannot bear to feel. He planned raids with a ferocity that alarmed his own retainers. He sailed farther, struck harder, took risks that even he would have avoided in his more measured youth. He was not trying to die, or perhaps he was, unconsciously, testing the gods to see if they would take him as they had taken Thora. He was trying to outrun the memory of her face, the memory of the serpent house, the memory of a time when he had been young enough to believe that wearing hairy breeches and killing monsters was enough to win a happily ever after. But there is no happily ever after in the Viking world. There is only the next raid, the next winter, the next death. And Ragnar, in his 40s now, his hair graying at the temples, his body bearing the accumulated scars of decades of violence, was beginning to feel the weight of that truth. It was in this state, restless, grieving, hungry for something he could not name, that he sailed to Norway. Not on a raid, not on a mission of state, simply sailing, moving, doing what he had always done when the walls of the hall closed in around him. He went to the sea. The coast of Norway in the 9th century was a labyrinth. Fjords cut deep into the land, their waters black as ink, their walls rising sheer for hundreds of feet. Waterfalls plunged from invisible heights, their spray creating rainbows that hung in the cold air like promises. The forests came down to the water's edge, dark pine, silver birch, the occasional oak that had managed to find purchase on the thin soil. And scattered along the coast, tucked into the folds of the land where a flat patch of ground met a sheltered beach, were the farms. These were not the estates of Denmark, with their wide fields and their access to trade routes. These were hardscrabble settlements, places where families clung to existence with the tenacity of lichen on stone. A few fields of barley, hacked out of the forest with axes and fire. A few goats, a few sheep, perhaps a cow if the family was prosperous. A longhouse, smaller than Ragnar's but built on the same principles. Timber walls, a central fire, a roof of thatch or turf. And the people, hard, silent, suspicious of strangers, living lives that were defined by the same struggle that defined all lives in the north. Survive the winter, survive the summer, survive long enough to raise children who might survive longer. Ragnar's ship, or ships, for a king did not travel alone, anchored in a cove. His men went ashore to find fresh water, to trade for supplies, perhaps to seek the company of women in a land where female company was scarce and closely guarded. And Ragnar, restless as always, walked inland. He walked not with purpose, but with the aimlessness of a man who is nowhere he needs to be. He walked through fields that were more rock than soil. He walked past outbuildings, storehouses, boathouses, animal pens. He walked until he came to a farm that seemed poorer than most, a place where the longhouse was sagging and the fences were broken and the pigs wandered freely, rooting in the mud for whatever scraps they could find. And there, in the mud, among the pigs, was a girl. The sagas call her Kraka, the crow, a name given by the farmer who claimed to be her father, a farmer who was coarse, unlettered, clearly not of noble blood. The farmer said she was his daughter by a serving woman, a girl of no importance, good only for mucking stalls and tending swine. He spoke of her with contempt, or perhaps with the defensive contempt of a man who suspects that the girl in his care is better than he is and resents her for it. Ragnar should have walked on. He had no business with a peasant girl. He was a king, a widower, a man with 6 sons and a kingdom to rule. But something made him stop. Something made him look more closely at the girl in the pigsty. She was filthy. Her hair, which might have been golden beneath the dirt, was matted with mud and straw. Her clothes were rags, shapeless, colorless, soaked with the filth of the sty. Her hands were rough, her nails broken, her skin chapped from cold water and rough work. She looked like exactly what the farmer claimed she was, a peasant, a thrall, a nothing. But she stood like a queen. That was what Ragnar noticed first. The bearing, the way she held her shoulders, the way she moved among the pigs with a grace that was utterly out of place in a sty. Peasant girls hunched. Peasant girls scurried. Peasant girls avoided the eyes of warriors because they knew that eye contact could lead to rape, to abduction, to death. This girl looked at Ragnar with eyes that were steady, assessing, almost amused, as if she were evaluating him, rather than the other way around. And there was something else. Something that Ragnar could not name, but could feel in his gut, the same gut that had told him to wear hairy breeches into the serpent house, the same gut that had guided him through 100 battles. This girl was not what she appeared to be. She was a secret, and Ragnar Lothbrok could not resist a secret. He spoke to her. The sagas do not record the words, or rather, they record various versions, each skald embellishing according to his own fancy. But the essence was this. Ragnar asked who she was. She answered, Kraka, a crow. Nobody. Ragnar asked about her parents. She answered, dead. Ragnar asked about her life. She answered, what you see. And every answer was true, in the literal sense, but false in every way that mattered. Ragnar was intrigued enough to test her. He sent his men to her with a fish and a dog, or perhaps a hen, the sagas vary, and told her to prepare him a meal without using any tools. No knife, no fire, no pot. This was a test of intelligence, not of cooking. A true peasant girl would have been baffled. She would have tried to cook the fish over an open flame, violating the prohibition. She would have served it raw, demonstrating no ingenuity. She would have failed. But Kraka, a slog, was not a peasant girl. She roasted the fish in the hot ashes of the farmhouse fire, using no tools, as instructed. She fed the dog the scraps, explaining that a wise person does not waste good meat on an animal that will eat anything. And she answered Ragnar's riddles, for he asked her riddles, testing her wit, with answers that were so precise, so unexpected, so clearly the product of an educated mind, that the deception became obvious. She was not a peasant. She was not a thrall. She was something else entirely. Ragnar pressed her. He demanded that she come to his ship, that she wash herself, that she put on clean clothes, that she reveal her true identity. And here is where the story becomes extraordinary. She refused. She told him that she could not come to him as anything other than what she was. That if he wanted her, he had to want her in the pigsty, covered in filth, with the smell of swine in her hair. This was not modesty. This was not the false humility of a woman playing hard to get. This was a test, a mirror of the test he had given her. She was asking, "Are you the man who can see through surfaces? Are you the man who can recognize value beneath filth, gold beneath mud, a queen beneath rags? Or are you merely another powerful man who wants to possess something beautiful?" Ragnar passed the test. Or rather, he recognized the test for what it was, and he respected it. He did not force her. He did not command his men to drag her to his ship. He accepted her refusal, and in doing so, he proved to her, and to himself, that he was still capable of something beyond conquest. But he could not leave without knowing. He sent his men to investigate. They talked to neighbors. They questioned travelers. They pieced together fragments of a story that was almost too fantastic to believe. Kraka was a slog. She was the daughter of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer and Brynhildr the Valkyrie, the last living heir of the Volsung line, hidden away by her foster father Hymir to protect her from the curse that had destroyed her parents. Hymir had built a harp large enough to hide a child, and he had carried her inside it as he traveled from place to place, playing for his supper, keeping her existence secret from the world. When Hymir was killed by peasants who did not know what they were destroying, a slog had been taken in by the farmer, the same farmer who called her Kraka and put her to work in the pigsty. This was the story that Ragnar's men brought back. And when Ragnar heard it, when he understood that the girl in the pigsty was the last living heir of the greatest heroic lineage in Norse mythology, the granddaughter of the gods themselves, he knew that he had to have her. Not because she was beautiful, though once washed she was said to be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Not because she was noble, though her bloodline was more ancient and more prestigious than his own, but because she was a story, and Ragnar Lothbrok collected stories the way other men collected silver. He returned to the farm. He confronted her. He named her a slog, daughter of Sigurd, child of Brynhildr. And she knew that the game was over. She could hide from farmers and travelers. She could not hide from a man who understood stories, who recognized myth when he saw it, who had built his own legend on the foundation of serpents and hairy breeches. She admitted who she was. She told him everything. The harp, the foster father, the curse, the years of hiding. And she told him something else. She told him that she had been waiting, not for him specifically, but for someone. Someone who would see through the filth and the disguise. Someone who would recognize the dragon's daughter in the crow's feathers. They married, or they joined. The distinction mattered less in Norse society than it would come to matter under Christianity. What mattered was the public acknowledgement, the exchange of gifts, the witnessing by the community. Ragnar gave her gold and rings and a place at his side. She gave him something more valuable. She gave him legitimacy. The blood of the Volsungs flowed in her veins, and by joining with her, Ragnar claimed descent from that ancient line. He was no longer merely the son of Sigurd Ring. He was the husband of a Slog, the heir of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, the inheritor of a heroic lineage that stretched back to Odin himself. This was myth-making of the highest order. Whether a Slog was truly the daughter of Sigurd and Brynhild, or whether those figures were historical at all, or merely the characters of an older story that had been pressed into the service of a newer one, matters less than the political and cultural significance of the union. By marrying a Slog, Ragnar was not merely taking a wife. He was absorbing the past. He was claiming the authority of myth. He was telling the world that his story was not a new story, but the continuation of the oldest story in the North. And a Slog, Kraka, the Crow, the hidden princess, brought more than blood to the marriage. She brought prophecy. She brought the sight. The sagas say that she could see things that others could not see, that she knew things that had not yet happened, that she spoke in riddles that would only make sense in retrospect. This was not unusual in Norse culture. Prophecy was respected. The Norse believed in fate, in Wyrd, the web of destiny that was woven by the Norns at the foot of Yggdrasil. They believed that some people, women especially, but not exclusively, had the gift of seeing the threads of the web, of tracing their patterns, of predicting where they would lead. These people were called Volvas, seeresses, and they were consulted by kings and commoners alike before important decisions. A Slog was not a Volva in the professional sense. She did not travel from hall to hall, dispensing prophecies for silver. But she had the gift, and she used it. She used it on Ragnar. She warned him. She told him things that he did not want to hear. She told him about his sons. She told him that she would bear him children who would be greater than any he had fathered before. She told him that these sons would conquer kingdoms, that their names would be remembered when the names of kings were forgotten, that they would reshape the world. And she told him, this was the warning that would haunt him for the rest of his life, that if he ever betrayed her, if he ever took another wife or dismissed her as he had dismissed Lagerth, the curse of the Volsungs would fall upon him. Ragnar listened. He did not always obey. He was not a man who obeyed anyone, even the gods, but he listened, and he respected her, more than he had respected Thora, perhaps, more than he had respected Lagertha, in a different way. Lagertha had been his equal on the battlefield. A Slog was his equal in the hall, in the bedchamber, in the private conversations where kings make the decisions that shape empires. She bore him sons. The sagas name them: Ivar the Boneless, Björn Ironside, Fitzurk, Ub, Sigurd Snake in the Eye. These names, these terrible, wonderful, mythic names, would become the terror of Europe. They would lead armies that numbered in the thousands. They would sack cities that had stood for centuries. They would kill kings and found dynasties and change the map of the world. But first, they were babies. They were children. They were boys growing up in a hall that smelled of smoke and iron, listening to their father's skald sing of his deeds, learning to handle wooden swords before they could read runes, being shaped by a mother who spoke of destiny and a father who spoke of conquest. And Ragnar, watching them grow, watching them become the men who would outshine him, felt something that he had never felt before. Something that was not ambition, not hunger, not the restless need to move toward the horizon. He felt pride, and he felt fear. The pride was simple. These were his sons, his blood, his immortality. Every raid he had ever led, every ship he had ever sailed, every enemy he had ever killed, all of it was preparation for this. For the moment when he would look at a boy who had his eyes and his mother's cunning and know that the story would continue. The fear was more complex. It was the fear of every father who has built something and knows that he will not live to see its completion. It was the fear of irrelevance, of becoming the past while the future rushed past him, of being remembered not as the storm, but as the wind that blew before the storm. He looked at Ivar, the eldest, or one of the eldest, the boy who could not walk, but whose mind was already sharper than any sword in the hall, and he saw his own cunning reflected back at him. Ivar did not need legs. Ivar needed only a plan, and the plan would move armies. Ragnar recognized this. He had built his own legend on cunning, on the hairy breeches that outthought the serpent, and he saw in Ivar the ultimate expression of that principle, a mind so powerful that it did not need a body to serve it. He looked at Bjorn, the strong one, the fighter, the boy who broke wooden swords and challenged warriors twice his age, and he saw his own courage. But a courage that was purer than his own, untempered by the calculations that had made Ragnar a king as well as a warrior. Bjorn would fight where Ragnar would negotiate. Bjorn would charge where Ragnar would feint. Bjorn was the blade. Ragnar was the hand that wielded it. And the blade, in time, would demand its own target. He looked at Sigurd, the marked one, the boy with the serpent in his eye, and he felt the chill of prophecy. Aslog had warned him. She had told him that Sigurd would carry the sign of the dragon, that he would be touched by the old gods in a way that the others were not. And when Sigurd was born, and the midwives gasped at the mark in his eye, Ragnar had felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. This was not merely a son. This was a sign, a message from the gods. And the message was not entirely comforting. Ub and Hvitserk were shadows in the early years, mentioned less frequently in the sagas, their personalities less defined, their fates less dramatic. But they were there. They were learning. They were watching their father and their older brothers and absorbing the lessons that would one day make them leaders of the great heathen army. And Ragnar, watching all of this, made a decision. He would not merely raise these boys to be warriors. He would raise them to be conquerors. He would teach them everything he knew about ships, about raids, about politics, about the stories that make men immortal. He would give them the tools to build an empire. And in doing so, he would ensure that his own name would never be forgotten. But there was a price. There is always a price. The price was that he would have to share the stage. He would have to accept that his sons would one day surpass him. And Ragnar Lothbrok, the man who had killed serpents to win his name, who had sailed farther than any Dane before him, who had built a kingdom from nothing but ships and will, was not sure that he could pay that price. Ragnar did not raise his sons the way a modern father raises children. There were no bedtime stories, no gentle encouragement, no participation trophies. There was the hall. There was the fire. There was the cold, hard world outside the door, waiting to kill anyone who was not strong enough, smart enough, ruthless enough to survive. From the moment they could walk, Ragnar's sons were immersed in the culture of war. They learned to handle wooden swords before they could properly grip them. They learned to throw small spears at targets, shields propped against walls, circles drawn in the dirt, while other children were still learning to feed themselves. They wrestled with each other, with the sons of retainers, with any boy who was available, because wrestling taught balance, strength, and the crucial lesson that pain was temporary and victory was eternal. But Ragnar did not want merely warriors. He wanted strategists. He wanted men who could think as well as fight. And so, alongside the physical training, there was education of a different sort. He taught them the ships, not just how to sail them, though they learned that, spending hours on the water, learning to read the wind and the current, but how to build them, how to select timber, how to shape a keel, how to bend planks with steam and fire, how to caulk the gaps with wool and tar. A man who understood how his ship was made understood its limitations. He knew what it could endure and what would break it. He knew how to repair it in the field, how to patch a leak with a spare shirt and some pine resin, how to replace a broken or with a tree branch and some rope. He taught them navigation. The Norse did not have compasses. Not yet. Not in the 9th century. They navigated by the sun, the stars, the color of the water, the flight of birds, the smell of the air. Ragnar showed his sons how to use the sun shadow board, a disc with a central pin that cast a shadow, allowing the navigator to determine latitude by measuring the length of the shadow at noon. He showed them how to follow the migration of whales, how to read the behavior of seabirds that indicated land over the horizon, how to recognize the particular shade of green that meant shallow water over a sandbar. He taught them the coasts, every inlet, every harbor, every river mouth from the Baltic to the Bay of Biscay. He drew maps in the dirt, or had his men draw them, for Ragnar himself may not have been literate in the modern sense, showing the approaches to Paris, the entrance to the Thames, the treacherous currents around the Scottish islands. He made his sons memorize these maps until they could close their eyes and see the coastlines in their minds, until they could navigate in fog by memory alone. He taught them the languages, not reading and writing. The Norse did not write their history, they sang it, but speaking. Frankish, Anglo-Saxon, Irish. The ability to understand your enemy's words was as valuable as the ability to strike him down. Ragnar had interpreters, slaves and traders who had learned Norse, but he wanted his sons to be able to speak directly to the people they conquered, to negotiate, to threaten, to lie. He taught them the politics of the Viking world, the complex web of alliances and enmities that connected the Jarls of Denmark, the petty kings of Norway, the chieftains of Sweden, the warlords of the Baltic. He explained that a man who made an enemy of everyone would not live long, but a man who made friends with everyone would be seen as weak. The trick was to have enough enemies to keep your warriors sharp and enough friends to keep your enemies cautious. He taught them about the Christian world, not with respect. Ragnar had no respect for a religion that turned the other cheek and worshipped a god who allowed himself to be killed, but with understanding. He explained that Christians were not cowards, merely misguided, that their monasteries were not merely religious centers, but economic powerhouses, controlling vast estates and accumulating wealth that the monks themselves did not use, that their kings ruled by the grace of God, which meant that killing a king was not merely murder, but a theological statement, that their armies were slow to mobilize but numerous when roused, and that the key to defeating them was speed, surprise, and the willingness to do things that Christian morality would not allow. Most importantly, he taught them about fear. Fear was Ragnar's most powerful weapon, more powerful than any sword or axe. He taught his sons that an enemy who was terrified would make mistakes, that a population that believed Vikings were demons would not resist effectively, that the stories told about you, the legends, the myths, the exaggerations, were as important as the reality. He taught them to cultivate their reputations, to perform acts of shocking violence that would be remembered and repeated, to create a narrative of invincibility that would precede them into every new land. Ivar absorbed these lessons with a mind that was already beyond his years. While his brothers practiced with swords, Ivar practiced with information. He interrogated traders who visited the hall, extracting details about English politics, Frankish court intrigues, the movements of armies, and the weaknesses of fortifications. He memorized genealogies, not merely his own, but the genealogies of every royal house in Western Europe. He understood that a man who knew who was related to whom could predict alliances, anticipate betrayals, and exploit family feuds. Bjorn absorbed the physical lessons. He was the strongest of the brothers, the fastest, the most naturally gifted fighter. But he was not stupid. He understood that strength alone was not enough. He watched his father plan raids, and he learned that the battle was often won before the first sword was drawn by the choice of ground, the timing of the attack, the selection of targets. He learned to control his temper, not always successfully, but enough to keep him alive. He learned that a warrior who charged blindly was a warrior who died quickly, and that patience was as important as courage. Sigurd was the most balanced. Neither as brilliant as Ivar nor as ferocious as Bjorn, he possessed a steadiness that would one day make him a good king. He listened more than he spoke. He observed his brothers, their strengths, their weaknesses, their rivalries, and he learned how to position himself between them, to be the bridge, the mediator, the one who could speak to Ivar's mind and Bjorn's heart with equal fluency. Ub and Hvitserk were quieter. They trained, they learned, they grew. But they did not stand out. Not yet. They were the younger brothers, the ones who would have to find their own paths in the shadow of their more famous siblings. Ragnar watched them with a father's eye, noting their progress, wondering which of them would surprise him. And then there was the lesson that Ragnar did not teach consciously, but that his sons learned simply by watching him. The lesson of ambition, of restlessness, of the inability to be content. They watched their father sit in his high seat, distributing gold and listening to skalds, and they saw the tension in his shoulders. They saw the way his eyes drifted to the door, to the sea beyond, to the horizon that was always calling. They saw him leave, again and again, for raids that he did not need to lead, for dangers that he did not need to face. And they understood, without being told, that power was not a destination. It was a treadmill. The moment you stopped moving, you began to fall behind. This was the inheritance that Ragnar gave his sons. Not merely gold, not merely ships, not merely the tactical knowledge of how to plan a raid. He gave them the hunger that had driven him from the serpent house to the throne of Denmark, from the pigsty to the bed of a prophetess, from the shores of the Baltic to the snake pit of Northumbria. The hunger that could never be satisfied. The hunger that was both his greatest strength and his fatal flaw. And they took it. They took it, and they made it their own. Ivar channeled it into strategy, into the cold, patient planning of conquest. Bjorn channeled it into action, into the relentless forward motion of raid after raid. Sigurd channeled it into statecraft, into the building of institutions that would outlast the man who built them. And Ub and Hvitserk, they were still finding their channels, still deciding how they would express the hunger that their father had bequeathed to them. But the hunger was not the only inheritance. There was also the fear of being forgotten, the fear of irrelevance, the fear of becoming the past while the future rushed past. Ragnar felt this fear acutely in his 50s, as his sons grew into men and his own body began to betray him. And his sons, watching him, learning from him, absorbed that fear too. They would spend their lives trying to outrun it, just as he had. And like him, they would discover that the only way to escape the fear was to embrace it, to accept that oblivion was the fate of all men, and that the only response was to burn so brightly that the afterimage lingered long after the flame was gone. By the mid-9th century, the Frankish Empire, that vast construct forged by Charlemagne and his ancestors, was cracking. Charlemagne had died in 814, and his son Louis the Pious had inherited an empire that was already too large to govern effectively. Louis had divided the empire among his sons, and the divisions had led to civil war. By the 840s, the empire was... This fragmentation was a gift to the Vikings. A united Frankish empire, with its professional armies and its network of fortifications, would have been a formidable opponent. But 3 Frankish kingdoms, each suspicious of the others, each more concerned with fighting its brothers than with defending its coasts, was a target that even a modest Viking force could exploit. Ragnar had been raiding the Frankish coasts for years. The Frisian Islands, the mouth of the Rhine, the Channel coast. These were familiar hunting grounds, plundered repeatedly by Viking fleets that came and went like seasonal storms. But the great prize, the target that every Viking leader dreamed of, was Paris. Paris in the 9th century was not the metropolis it would become. It was a city of perhaps 25,000 people clustered on the Isle de la site, the island in the Seine that was the heart of the city. It was the seat of the West Frankish king, though the court was often elsewhere. It was a religious center, with the Cathedral of Notre Dame still under construction in its early medieval form, and numerous monasteries. And it was wealthy. The accumulated treasure of centuries of Frankish rule, the tithes and offerings of a Christian kingdom, the trade goods that flowed up the Seine from the Atlantic and down from the interior. All of it made Paris a glittering target. The Frankish annals, specifically the Annals Xantenses, the Annals Bertiniani, and the records of Saint Germain of Paris, record a major Viking attack on Paris in 845. The leader of this attack is named as Reginherus, a Danish chieftain in the service of King Horik of Denmark. Reginherus sailed up the Seine with a fleet of 120 ships. He plundered the countryside. He laid siege to Paris on Easter Sunday, and he forced the Frankish king, Charles the Bald, to pay an enormous tribute, 7,000 livres of silver, to make the Vikings leave. Was Reginherus Ragnar Lothbrok? The case is strong, but not conclusive. The name Reginherus is a Latinized form of a Norse name, possibly Ragnar or Reginar. The timing, the mid-840s, fits the legendary chronology if Ragnar was born around 780. The scale of the raid, 120 ships, a massive force, suggests a leader of extraordinary charisma and organizational skill. And the fact that this man was Danish, operating in the service of King Horik, aligns with the Saga tradition that Ragnar was a Danish king or jarl. But there are problems. The sagas do not attribute the sack of Paris to Ragnar. They attribute it to his sons, particularly Bjorn Ironside. The Frankish sources say Reginherus died of disease after the raid, whereas the sagas say Ragnar died in England, in Anella's snake pit, years later. And the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, our most reliable English source, does not mention Ragnar at all in connection with the 845 raid. The scholarly consensus is that Reginherus was probably a historical Viking leader who may or may not have been identical with the legendary Ragnar. Some historians argue that the saga tradition shifted Ragnar's greatest exploit to his sons to make them more impressive. Others suggest that Ragnar is a composite figure, a legend woven from the deeds of Reginherus and other Viking warlords whose names began with Rag. But for the purposes of this story, for the narrative that Ragnar Lothbrok constructed around his own life, the identity of Reginherus matters less than the fact of the raid. Whether Ragnar led the attack on Paris or not, the attack happened, and it demonstrated to the Vikings, and to the Franks, and to all of Europe that the great cities of the Christian world were not invulnerable, that the walls that had seemed eternal could be tested, that the wealth that had been accumulated over centuries could be taken in days. If Ragnar did lead the raid, if he stood on the deck of his ship and watched the spires of Paris rise from the morning mist, then the experience would have shaped him profoundly. He would have seen, for the first time, the true scale of the civilization he was attacking. Not the isolated monasteries of the English coast, not the scattered farms of the Frisian Islands, but a city, a capital, a center of power and wealth and culture that dwarfed anything in Scandinavia. He would have seen the stone buildings, the churches, the palaces, the bridges, that spoke of a technological sophistication that the Norse had not yet achieved. He would have seen the markets, The workshops, the thousands of people going about their lives in a density of population that was unimaginable in the north. He would have smelled the city, the smoke, the sewage, the spices, the incense, a mixture of odors that was both repulsive and intoxicating. And he would have understood, in a way that he might not have understood before, that the world was larger than he had imagined, that there were empires beyond the horizon, civilizations that had been building and trading and fighting for centuries, while the Norse were still learning to sail beyond sight of land. That the wealth of these civilizations was not merely silver and gold, but knowledge, art, architecture, the accumulated wisdom of generations. This understanding might have humbled a lesser man. But Ragnar was not humbled. He was inspired. If these Franks could build Paris, then the Norse could build something greater. If these Christians could accumulate such wealth, then the Norse could take it. And if these kings could rule empires, then Ragnar Lothbrok, or his sons, could rule empires too. The raid itself was a masterpiece of Viking tactics. The fleet sailed up the Seine, bypassing the coastal defenses that the Franks had erected after earlier Viking attacks. They plundered the countryside, taking food, livestock, slaves, and whatever portable wealth they could find. They burned villages and monasteries, spreading terror that would demoralize the population and prevent effective resistance. And when they reached Paris, they found the city unprepared. Charles the Bald was not in Paris when the Vikings arrived. He was elsewhere, dealing with the endless crises of his fractured kingdom. The city was defended by a garrison that was too small to hold the walls against a determined assault, and by a population that was more inclined to prayer than to resistance. The Vikings did not need to storm the walls. They simply camped outside, cutting off the city, threatening to burn it, and waited for the king to arrive with a ransom. Charles came. He saw the fleet, 120 ships, perhaps 6,000 warriors, a force that could have destroyed his army if he had been foolish enough to fight. And he negotiated. The result was the tribute, 7,000 livres of silver, a sum so enormous that it represented a significant portion of the royal treasury. The Vikings loaded the silver onto their ships, released their prisoners, and sailed away. But they left something behind. They left the knowledge that Paris could be taken, that the heart of Francia was vulnerable, that the Christian God did not protect his people from the pagan north. And they left the seed of future invasions, the certainty that where one Viking fleet had succeeded, others would follow. Ragnar, if he was there, would have returned to Denmark with a share of the silver and a new understanding of the world. He would have known, after Paris, that the Viking Age was not merely a season of raiding. It was the beginning of something larger, a reordering of Europe, a shift of power from the south to the north, from the settled civilizations of the Mediterranean to the hungry barbarians of the Baltic. And he would have known that his sons, the sons he was raising in his hall, training in the arts of war and the strategies of conquest, would be the instruments of that reordering. To understand Ragnar's position in the mid-9th century, we must understand the political structure of Denmark, or what would become Denmark, for the concept of a unified Danish kingdom was still forming in this period. The land of the Danes was not a state in the modern sense. It was a collection of territories, each ruled by a jarl or a petty king, bound together by personal allegiance, shared culture, and the threat of common enemies. The Jutland Peninsula was the heartland. It stretched north from the borders of Saxony, its western coast exposed to the North Sea, its eastern shore protected by the Danish archipelago. The soil was fertile by Scandinavian standards, capable of supporting a relatively dense population of farmers and fishermen. The towns, Ribe, Hedeby, Aarhus, were trading centers, places where goods from the Baltic met goods from the North Sea, where silver from the Arab world was exchanged for furs and slaves from the north. The islands, Zealand, Funen, Lolland, Falster, were the political center. Zealand, the largest, was home to the most powerful jarls, the richest farms, the most important religious and ceremonial sites. It was here, at Lidra, that the sagas place Ragnar's hall. Lidra was not merely a royal residence. It was a sacred place, the seat of the Skjoldung dynasty, the descendants of Skjolder, a son of Odin, who had ruled the Danes since time immemorial. Whether the Skjoldungs were a real dynasty or a mythic invention is debated, but their importance in Danish identity was real. To claim descent from the Skjoldungs was to claim the oldest and most prestigious lineage in the north. Ragnar's claim to the Danish throne, if he made such a claim, rested on his father, Sigurd Ring, who the sagas say was a king or a jarl of considerable power. But royal succession in Viking Age Scandinavia was not strictly hereditary. A king's son had a strong claim, but he had to prove himself worthy. He had to demonstrate the qualities that made a king: courage in battle, generosity in peace, wisdom in judgment, the ability to inspire loyalty and command respect. Ragnar had demonstrated these qualities. He had led successful raids. He had defeated rivals. He had married well, first Thora, then Aslog, and fathered sons who showed every sign of becoming great men. He had distributed gold and silver to his retainers, ensuring their loyalty. He had presided over the Thing, settling disputes with a fairness that was remembered and respected. And he had built a fleet, the ultimate expression of power in the Viking world. That was the envy of every jarl from the Skagerrak to the Baltic. But his hold on power was never secure. There were always rivals. Always men who looked at the high seat and saw themselves sitting in it. Always jarls who resented the centralization of authority, who remembered the days when every man was his own master and no king could command him. Always younger warriors who looked at Ragnar's gray hair and saw weakness, who believed that the time of the old boar was ending and the time of the young wolves was beginning. Ragnar managed these rivals with a combination of force and cunning. He destroyed those who openly challenged him, crushing their armies, burning their halls, killing their men, and enslaving their families. He bought off those who were merely ambitious, giving them gold, land, marriages into his own family. He co-opted those who were useful, bringing them into his council, making them feel that they had a stake in his success. And he terrorized those who were undecided, ensuring that the stories of his raids, the burned monasteries, the slaughtered armies, the kings forced to pay tribute, reached every corner of Denmark, so that no jarl could delude himself into thinking that he could defy Ragnar and survive. The civil war, the rebellion that Lager saved him from, was the most serious challenge to his rule. The sagas do not give us the details. They do not name the rebel jarls, or explain their grievances, or describe the battles that were fought. They simply tell us that Ragnar's subjects rose against him, that he was hard-pressed, that his enemies were numerous and his own forces scattered. And they tell us that Lagertha, his former wife, his shield maiden, the woman he had abandoned for Thora, sailed from Norway with a fleet of ships and turned the tide. This intervention was extraordinary. Lagertha had no obligation to Ragnar. They were no longer married. She had her own territory, her own warriors, her own life. She could have ignored his plea for help, if he sent one, or she could have joined his enemies, taking revenge for the abandonment that the sagas imply she suffered. Instead, she chose to save him. Why? The sagas do not explain her motives, but we can speculate. Perhaps she still loved him, not the romantic love of modern novels, but the bond of shared experience, of blood spilled together, of a time when they had been young and the world had seemed conquerable. Perhaps she saw in his enemies a threat to herself, If Ragnar fell, his conquerors might turn their attention to Norway, to her lands, her people. Perhaps she simply could not resist the drama of it, the opportunity to prove once again that she was the equal of any man, including the man who had once been her husband. Whatever her motives, she arrived in the middle of the battle, her hair braided for war, her shield painted with the device of her house. Her warriors, men who had followed her from Norway, who owed allegiance to her alone, fell upon Ragnar's enemies with the ferocity of a winter storm. The rebels, caught between Ragnar's forces and Lajurtha's, were crushed. The survivors fled. The rebellion was ended. And Lagertha, having saved her former husband's throne, returned to Norway, without asking for thanks, without demanding that Ragnar take her back, without any gesture that suggested she needed him more than he needed her. This act, this extraordinary act of loyalty without expectation of reward, must have affected Ragnar deeply. He was not a man who was accustomed to selfless acts. He lived in a world where every gift carried an obligation, every alliance a price, every relationship a calculation of benefit and cost. Lajurtha's intervention broke that pattern. She had given him something, her warriors, her ships, her presence in his moment of need, and asked for nothing in return. Or perhaps she had asked for something. Perhaps she had asked for the one thing that Ragnar could not give, his fidelity, his presence, his willingness to stay instead of moving on. And when he could not give it, when he remained with a Slog, when he continued to plan raids and build empires and move toward horizons that she could not see, she accepted his failure with the same stoicism with which she accepted everything else. The rebellion taught Ragnar a lesson, though perhaps not the lesson he should have learned. He learned that his power was fragile, that even a king who had conquered kingdoms could be brought low by the discontent of his own people, that the loyalty of jarls was conditional, the allegiance of warriors temporary, the support of the thing dependent on continued success. But he did not learn the deeper lesson, that power built on fear and gold was inherently unstable, that the only lasting authority was authority built on love, on mutual benefit, on the genuine commitment of a people to their ruler. Ragnar was not capable of that kind of authority. He was too restless, too hungry, too convinced that the next raid, the next conquest, the next horizon would bring the satisfaction that the current one had not. So he responded to the rebellion not by reforming his rule, but by tightening his grip. He demanded greater tribute from his jarls. He required hostages from those he did not fully trust, sons and daughters who would live in his hall as honored guests and implicit prisoners. He expanded his network of spies, ensuring that he knew of plots before they could mature. And he launched more raids, distributing the loot more generously than before, buying loyalty with silver when he could not inspire it with charisma. This worked in the short term. The jarls who had rebelled were dead or exiled. Their replacements were men who owed everything to Ragnar and who knew that their positions depended on his favor. The thing continued to meet, continued to acknowledge his authority, continued to judge disputes in his name. And Denmark, or Ragnar's portion of Denmark, remained at peace, or at least at the kind of peace that prevailed when everyone was too afraid to start a war. But the long-term cost was high. Ragnar was spending his reserves, not merely his silver, but his credibility, his legitimacy, the moral capital that a king needed to rule effectively. He was becoming a tyrant, and tyrants in Norse society did not last. Sooner or later, the jarls would find a leader who could unite them. Sooner or later, the thing would turn against him. Sooner or later, the sons who were growing up in his hall would decide that they were ready to take his place. Ragnar knew this. He was not a fool. He saw the way his older retainers looked at him. With respect, yes, but also with calculation, wondering how many more winters the old boar had in him. He saw the way his sons looked at him. Ivar with the cold assessment of a strategist, Bjorn with the impatience of a warrior who wanted his own battles, Sigurd with the steady gaze of a man who was already planning for the succession. And he saw the way the horizon looked at him, always there, always calling, always promising that the next voyage would be the one that made everything worthwhile. He was in his 50s now, an old man by the standards of his age. Most Viking warriors did not see 40. Ragnar had seen 50 winters, perhaps more. His hair was gray, his beard streaked with white. His body bore the marks of decades of violence, scars that ached in the damp, joints that stiffened in the cold, a left shoulder that had never fully healed from a Frankish spear. He could still fight. He was Ragnar Lothbrok. He would fight until the day he died, but he could not fight as he had. He could not stand in the shield wall for hours, swinging an axe, pushing forward against the enemy. He could not sail through storms that would have tested a younger man. He could not recover from wounds with the speed that had once made him seem invincible. And his sons knew it. They did not say it. They were too well trained, too respectful, too aware of the power that still resided in their father's name. But they knew, and Ragnar knew that they knew. And this knowledge, this mutual awareness of his decline, was the poison that slowly destroyed the relationship between father and sons. The relationship between Ragnar and his sons was not always strained. In the early years, when the boys were children, when they looked up at their father with the uncritical adoration that only the very young can manage, there was warmth. There was the rough affection of a warrior who does not know how to express love except through action. The gift of a wooden sword, the praise for a well-thrown spear, the gruff approval when a son memorized a saga or asked a perceptive question about navigation. But as the sons grew, as they became men with their own reputations and their own ambitions, the warmth cooled. It did not disappear entirely. There were moments, even in the final years, when Ragnar and Bjorn would drink together and remember old raids, when Ivar would discuss strategy with his father and they would find themselves in rare agreement, when Sigurd would sit by the fire and the silence between father and son would be comfortable rather than tense. But these moments were exceptions. The rule was competition. The rule was the unspoken contest between a man who had built a legend and the sons who were determined to surpass it. Ivar was the first to pull away. Not physically. He could not walk, so physical distance was not an option for him. But mentally, emotionally, Ivar began to keep his own counsel, to develop plans that he did not share with his father, to build a network of informants and allies that was separate from Ragnar's. He did not challenge his father openly. He was too smart for that. But he began to act as an independent power, a king within the kingdom, and Ragnar felt the shift. Bjorn pulled away differently. He left. He sailed on raids that Ragnar had not authorized, to coasts that Ragnar had not targeted. He built his own reputation, not as Ragnar's son, but as Bjorn Ironside, the warrior who had raided farther than any Norseman before him. The sagas say that he sailed into the Mediterranean, that he sacked Luna in Italy, that he fought Moors in Spain and Greeks in Constantinople. Whether all of these exploits are historically accurate is debated, but the reputation is real. Bjorn became a legend in his own right, and legends do not bow to their fathers. Sigurd stayed. He was the dutiful son, the one who remained in Denmark while his brothers went adventuring, who managed the household, who sat in the hall and listened to petitions, who represented the king when the king was away. But even Sigurd's loyalty had limits. He watched his father with eyes that were increasingly critical, noting the mistakes that old age and stubbornness produced, filing them away for the day when he would have to make better decisions. And then there was the question of succession. Ragnar had not named an heir. This was not unusual in Norse society. Kingship was not hereditary in the strict sense, and a king's death often triggered a contest among his sons or other claimants. But it created tension. Each son believed, or wanted to believe, that he was the favored one. Ivar believed it because he was the smartest. Bjorn believed it because he was the bravest. Sigurd believed it because he was the most loyal. And Ragnar, by refusing to choose, ensured that all of them remained in a state of suspended competition, each trying to prove himself worthy of a prize that their father would not award. Aslog watched this with the eyes of a prophetess. She saw the future that Ragnar refused to see. She saw the sons growing apart, the alliances shifting, the moment when the bonds of blood would prove weaker than the bonds of ambition. And she warned Ragnar. She told him that his pride was driving a wedge between him and his children, that his refusal to share power, to delegate, to accept that he was no longer the only great man in the hall, would end in tragedy. Ragnar heard her. He understood her, and he could not change, because to change would be to admit that the story was no longer his, that the epic he had been writing since the Serpent House had acquired co-authors who were determined to write their own chapters, that the immortality he had sought through his sons was turning into a competition that he was destined to lose. The breaking point came, as breaking points often do, over a trivial matter, a dispute about the distribution of loot from a raid, a disagreement about which son should lead the next expedition, a slight, real or imagined, in front of the warriors in the hall. The sagas do not agree on the details, and the historical record is silent. But they agree on the essential fact. Ragnar and his sons quarreled. Openly, publicly, in the hall, before the fire, before the witnesses who would carry the story to every corner of the Danish world. The quarrel was about England. Ivar had been planning an invasion, a full-scale conquest, not a raid, an army of thousands rather than a fleet of dozens. He had spent years gathering intelligence, building alliances, preparing the ground, and he had presented his plan to his father expecting approval, perhaps even hoping that Ragnar would step aside and let him lead. Ragnar refused, not because the plan was bad. Ivar's plans were never bad, but because it was Ivar's plan. Because accepting it would mean acknowledging that his son had surpassed him in strategic vision. Because the invasion of England was the kind of grand, world-changing enterprise that Ragnar had always dreamed of leading, and he could not bear to watch someone else, even his own son, claim it. He told Ivar that the plan was premature, that the forces were not ready, that the English kingdoms were stronger than Ivar believed, that a wise king waited for the right moment, and this was not the right moment. He gave reasons that sounded logical, strategic, prudent, but everyone in the hall knew the truth. The old boar was jealous of the young piglet, and the young piglet knew it too. Ivar did not argue. He was too controlled for that. He simply looked at his father with eyes that held no anger, only cold assessment. And he withdrew, not in submission, in calculation. He would wait. He would prepare. And when the moment came, he would act, with or without his father's blessing. Bjorn took Ivar's side. Not openly. Bjorn was not subtle enough for the kind of intrigue that Ivar practiced. But he made it clear that he believed Ivar's plan was sound, that the old man was holding them back, that the time for caution had passed. Sigurd remained neutral, or appeared to. Ub and Hvitserk said nothing, their silence speaking volumes. And Ragnar, sitting in his high seat, looking at the sons who had once looked up at him with adoration, felt something break inside him. Not his heart. His heart had been broken before, by Thor's death, by Lajurtha's departure, by 100 losses that he had buried beneath the next raid. What broke was his illusion. The illusion that he could control them, that they were his instruments, his legacy, his immortality. that they would wait patiently for him to die before claiming their inheritance. They would not wait. They were already moving, already planning, already living lives that were separate from his, stories that did not include him. And Ragnar, who had spent his life ensuring that he would be the center of every story, could not accept this marginalization. He made a decision that was born not from strategy, but from desperation, not from wisdom, but from wounded pride. He would invade England himself, not with the massive force that Ivar had planned, not with the careful preparation that Ivar had advocated, but with a small force, just enough to prove that he could still do what his sons only talked about, just enough to remind the world that Ragnar Lothbrok was not a memory. He was a force. He announced his intention to a Slog, and a Slog, who had seen this moment in her dreams, who had known since she married him that his pride would one day destroy him, wept. She did not weep because she feared for his life. She wept because she had seen his death. She had known, from the moment she married him, that this day would come, that the man who could not sit still would one day stand up and walk into the trap that had been set for him at the beginning of time. She told him what she saw. She told him that if he sailed to England with only 2 ships, not with an army, not with the fleet that Ivar was assembling, but with a small force that could not possibly conquer a kingdom, he would be captured. She told him that King Aella of Northumbria would throw him into a pit of serpents. She told him that he would die there, laughing, cursing, calling out to his sons. And she told him, this was the worst part, that his death would trigger a war that would drown England in blood. Ragnar listened. He heard every word, and he made his decision. He would go anyway. The preparation for the final voyage was marked by a silence that everyone in the hall understood, but no one dared to name. Ragnar was not planning a conquest. He was planning a statement, a gesture, a final entry in the saga that would ensure his name was spoken louder than his son's. He selected 2 ships. Only 2. Long ships, yes, the finest in his fleet, dragon-proud, sail-bright, or strong. But 2 ships meant perhaps 100 men, perhaps fewer. A raiding party, a gesture force, not an army, not a fleet, not the kind of force that could conquer a kingdom, hold a city, or even survive a determined counterattack. His retainers tried to dissuade him. The older men, those who had sailed with him since the Frisian raids, who had followed him to Paris and back, reminded him of the risks. England was not defenseless. Aella was not a fool. The Northumbrian Fyrd could field thousands of warriors. 2 ships would be swallowed whole. The younger men, those who had grown up on stories of Ragnar's deeds but had never sailed with him, watched with the calculating eyes of wolves waiting for the old alpha to stumble. They did not try to dissuade him. They volunteered. They saw opportunity in the old man's madness. If Ragnar died in England, his death would be avenged by his sons, and the Avengers would need warriors. Better to be on the right side of that equation. Ragnar ignored the advice and welcomed the volunteers. He selected his crew with care, not the best warriors, for the best warriors were with Bjorn or Ivar or guarding the Danish coast. He selected the loyal, the men who had been with him longest, the men who owed him everything and asked for nothing, the men who would follow him not because they believed in the mission, but because they believed in him. A Slog did not come to the beach to see him off. The sagas say she remained in the hall, sitting by the fire, her face pale and her eyes dry. She had already wept. She had already warned. She had already seen the future in the flames, and she knew that no words could change what was woven. She sent no gift. She gave no blessing. She simply waited for the news that she already knew was coming. Ivar did not come either. He was elsewhere, in his own hall, with his own men, planning the invasion that his father had rejected. He knew about the voyage. Everyone knew, but he did not try to stop it. Perhaps he calculated that his father's death would clear the path for his own plans. Perhaps he simply could not bear to watch the old man destroy himself. Perhaps, and this is the possibility that the sagas hint at but never confirm, he loved his father too much to witness his final folly. Bjorn was not there. He was in the Mediterranean, or on his way back, or somewhere beyond the horizon where news traveled slowly. Sigurd was present. He watched his father prepare the ships with the steady gaze that was his trademark. He helped load the provisions, the dried fish, the salt meat, the barrels of ale, the shields and spears and axes. He embraced his father before he boarded, and Ragnar felt in that embrace the strength of the son who was already stronger than the father. "Come back," Sigurd said. Or perhaps he said, "Don't go." The sagas record different versions. But the meaning was clear. This is a mistake. This is unnecessary. This is pride, not strategy. Ragnar smiled. It was the smile of a man who has already made his peace with the end. "I will come back," he said, "or I will come back in song. Either way, you will hear me." He boarded the ship. The men pushed off from the beach. The oars bit the water. The sail rose, catching the wind that blew from the east, from Denmark, from home. And Ragnar stood at the prow, his gray hair whipped by the wind, his eyes fixed on the gray line where the sea met the sky, and he did not look back. The North Sea in the 9th century was not a highway. It was an enemy, a gray, cold, unpredictable expanse of water that could turn from calm to storm in the time it took to blink. The crossing from Denmark to England took days, 3 days, 4 days, sometimes more if the wind turned against you. And during those days, a ship was alone, completely alone. No coast in sight, no landmarks, just water and sky and the constant, gnawing fear that the next wave would be the one that swamped you, that the next gust would tear your sail, that the next hour would be your last. Ragnar had crossed this sea dozens of times. He had faced storms that snapped masts and waves that washed men overboard. He had navigated by the stars, by the color of the water, by the flight of birds that indicated land somewhere beyond the horizon. He was not afraid of the sea, but he respected it. And as his 2 ships sailed westward, he felt something that he had not felt in years. He felt alive. The restlessness that had plagued him in his hull vanished the moment the land disappeared behind him. The boredom, the envy, the fear of irrelevance, all of it was burned away by the wind and the spray and the rhythmic, hypnotic movement of the ship. He was doing what he was made for. He was moving toward the horizon. He was Ragnar Lothbrok again, not the king, not the father, not the legend. Just the man on the ship, facing the sea, gambling his life against the elements. His men felt it too. They watched their king stand at the prow, his gray hair whipped by the wind, his eyes fixed on the west, and they remembered why they followed him. Not because he was rich, not because he was powerful, but because he was the kind of man who made you feel that anything was possible, that death was just another adventure, that the world was larger and stranger and more wonderful than the safe, small lives that most men accepted. They talked as they sailed. They told stories, old stories, stories they had heard 100 times but never tired of. Stories of gods and giants and heroes. Stories of Ragnar's own deeds, which they told with the pride of men who had witnessed history. Stories of their homes, their families, the women they had left behind. They knew, they all knew, though no one said it aloud, that this voyage was different from the others, that the odds were too long, that the force was too small, that something was driving their king that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with pride. But they did not mutter. They did not plot. They did not consider turning the ships around and sailing home, because they were Vikings. And Vikings did not fear death. They feared only a death without story. And whatever happened in England, Whatever awaited them on those foreign shores, they knew that the story would be worth the telling. On the third day, they saw land. The coast of Northumbria rose from the sea like a warning. White cliffs, black rocks, the kind of shoreline that broke ships and swallowed crews before they ever touched sand. But Ragnar had spent his life reading coastlines. He found a landing, a small cove, hidden from the main shipping lanes, with a beach of shingle that would not damage the hulls. They beached the ships. They dragged them above the tide line. They hid them as best they could, covering them with branches and seaweed. And then they struck inland. There were perhaps 80 men. 80 Vikings against a kingdom. It was absurd. It was suicidal. It was exactly the kind of gesture that Ragnar had spent his life making. The impossible odds, the desperate gamble, the belief that will and cunning could overcome any number of enemies. They moved fast. They did not burn villages or kill farmers. They did not want to alert the local authorities. They moved like wolves through the heather, silent and swift, heading for the heart of Northumbria, heading for York, heading for King Aella. Why York? Because York was the capital of Northumbria, because Aella was there, because killing a king, or capturing him, or forcing him to submit, was the kind of deed that would make the skalds sing for centuries. Because Ragnar was not interested in raiding monasteries or stealing silver. He was interested in glory, and glory, in his mind, meant facing the most powerful man in the kingdom and defeating him. But Aella was not a fool. He had seized the throne of Northumbria by force, deposing a previous king named Osbert in a civil war that had weakened the kingdom and made it vulnerable to Viking attacks. He knew that Vikings were a threat. He had spies along the coast. He had men watching the sea. And he knew that Ragnar was coming. Not because he had supernatural intelligence, but because Ragnar's 2 ships had not been as stealthy as he believed. A fisherman had seen them. A shepherd had noticed the strangers moving inland. The news traveled faster than the Vikings, carried by runners, by signal fires, by the network of local lords who owed allegiance to Aella and who knew that their king would reward them for warning him of danger. Aella assembled his army. The FYRD was called up, the militia of free farmers who formed the backbone of Anglo-Saxon military power. They were not professional soldiers. They were men who worked the land 9 months of the year and fought when their king demanded it. But they were numerous, and they were fighting for their homes. And they outnumbered Ragnar's force by 10 to 1, perhaps 20 to 1. The battle, if it can be called a battle, was brief and brutal. Ragnar's men fought with the ferocity of wolves, but they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Spears from every direction, arrows falling like rain, the shield wall breaking under the weight of men who had nothing to lose and everything to gain from killing the famous Viking king. Ragnar fought in the front rank. He was not a commander who watched from the rear. He was a warrior who led from the front, who believed that his presence in the thick of the fighting was worth more than any tactical plan. He killed dozens. His axe rose and fell, and each time it fell, an Englishman died. But the English kept coming, and his men kept falling. And the circle of Vikings grew smaller and smaller, until there was nowhere left to stand, nowhere left to fight, nowhere left to die but on their feet. They captured him alive. Or rather, he allowed himself to be captured. The sagas say that he could have died fighting, that he had the opportunity to take a sword to his own throat or charge into the enemy line and be cut down. But he chose to surrender. He chose to be taken, because a death in battle, while glorious, was not the death he wanted. He wanted the death that a slog had predicted. He wanted the serpent pit. He wanted the final scene that would make his story immortal. The march from the battlefield to York was a journey through a landscape that Ragnar had come to conquer, but which had instead conquered him. The Northumbrian countryside in the 9th century was a patchwork of small farms, scattered villages, and the occasional estate of a wealthy thane or churchman. The fields were brown with winter stubble. The trees were bare. The sky was the color of old iron, heavy with the promise of snow. Ragnar walked with his hands bound behind him, a rope around his neck, led like a dog by the soldiers of the king he had tried to defeat. His clothes were rags, the remains of his raiding gear, torn by battle, soaked with blood that was his own and others. His feet were bare, or nearly so, his boots lost in the fighting. The ground was cold, the stones sharp, the mud sucking at his ankles with every step. But he walked straight. He did not stumble. He did not bow his head. He looked at the English farmers who gathered along the road to watch the procession, their faces a mixture of fear, hatred, and something else that took him longer to recognize. It was recognition, not of him personally. These farmers had never seen Ragnar Lothbrok, had never sailed beyond the sight of their own shores, had never heard his voice except in the exaggerated warnings of priests who called him a demon from the north. But they recognized the type, the man who came from the sea, the man who burned and took and vanished, the man who had made their lives a prayer interrupted by terror. And now that man was bound, bleeding, walking barefoot on their road, and they did not know how to feel. Some spat, some threw stones, small stones, clods of earth, nothing that could seriously harm him, but enough to bruise, enough to insult, enough to register the score of years of fear. The guards did not stop them. The guards were farmers too, called up for the FYRD, still smelling of their own fields, and they understood the need to see the monster brought low. They understood that a Viking in chains was a kind of miracle, proof that God had not abandoned them, that the prayers they had whispered in dark churches had finally been answered. Ragnar did not flinch when the stone struck him. He had been hit by worse. He kept his eyes forward, on the road that wound through the hills toward York, and he thought of the sea. He always thought of the sea when pain came. The cold gray water, the creak of the hull, the feeling of standing at the prow with the wind in his beard and the world opening before him like a gift. The sea did not judge. The sea did not throw stones. The sea simply was, vast, indifferent, eternal. They marched for 2 days, or 3. Time blurred when you were bound and bleeding, when every step was a negotiation between will and exhaustion, when the only food was the scraps thrown by guards who took pleasure in watching the great Viking king eat like a dog. They slept in barns, in pigsties, in the open fields when no farmer would open his door to the monster. Ragnar slept little. He sat against whatever wall or tree was available, his wrists chafed raw by the ropes, his ankles swollen from the walking, and he listened. He listened to the guards talk. They spoke in the Northumbrian dialect of Old English, a language that was not so different from the Norse he spoke. The tongues had not yet diverged as far as they would in later centuries. He understood enough. He understood that Aella was in York, celebrating his victory. He understood that the king had sent messengers to the other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, boasting of his capture of the dreaded Ragnar Lothbrok. He understood that priests were already composing sermons about the triumph of Christ over the pagan devil, that the story was growing with every telling, that Aella was using this prisoner to build his own legend. This was useful information. Ragnar filed it away. Even now, even bound and beaten, his mind worked. He was not planning an escape. He knew there would be no escape. He was planning his death. He was calculating how to turn the execution that awaited him into the final act of his epic. He was listening for details about the pit, about the serpents, about the king's intentions, so that he could prepare his final words, his final gesture, the final image that would burn itself into the memory of everyone who witnessed it. On the second night, Or perhaps the third. The darkness made it hard to tell. They reached the outskirts of York. The city rose before them in the gray morning light, and Ragnar saw it properly for the first time. Not the scattered huts and fields of the countryside, but a city. Walls of earth and timber, palisades of sharpened stakes, the smoke of hundreds of fires rising into the winter sky. The cathedral tower, not stone yet, not the great minster that would stand centuries later, but a wooden church, tall and stark against the clouds. And beyond it, the river, the Ouse, the waterway that made York what it was, a trading post, a capital, a place where the wealth of the north flowed through on its way to the sea. Ragnar looked at the river and felt a twist in his chest. It was not the sea. It was a river, narrow and slow and trapped by land on both sides. But it was water. It moved. It went somewhere. And standing on the bank of that river, looking at the city that would be his death place, he felt the old hunger stir one final time. The hunger to follow the water, to see where it led, to keep moving until the moving stopped. They led him through the gates. The people of York had gathered to see the spectacle. They lined the streets, women with children in their arms, old men leaning on sticks, priests in rough woolen robes, warriors who had not been at the battle but who wanted to claim some reflected glory from the capture. They shouted, they hissed, they made the sign of the cross and muttered prayers against evil. And Ragnar walked through them with his head up, his eyes scanning the faces, looking for the one face that mattered. He did not see Aella among the crowd. The king would be in his hall, waiting. The king would not debase himself by appearing in the street like a common spectator. The king would receive his prisoner in a setting of power, surrounded by his thanes and his priests, in a space designed to intimidate and to demonstrate the absolute gap between conqueror and conquered. They took him to a building near the king's hall, not a prison in the modern sense, but a storehouse, thick-walled, windowless, with a dirt floor and a door of oak barred with iron. They pushed him inside. They cut the ropes from his wrists, not out of mercy, but because ropes were valuable and a prisoner in a locked storehouse needed no bonds. They gave him water. They gave him bread that was more mold than grain, and they left him in the dark. Ragnar sat against the wall. He drank the water. He ate the bread, mold and all, because a man facing death needs his strength, because the final scene required a performer who could stand and speak and laugh, not a starving wretch who could barely whisper. He examined his wounds, the cuts on his arms and legs from the battle, the bruises from the stones, the blisters on his feet that had burst and bled and begun to fester. None of it was mortal. None of it would kill him before Aella could. And then he waited. King Aella of Northumbria was not a patient man. He had not become king through patience. He had seized the throne from Osbert through swift violence, through the willingness to act when others hesitated, through the understanding that power was not given but taken and held by the unrelenting grip. He was in his 40s, younger than Ragnar, but old enough to feel the weight of his years, old enough to know that a king who did not build his legend quickly might not live to see it completed. He sat in his hall in York, surrounded by his thanes, his priests, and the trophies of his reign. The hall was not as grand as Ragnar's. The Anglo-Saxons built differently than the Norse, more compartmentalized, less communal, with private chambers for the king and his family separated from the public space by walls of wattle and timber. But it was impressive in its own way. Banners hung from the rafters, the standards of Northumbrian noble houses, the crosses of Christian bishops, the captured shields of enemies who had thought to challenge Aella's rule. The king was celebrating. He had been celebrating for days. The capture of Ragnar Lothbrok was the greatest victory of his reign, perhaps the greatest victory any Northumbrian king had achieved against the Vikings. His father had paid tribute. His grandfather had watched monasteries burn, but Aella had captured the demon himself, the man whose name had been whispered in terror from Lindisfarne to the Seine, the man whose sons were said to be monsters, whose ships were said to be numbered in the hundreds, whose appetite for destruction seemed insatiable. And now that man sat in a storehouse 200 yards from where Aella drank his mead. But Aella was not entirely happy. There was a worm in the apple of his victory, and the worm was doubt. He had expected Ragnar to arrive with an army. The reports from the coast had spoken of a fleet, of a massive invasion force, of the greatest Viking host ever seen in English waters. Instead, Aella's men had found two ships and perhaps 80 warriors. The capture had been almost too easy. This did not make sense, and things that did not make sense made Aella nervous. He questioned his commanders. Had there been other ships? Had Ragnar's fleet been scattered by a storm? Was this merely an advance party, with the main force waiting somewhere off the coast? The commanders did not know. They spoke of the ferocity of the Viking resistance, of the old man's skill with an axe, of the way his men had fought to the death rather than surrender. But they could not explain why the great Ragnar Lothbrok had come to England with a force too small to raid a village, let alone conquer a kingdom. The priests had an explanation. God, they said, had delivered the enemy into Aella's hands. Ragnar's pride had outstripped his wisdom. He had believed himself invincible, and God had humbled him. The small force was proof of divine intervention. The Lord had clouded Ragnar's mind, had made him overconfident, had led him like a lamb to the slaughter. Aella wanted to believe this. He was a Christian king, and the narrative of God's favor was essential to his legitimacy. But he was also a warrior, and the warrior in him knew that pride alone did not explain two ships. He went to see the prisoner. Not immediately. He made Ragnar wait. 2 days in the storehouse, then 3. Let the prisoner stew in his own filth. Let him grow hungry, cold, uncertain. Let the anticipation of death work on his nerves. This was standard practice, the psychology of captivity, the breaking of the spirit before the breaking of the body. Aella had used it before on lesser men, and it had always worked. But on the 4th day, his curiosity overcame his patience. He ordered Ragnar brought to the hall. They came for him at dawn. The guards were rough. They had been told to be rough, to demonstrate to the prisoner that he was no longer a king, but a beast to be herded. They dragged him from the storehouse, pushed him through the muddy streets, shoved him through the door of the king's hall, and threw him to the floor at Aella's feet. Ragnar landed hard. His knees struck the packed earth. His hands, still numb from days of binding, could not catch him in time. For a moment, he was prone, his face in the dirt, his body a tangle of rags and wounds. And then, slowly, deliberately, with a control that made every man in the hall hold his breath, he rose. He did not scramble to his feet. He did not lunge at the king. He stood as a man stands who has all the time in the world, brushing the dirt from his knees, straightening his shoulders, lifting his head until his eyes met Aella's. The hall was silent. Aella had prepared a speech. He had rehearsed it with his priests, crafting the words that would demonstrate Christian mercy and Christian power. He would offer Ragnar a choice, conversion or death. He would show the pagan that the God of the Christians was stronger than the gods of the north. He would offer salvation, and when Ragnar refused, as Aella knew he would refuse, he would pronounce the sentence of death with the full authority of church and state behind him. But looking at the man before him, Aella forgot his speech. Ragnar was not what he had expected. He had expected a giant, a beast, a man with horns and fangs, with the stench of hell on him. What he saw was an old man. Gray hair, gray beard, a face lined by decades of wind and sun and war. Eyes that were not mad, not cruel, but simply, and this was the most disturbing thing, calm. The calm of a man who has already won. So, Aela said, finding his voice with an effort that annoyed him. The great Ragnar Lothbrok, the terror of the north. You kneel before me. Ragnar did not kneel. He stood. He looked at Aela with the same expression he might have used on a jarl who had overstated his importance. Polite, attentive, faintly amused. I do not kneel, Ragnar said. His voice was rough from thirst and disuse, but it carried. It reached every corner of the hall. I stand, and I will stand until I choose to sit, or until your men knock me down. They may knock me down. They cannot make me kneel. Aela felt his face flush. He was not accustomed to being contradicted. Not in his own hall, not by a prisoner, not by a pagan pirate who should have been begging for mercy. You are in chains, Aela said. Your men are dead. Your ships are burned. You have nothing. I have my name, Ragnar said. You have your victory, which will last longer. The question hung in the air. Aela's thanes shifted uncomfortably. The priests muttered. This was not how the scene was supposed to go. The prisoner was supposed to be broken, terrified, grateful for any mercy. He was not supposed to speak as if he were the king and Aela the supplicant. You will convert, Aela said, forcing the words out. You will accept baptism. You will renounce your false gods and accept the true God. And perhaps, I will spare your life. Ragnar smiled. It was not a mocking smile. It was the smile of a man who has heard a joke that only he understands. Your god hangs on a tree, Ragnar said. My god hung himself on a tree to learn wisdom. There is a difference. Aela's hand went to the hilt of his sword. He wanted to strike this man. He wanted to cut the smile from his face, to silence the voice that spoke with such terrible confidence. But he was a king, and kings did not murder prisoners in their halls. Not when the prisoner was worth more alive than dead. Not when the spectacle of a Viking king converting to Christianity would be worth more to Aela's reputation than 100 battles won. You have until tomorrow, Aela said. Tomorrow, you will be baptized or you will die, and your death will not be quick. I have prepared something special for you, something fitting. Something that will show the world what becomes of those who raise their hands against Christ's people. Ragnar's smile did not waver. I look forward to it, he said. The guards seized him. They dragged him from the hall, back to the storehouse, back to the dark. And Aela sat in his high seat, surrounded by his thanes and his priests, and he felt a coldness in his chest that no amount of mead could warm. He had won. He had captured the great Ragnar Lothbrok. He had offered him mercy and been refused. He had threatened him with death and been laughed at. And in the privacy of his own mind, where no priest could hear and no thane could see, Aela wondered if he had won anything at all. Chapter 32. The Preparation of the Pit. While Ragnar waited in the storehouse, the pit was being prepared. Aela had conceived it as a theological statement, a demonstration of Christian supremacy over pagan barbarism, and he had thrown himself into the details with the enthusiasm of a man who needed to prove something, to his subjects, to his God, and perhaps to himself. The pit was not a natural formation. It was a cellar, originally, a storage space beneath a warehouse near the king's fortress, excavated into the earth and lined with stone. It was perhaps 20 feet deep, perhaps 30, roughly circular, with walls that were sheer and damp and covered in a slime of moss and mold. At the bottom, the floor was not stone but earth, packed clay that had been wet by seepage from the river, creating a surface that was soft and treacherous. Aela's men had been collecting serpents for weeks. Not ordinary garden snakes. These were the venomous species that inhabited the hills and marshes of Northumbria. The common adder, Vipera berus, with its zigzag pattern and its hemotoxic venom that caused pain, swelling, and death by internal bleeding. the grass snake, harmless but large and aggressive. And perhaps, if the collectors had been lucky or unlucky, the occasional smooth snake or the rare visitor from the south. They gathered them in sacks and barrels, handling them with iron tongs and thick leather gloves, and they lowered them into the pit through a narrow opening at the top. The serpents were confused. They were cold-blooded creatures, torpid in the winter chill, stirred to sluggish movement by the warmth of the cellar or the press of their own bodies. They coiled in the corners. They slid over each other in a living carpet of scale and muscle. They struck at anything that moved, at each other, at the rats that fell in with them, at the shadows cast by the torches of the men who peered over the edge. The pit was a hell, a man-made hell, designed not merely to kill but to terrify, to break the spirit before the body, to demonstrate that the Christian God could use even the devil's own creatures, serpents, the symbol of Satan in the Garden of Eden, to punish his enemies. Aiella visited the pit on the day before the execution. He stood at the edge, looking down at the mass of coiling bodies, and he felt a satisfaction that bordered on religious ecstasy. This was perfect. The symmetry was divine. Ragnar Lothbrok, the man who had killed serpents to win his name, who had worn hairy breeches to defeat the beasts, who had built his legend on the conquest of monsters, would die by monsters. The serpent that he had once defeated would defeat him. The old gods would be shown to be powerless against the true God. He ordered the pit prepared further. Straw was thrown in, to give the serpents places to hide and to make the floor more treacherous. Water was poured down the walls, to keep the creatures active, and a platform was built at the top, a wooden scaffold that would allow the king and his court to watch the execution in comfort and safety. The priests blessed the pit. They sprinkled holy water over the opening. They prayed that the serpents would be instruments of divine justice, that the death of the pagan king would be a sign to all heathens that Christ was Lord. They composed sermons for the occasion, rehearsing the parallels between Ragnar and the Serpent of Eden, between the Viking raids and the corruption of the world, between Aella's victory and the ultimate victory of the church. And through it all, Ragnar waited. He sat in the storehouse, eating the moldy bread and drinking the stale water, and he thought. He thought of Aslog's prophecy. He thought of his sons. He thought of the sea. He ran his fingers over the walls of his prison, feeling the texture of the wood, the grain of the stone, the cold that seeped from the earth. He listened to the sounds of York, the footsteps in the street, the hammering of the scaffold builders, the distant chanting of priests preparing for the spectacle. He knew what was coming. He had known since before he left Denmark. Aslog had told him. The Norns had woven it, and he had chosen it. This was not resignation. This was not despair. This was the final, perfect alignment of will and destiny. He spent his last night reviewing his life, not in the sentimental way of a man who regrets his choices, but in the calculating way of a general reviewing a campaign. He thought of the Serpent House, and he saw how that first great deed had set the pattern for everything that followed. He thought of Lagertha, and he felt, for the first time in years, a genuine pang of something like remorse. Not for leaving her. He had had to leave her. His ambition had demanded it, but for not understanding, until now, what she had given him. She had saved his life twice, once in battle, and once by leaving him, by forcing him to become the man who could stand alone. He thought of Thora, of her silence, of the way she had watched him from the window of the Serpent House, her face pale in the torchlight. He wondered if she had loved him, or if she had simply accepted him as the answer to her father's riddle. He wondered if she had been happy in his hall, or if she had been as lonely there as she had been in her prison. He wondered if she would be waiting for him in hell, or in Valhalla, or in whatever darkness came after. He thought of Aslog. of Kraka in the pigsty, of the woman who had seen his death before he had seen it himself. He hoped she would not mourn too long. He hoped she would turn her grief into prophecy, her tears into the fire that would launch the great heathen army. He hoped she would tell their sons exactly what to do, and that Ivar, cold, brilliant Ivar, would listen. And he thought of his sons, each one. He summoned their faces in the darkness of the storehouse, one by one, as if he were saying goodbye. Ivar, the boneless one, the mind that would reshape England. Ragnar did not worry about Ivar. Ivar would be fine. Ivar would turn this death into a war, and the war into a conquest, and the conquest into a legend.